Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Computer evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Computer is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor. Since 1885.
Welcome everybody. This is the endurance edition of the eRacing GP, brought to you here by Axel. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo, and we're going to be here for round number 5 of our endurance edition 2024. It's been a pretty hectic morning here, Ammo.
Yeah,
as we are getting set up. Everybody's already up in the server. We're already getting things set up. It's quite a big field that we have here for this endurance edition. We got 44 people on the server right now.
Yep.
I believe like entry lists were even bigger than that, wasn't it?
Indeed, we had up to 87 cars registered for the season, but some of them had to be abandoned because either one-car teams or they didn't just sign in time. So, yeah, overall, 80 plus cars that have actually signed up for the season is absolutely amazing, and it shows that the strength of the field and the depth of it has actually gone strength to strength every single season. And at one point, I think we might just have to do pre-qualifying one day, but we'll see how that goes. But for now, we're ready to go for the finale. This is a double Spa weekend. You know, when they say Spa weekend, the ladies would think, okay, Spa time. But for us, this is our kind of Spa, because we are going straight back-to-back races from last night's Global on Spa-Francorchamps to another one here for the finale in Endurance.
Yeah, in fact, yesterday we already had the Global Edition 16 round number 3, and that was on Assetto Corsa. Now we're on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and that's going to be to allow us to run this Endurance Championship format. So let's go ahead and head on to our graphics here so we can introduce to you guys what we've been doing all the season long. So we started off the year with Barcelona, that's on February. Then we moved on to Bathurst, that's on March. In April, we went to Kota, and after a bit of a lull, we came back to Silverstone for round number 4. Now we're hitting it into our 6-hour-long endurance event here at Spa-Francorchamps. So here are the winners for round number 4. We got Legions of Racers, car number 889, Apex Racing Blue Knife, car number 333, and last but not least, Sim Racing Lanka for the amateur class.
Well, that was actually the bigger racing division team that won in AM, which was much to the surprise of that class, as the 999 Sim Racing Lanka car actually retired early. Now, this is where we're racing at. This just over 7-kilometer long circuit of Spa-Francorchamps with 20 corners just going on the clockwise direction, as it has since the very beginning, but with a few changes. This particular layout we have had since, well, 2007, but the revamp of the circuit that went all the way to the Stavolo region was about 13 kilometers, but it was opened first in 1979. And yeah, it is a layout that pretty much is quite synonymous with F1, and a lot of people actually have found it to be very familiar and it's an iconic layout. In fact, despite the circuit being relatively new, 1979 wasn't a long time ago if you count in the space-time continuum, it is actually a more recent iteration of the circuit, but nonetheless, it's the one that everyone looks forward to and really are excited for. Anyway, on to the next one. We have the... Well, I think we might just go for a highlight of what happened previously in the 4th round of the season at Silverstone. And yes, green light. We're on the way here for the Flowers of Silverstone. It's a good, decent-ish start here. Hasnam is definitely the faster of the two drivers. He's taking a thing. Coming up to Mackets and Backets. Will he try the inside? Yes, he does. They touch again. Oh, no. There goes Nakim. He cuts across the track. And luckily, though, gets it back together as well as the Mario.
The battle heats up as the Mario Hansa takes that position back, but they're coming into the next left-hander here. Ooh, very wide for the Mario Hansa. Fadi Rama going quite tight, almost exceeding track limits there to get this position back away from the Mario Hansa.
Oh!
Ooh, contact there. Coming into the next right-hander. John B.S. Sonicus sees his opportunity, tries to make a move, but again, backs off a little bit too early in order to make something happen. They're coming into the Wellington straight right now.
Who's also a youngster in the Toyota rookie program. Ties around the outside.
Oh!
Does he make his thing around Stowe? That's a very, very brave move from Iman Ryan. He's going to have to go up. Roger loses it. Roger just snaps control, obviously, and luckily manages to keep it going. And Ricky Sancho, all the while then, is also doing what Jean-Pierre Sonicus is doing, having the best box scene in the house. By the number 8 Java Sim car. Oh, there was another off there. That was actually the Pemega car. Let's see what happened here. He was trying to overtake the MPR GP.
Oh!
No. Once again, it's an Indonesian car that's knocked off, being a little bit close to being unsportsmanlike with the overtake. Oh, there goes 2 for 1. Ronda Hafaz with a brave move, and here comes Savi as well, trying to make it 2 for 1. Oh, collision, and behind them is the 7-11 for GSR. Taufik Moyen trying to come by as well initially, but now it becomes the outside coming up to Stowe. Will he try it? And he does.
Yeah.
And will Yongle oblige?
Oh,
that was the collision that we thought it was going to avoid. And that has sent Sunjoto spinning out. Finally, and Alexis. There is. Oh, there's a collision.
Oh, no.
There's a collision right there.
Careful. Oh!
And it's a. Look at that. Alan Drake Cruz is involved in that.
He's going to take out the last stint, which is going to be amazing because Tasmi blisteringly quick. And ooh,
Shaquille, Shaquille goes off a bit wide there. Here comes Azar on the inside, and this is Pro Am versus Am. He goes a bit wide there, does Shaquille. Here comes Nakim as well. Now, Nabil is one good measure being involved in this particular battle. It's a 2-minute fight. This is for position, of course. They don't really have to be too courteous about this. It's all gloves off now, Damon.
Yeah, Azad is not in the same class, but he is still contesting for this position on the grid right now. Nabil Azad gonna have to try and make it through in order to make it past Shaquille here. Goes on the inside of Brooklyn's.
Oh,
attack onto Shaquille.
And it sends Shaquille nearly off. Nabil takes the position, but no doubt that might be a steward's inquiry.
Ooh, this gap is so close, and they're entering in the Wellington straight right now. The draft is coming in. Look, will John Pierre Sonicus send it? He looks like he does. Coming into Brooklyn's right now, that left-hander unsettling Dafa Nabil's car on the entry there, and then just blitzing out of the exit, taking that position away. Nice and easy for Jean-Pierre Sonicus, but now Dafa Nabil is going to see if he can get a return pass there. And I have to, yeah.
Tasmi flashing his lights, knowing that...
Oh, wait a minute.
Whoa, that was a big dive. Oh! Whoa, no way. That was Astrid with a massive boy dive, and he's taking out the race leader in Pro-Am. Would you believe it? Across the nose of the Porsche and makes it through. Moyono has no response to that, but they both outbraked each other. And mercifully, though, they managed to just stay ahead of Ilham Karim Shakil, but Shaq has to go even wider as well. He doesn't want to get involved in any of this.
Once he gets past. Oh, careful there. Ferrell goes off right onto the track. He's on the grass. He's going to lose. Oh, big of a shot. And
that's not what goes off. Whoa, Pereira, big time there. That was so not on. And there's the rest of the field coming by. Try to avoid Vladi Malik. And did Vladi take him out like that as well? Nope. But did Rafi? Nope.
Nah, yeah, he just...
Oh,
yeah.
Ping-pong his way out of the way into the barriers. No fault of his own.
Trying to make it past. Okay, make it out.
There it
Oh,
is.
that's a dive.
That's the opportunity. This is the opportunity that he's looking for right now. Tasby on the inside, goes on the outside. He goes for the dive. Does he take it? Yes, he does.
Oh, he's got wide.
Dylan's got wide. He's got wide as well. Can Dylan make it through? He had to go for it. And
Switchback.
Dylan now on the switchback, going onto Aintree and onto the Wellington straight. Side by side they go. Oh, they touch each other. Would you believe it? The leaders have gone off. Nailbiter, Barnstormer.
Oh!
He goes off! Tasby goes off! Oh my word! Just as we were trying to pick out the battle, that is it! Dylan has somehow clinched that victory and put it behind. This will be his most gratifying win in the most dramatic way possible. Dylan Tan comes across the line and takes victory for LOR for the second straight race in a row. Tasby comes across second, 1.4 seconds behind. Take a bow. What a race. And that was an astonishing battle on the way to the end.
And that was the highlights from our previous round at Silverstone. Here are your current championship leaders here. For the pro category, we've got Legions of Racers, represented by Andika Maulana, Dylan Tan, and Marino Pratama. For the pro am class, we have Apex Racing, and last but not least, in the amateur class, we got Sim Racing Lanka. So as we have a look right now at our points standing, I believe. Should be able to see. Here we go. This is how far ahead Legions of Racers have gotten in the Pro Championship here. Very much, almost twice the amount of points that Stratos Motorsports have managed to accumulate throughout the season here.
Yep. But here's the caveat. This is the drop scores, and you can see why it's all to play for, because the 111 Stratos car actually still has a opportunity to try and reel in the Legion Racers cars. And make no mistake, the JMX Phantom car, if they get really lucky today, might just be in the running as well. But it's just between the top two. Meanwhile, it's also the similar story in Pro-Am, where Apex Racing Brunei 333 has been the class of the field. Pretty much a unassailable lead at this point, 32 points, more than a race win and a fastest lap ahead of ERS Team Techno 777. But when we whittle it back to the drop scores, the worst scores out of the way, it's a 22-point advantage. So again, ERS Team Techno not out of it just yet, so it's still a battle for the top two here. It's just a matter of who is going to finish in front and whether or not one of them is going to be unlucky in the other. And finally, in the AM class.
Yeah, this one's a lot more competitive here. Sim Racing Lanka is only like 6.5 points ahead of Pepeka Racing. I want to see how the championship shakes up though once you get drop scores. Still about the same, really. So I think this is still going to be a way more competitive championship fight here between Pepeka Racing and Sim Racing Lanka.
Indeed, and the fact that the Bigo car that won last time out in AM is also in the mix as well. That's how crazy it is. And now we jump to live pictures from the qualifying session. As you can see up in front, it is AR Muhammad Alif, and no doubt him racing all the way from Indianapolis in Muncie, Indiana, will be quite fired up as well, because it's about 8 p.m. over there, and or 9 or 7 p.m. depending on his time zone and daylight savings. He is actually racing quite late after this, so in fact right now we're looking at our time 11 a.m. 11:49 a.m. our time, GMT plus 8, so it's almost midnight over there in Indiana. So really then, he is G'd up, but no doubt he will be quite determined to win as well, because of what happened last time out in Silverstone, where Tasby just got nipped at the end by Dylan.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tricky qualifying session as well for our endurance drivers, because it's very wet out here in Spa-Francorchamps. We are using the wet weather in this session here, so well, this is going to be a nice little challenge here for our folks.
Yeah, I mean, we had a deluge for a couple of seasons already in Spa. It's because, you know, end of the year, it's actually snowing rather over in Europe, so it makes sense that we have very cold weather right now. And especially 2021, that eventful race where we had to cut it short halfway. It was a 12-hour back then rather than the 6 that we have nowadays. Last year was 8. Still quite a crazy turn of events in terms of the weather, but nonetheless, we're looking forward to whether or not the weather will actually become a factor in how close the racing is going to be. And judging by how the qualifying so far is going, 0.3 of a second from Pratama in the LOR Ascent car. That's a sister car, so it is in essence LOR 1-2 in the pro class, with Dylan now leading the way, and no doubt will be trying to just ease it home to win the championship, and will be the first for LOR. So in essence, if that comes to pass, it will be 5 different championship winners in the 5 seasons that we've had in eRGP.
Yeah,
Endurance.
That's exciting news here. Although when I look at the timing monitor right now, I mean, for Alif, Alif right now, who's currently driving car number 44, he has the best first sector at the moment, but only by like 0.2 of a second. So he has got to find a lot more time out on track here if he wants to hope to get up in front. There's Alif Hamilton right now driving in the Ferrari.
And in the Marlboro colors as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit jarring, isn't it? Oh, there's a bit of a fight in front of him. That might just actually force him to back it off a bit. And in fact, that's one of the Indonesian cars again, number 240. I'm not sure who's driving in there at the moment, but if it's Billy Novia. So for Vana Esports, he's definitely have to get out of the way.
Oh, a little close. Really crowded on this side of the track, though, unfortunately. But
yeah,
that's kind of what happens when you've got 43 drivers out on track here. Spa is big. Not so big, though, once you got 40-odd cars out here racing at the same time. Ooh, the LOR car is just spun around. Now trying to get himself back on, but unfortunately, it's a lot of traffic coming in the way here. He's found a little bit of a gap. Should be able to quickly exfil. Yep, back up and back into the session again. 3 more minutes still remaining, or give or take. And everyone's still crowding around trying to get those times here. So far, only the top 4 have been pretty close in terms of the qualifying pace. Although, really, it's only the top 3 that's within a second of each other.
Yep, and we're looking at the sister car to the LOR Ascent car that spun just now with Ricky Satria. This is Moreno Pratama switching to a Ferrari for this run, incidentally, because they are actually, in essence, a Mercedes factory team, because they do represent Mercedes in SRO GT World Challenge Asia whenever the events are coming for the sprints. And in fact, it looks as though the 1-2 may just be on the cards here, but Alif is close by. Now then, while Pratama we saw just now was about 0.2 up from his previous best, but looking at him here, other drivers in the rest of the field are still going around, including the sister car to the LOR Ascent team as well, number 18, Jaden Liao. What a time there, P6 overall, and faster than some of the Pro-Am guys. So that's a turn up for the books if he manages to keep it there, but it will count as a pole position in class. Meanwhile, championship elect for the Pro-Am category, Muhammad Azhar in the 333 Apex Racing Brunei car is pole sitter for the Pro-Am category in P8 right now overall. But we're looking at Moreno. He looks as though he's actually lost a bit of time here, Vic, in the second sector.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's still trying to recover from that spin earlier on, so don't put read too much into that for now. But there only is about a minute left here, so should be able to get to the line just in time. But that pretty much means that it's going to be his final attempt here at a flying lap, so he's got to make this one count for sure. And on the track is treacherous as Spa with the water enabled. This is going to be a tricky one here.
Yeah, let's see if he crosses the line and improves. Yes, he does, but still what, 10th behind. And does he call time on his qualifying? By the looks of it, he is going around for another run. Dylan as well, likewise. Now, in fact, he is backing off, so that will be the end of his qualifying. Let's see if there's any other drivers who can improve. In fact, Fazal Alim is on a hot one here, the 999 car. This is the championship leading car in the Pro-Am category. Let's see how he can actually make do with this, because he's only about 5,000s behind Jaden Lau, and in fact they've actually dropped down a further position because up goes Rialto Ristafani in the MPRGP car to P6. But look at that, Fazal Alim's got company and he calls it on time in his qualifying, so that's the end of it. Meanwhile, Azhar then, he is on an improvement as well here too, so let's see what Azhar's gonna do for his particular qualifying, because it looks pretty good here for yet another pole. But crucially, just to give the psychological advantage to the team when they go into the 6 hours after this.
Yeah, the good news for him, at least compared to Fazal Alim early on, no traffic to be found here. The nearest car to him is quite a distance away, at least a corner away here, and he's already coming around the final part of this track. So he should be able to get a good time here. Is he going to be able to improve? He is currently sitting in pole for his class right now. So if anything, this is just going to see where he's going to be able to make an improvement. So coming around through the bus stop and up into the control line. Is that time going to improve here? Doesn't look like it. Still remains the same on the timing tower here. So Muhammad Azhar still in the pole for his class. Couldn't quite upgrade himself in the overall standing at the moment.
Yep. But there's your pole sitter right now on your screen overall and in his class. And it looks really good here for LOR to get another feather in their cap. They have been dominant in so many championships they've actually competed around Asia and indeed around the world. But this will be another addition to that one that will be quite grand, because they've tried a couple of times, a few seasons, to get it up there and try to get the championship. It eludes them quite a few times. But this season, however, it looks so good, it might just be etched their name already, because the amount of times they actually had to come from, say, trials and tribulations. Last season, start of the season was already quite bad, and it went completely south from there. But this one, they really nailed it from the word go. Yes, they didn't win the first round, but they have won subsequent rounds.
Well, that's going to be something for you all back at home to go ahead and enjoy, as we're going to be going through a long 6-hour long affair here in round number 5. So hope you guys buckled in, hope you guys got your snacks and your drinks ready, because we're going to be in this for the long haul, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. And of course, mind you, we're not going to even get going immediately, because we still have a long formation lap to go around the 7-kilometer Spa Francorchamps circuit after this. So it will take a while before we really get going. But I think the drivers are mostly comfy. We have had quite a few spills already in qualifying. But for the most part, the fast guys in individual cars will start the race as more and more drivers are crossing the line for their final laps. That's, I think Leaf came across the line, but no improvement yet. No improvement there, so he will start where he is in P3 overall. And a couple of drivers as well, just ready to get going here. Wow. 1/10 of a second separating first and second, but between the teammates, let's see how that will play out first with Team Motors, because I'm pretty sure the sister team, the number 3 LOR car, will give way to Dylan, because no doubt he would not, Pratama will not want to fight. But if it comes to the punch, and the fact that no one is no championship rival is that close to him right now, they will probably just be okay playing Team Motors first, and then if all bets are off, then they'll go for it. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, again, when we talk about longer form races like this, it's usually about like the sustained pace, so that really matters, not just the individual flying laps that you get in qualifying. So, and again, you know, you never know what's going to happen out on track here. It is wet here in Spa, and knowing that even with even in the virtual world here, it's got plenty of spray to go around, so visibility could be a bit of an issue when all the cars are crowded around, especially during the start. So everyone's got to be on their toes. Everybody's got to be highly on focus here, especially during this start. And especially for Dylan, especially for Pratama, they need to ensure that they stay ahead of the pack all throughout, because not only that's going to give them clear visibility for at least for their first stint of this endurance race, but it also allows them to pretty much command the race from their position.
Absolutely. It will be LOR's race to lose, shall we say. Now then, while we wait for the server to take over, we will be back after a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. The race start will come right after this.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And here is a spotter's guide for you guys, a little bit of a reference to see who are the cars out on track here. And speaking on the track, everyone is actually already out there, so I suppose we should go ahead and jump right into our live view here, where you can see all the cars already lined up, getting ready for their formation lap here. It's going to be a rolling start here in Francorchamps. Kind of hilarious to see some of these cars floating up on track, but that just means they haven't hit the drive button yet. Once they do, that's when the car gets loaded on the track right now. So very stacked field that we have up here. Of course, we have the Pro Am and the Am class all racing together out here on Spa. Everybody's raring to go here. I mean, it's been a long season here in 2024 for the Endurance Edition, and it remains to be seen here who's going to be able to come out on top. Is it still going to be the Legions of Racers with Dylan Tan at the helm right now, or is it going to be their nearest rival here in Pratama, or is it going to be Alif, Hamilton, or even even the Aslans are in here. The BMW, one of the Aslans at least, yeah.
And co-driver is Alistair Young. So that Stratos team has had partnerships before here, but we'll wait and see whether or not this will come to fruition in terms of how it will work.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a very interesting start to watch out for here. I mean, Spa plus wet weather here is always a recipe for excitement here, whether it be in Formula 1 or whether it be in the GT3 Endurance class. It's always a welcome sight here. And here we go. There's all the cars getting themselves paraded out and about. Dylan Tan is going to be starting things off here for the Legions of Racers. He's going to be, he was the one who already got the pole position for them in the first place. So I think this first stint, he shouldn't be too worried, provided that he has a nice, good run up from the line to that first turn.
Yeah, and he, of course, key point to note, what you're looking from his angle, he'll be the first to meet the rain, but he does have to worry about something that's going to be what the other drivers behind will be facing. And look at this, all the way in the back. The spray as Abir Ahmed, part of the Bangladeshi teams, a contingent of Bangladeshi teams that actually made the trip here today. Well, that's a sight that you do not want to see as a driver. You can barely see anything.
That's right. I mean, you just have to like watch for the brake lights on the cars in front of you in order to have a reference for when exactly they're going to be slowing down. And you see just a little bit of it. I mean, it's not very obvious here on our stream, but hopefully the guys who are racing at home should be able to have a decent view of the opponents up in front here. But everyone's now just trying to get themselves warmed up and prepped. I mean, more mental preparation, I suppose, at this stage here compared to anything else. I mean, they've already had their runnings earlier on in the qualifying. Ooh, we already got a 5-second penalty here on Rahman's car number 71. In fact, that's not a pretty sight to have, especially when you haven't already when the race hasn't even started here.
Yeah, that's a pity, isn't it, for the Bengal racing crew, all the way coming from. This I think might be one of the Bangladeshi teams as well. There was I think by my count 4 of them that registered for the race, but never mind. Then that's not gonna be the most painful thing in the world, isn't it? Because 5 seconds you can just lose that in the pit stops when you come in. Plus, it's a much slower pace in the race because of the rain. So. Time lost in the pit lane may not be as substantial as opposed to being in the drive where the cars are going much faster.
Well, all things considered though, that's still 5 seconds more that you have compared to everyone else, so can act as a bit of a ballast, if you will, a virtual one at that here. So again, they're just gonna have to buck up and get rid of that over the course of these next 6 hours. And now that the cars are coming around through the final sector here, we should start to see them get into formation here. They're of course following the Competizioni's own system when it comes to rolling car starts, so cars are still manually controlled. They have to keep a proper distance indicated by their game system itself, and that will basically prompt them to form up properly by the time they get to that final corner.
Yes. As we're looking at some of the drivers on the field, we saw just now a couple of the Bangladeshi teams, and this is one of our championship contenders. Just now 333, Mama Azza will be starting the Apex Racing Brunei car, whereas the 999, did you see that? 333, 999, so it's fitting that multipliers of numbers are there. But we're now going double foul. This is Fawza Alim in P7, but the pole setter for Pro-Am as well, so he will be the one to watch out for in his fight. But up in front, and looks as though it's not Dylan that will be starting, it'll be Luis Moreno starting for the LOR Racing team. Now, it might be looking like we're going to start from here as they go double foul, but actually the start-finish line will be after La Source.
Yep.
So, to those who think we're going to go and blast the gun and get ready for action here, not yet, not just yet. We're waiting until they all come around, all 44 cars, 22 rows of 2, coming through La Source to start the final round of a very long season in Endurance Edition.
Yeah, I mean, that start line is where the classic start line of the original Spa was from back in the day. In fact, it's understandable they will use that part because you need the space really for all the cars to form up. Now they've already passed La Source. They're headed straight to that line, and once that green flag goes down, it is going to be go time for the next 6 hours here in Spa-Francorchamps Endurance Edition 2024, round number 5. Will be go as soon as they get across the line, and it should be go time as we go downhill towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, coming to the bottom of Eau Rouge, and after this radio, it looks as though, touch! LOR! Both LOR cars have touched each other, would you believe it? Pratama and Moreno have touched, and that allows a leaf to go through on the inside to take both of them, and Pratama nearly loses it on the puddles. Remember, we have quite deep puddles here right now. Heavy rain as a car behind has crashed out. A couple of cars into the valley. Novia is one of them, and I think that was Ahmed as well. But besides that, we see up in front Pratama and Alif go at it here from the word go. The two Ferraris going side by side through Lake Home. But that was a big moment in the championship if the crash happened to the number 44, sorry, the number 889.
Yeah, it's great on Moreno to be able to recover that immune. He got so close to the tire barrier as he was coming up Radion earlier on. It looked almost like it was going to hit straight into it, but thankfully kept it under control even in the wet condition. Now you can see Russell Reyes currently putting Moreno under pressure. Two drivers from the same country here, but from different teams, and you already see Russell Reyes cutting on the inside of Puhan. He's going to be able to cut him in front, I think, by the time to get through it, and indeed he has moved up into 4th place.
Oh, that's a nightmarish start in for Dylan. I think he might be looking for his fingers right now. He just probably couldn't believe that it could have gone south from the word go. We were literally just a couple of meters off from the start-finish line, and suddenly it was almost code red moment. But luckily, the Moreno kept it together. But he is dropping like a stone here from 1st to 5th right now, and we see a couple more drivers weighing to overtake, including Muhammad Tafi Moyin, the GSR driver, sporting the fittingly apt Ferrari livery, not gonna lie. And behind him is the main championship rival to the Legion Racers car. This is Nabil Aslan driving alongside Alistair for this one because Nakib's out in Thailand right now in the Super Series race over there. He had a very good one if you guys want to watch that later. But for the time being though, you have to watch this because Pratama is now, so Moreno now is actually dropping a lot. He has, oh, there's an accident further behind. We will cut back to that after this. So many incidents have happened prior to all of this shenanigans, but the pace up in front is very close that we just cannot take our eyes off it.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Nabil is under pressure here from behind from Ristofani, while at the same time, it's trying to put the pressure onto Taufik Moyen as they come through Lasource here. Very tight turn here, and again, given the wet conditions as well, they have to be very ginger with their throttle application here, even with these GT3 cars. Now coming through La Source, now coming down Eau Rouge and up through Radion. Nabil Aslan's following very closely onto Taufik Moyen, should be able to keep him under pressure through the Camel Straight, although I already see Ristofani already attempting to make a move, had to dodge out of the way there because Nabil just cut across and close the door on him. So if he wants to try to make a pass, he has to do it on the grass.
Yeah, but on the grass is not advisable, especially in ACC where it could actually get quite bumpy. Your car will get unsettled the way that the suspensions work in this game. So Ristofani then thought better of it. He was on the puddles for a second. We might just actually go to some replays after this, but we get on right now because look at this battle close up in front and with championship connotations as well. There's the 7-Eleven car of Moyen right in front of Aslan and Ristofani in the middle of that. He's being sandwiched behind with Fazal Alim, another championship elect here, right behind them in this whole battle. So he's managed to get in front of JD Leo. That settles the AM battle, to say the least. But it will be very, very close between these guys if something goes horribly wrong.
Indeed. Well, we're just gonna have to keep an eye on there. I see Taufik Moyen going a little bit off there. That's gonna open the door now for Nabil Aslan. Trying to make a move, a touch between the two of them though. That forces Nabil to go wide and then allows Ristofani through as well. Bit of a disaster there, but you can also see just behind, I mean, the Sim Racing Lanka car is currently under pressure here from Liao. Both of them have a lot more to worry about, but you see Nabil Aslan right now dropping 2 places there. That's going to be a bit of a difficult start right now for him.
Yeah, indeed. And in fact, Ristofani is the one who benefited the most out of this. He's managed to get up to the back of Taufik Moyen. Now he's right in his spray here, coming out to Blanchimon. But it looks as though, oh, very big slide.
Very big snap over there. That allows Nabil Aslan to regain a position from Ristofani. He will continue to keep the pressure on Taufik Moyen for now. But man, it's almost like a change of a guard there, isn't it?
Well, not a change of guard per se, but passing the buck as well.
Passing the buck.
Whoever wants to be next behind Taufik Moyen. But more and more cars have actually gone off back there, including, let's see, number 98, Ahmad Norisan. That is the Balapan Random Motorsports car. Coming back onto the racing line, nearly whacking into the side of Duran Abisekera. So that is a moment that he would not want to look back here. And further behind as well, another car has actually spun off. It's Anta Buyan. So that's the ATXR car, another one of those new Bangladeshi teams that made the journey here. Ooh. Unfortunately, not the best of starts as well. And in fact, further up front, more and more accidents. That's another car off. And that is the Overme Esports car of Suravit Suto, the Thai team, with multiple cars involved. And I think we might just go back here for a replay of what happened to all these guys while we were looking away.
Yeah, let's see. So right now we're on board here with Sutho. I think it might just have spun out all by itself. Oh no, there's a car actually just ahead. Oh, some of these cars have slowed down because of perhaps a crash early on. One of the Pepega racing cars as well is just getting themselves out of that mix. But fortunately, Sutho just literally ran into the back of Antar there. Yep,
Antar being involved in that one. And Ethan Lowe, in fact, the championship leader in the copper class from Global Edition, was involved. Ooh. And he is the one who looks highly likely that might have caused that particular incident. In fact, he has.
Oh no, another, yeah, he got another hit, and that forces Suto into the tire barrier. That's why he got spun around that time. Oh, that's a bit of a messy situation there. Definitely want to go for our race steward to review there for sure. Now there, he's kind of stricken after that. No doubt it's taken quite a bit of damage. You can see his his hood is just hanging by a thread there.
And Justin Raul Dev as well. In fact, Justin's now into the pits. While all that craziness happened during the race, about 4 cars actually got into the pit lane. So Justin Roldev, Ethan Low, Anta Puyen, and Suravit Suto in the Overme Esports car. So all of them are getting their cars fixed, but no doubt they'll have a huge mountain to climb afterwards. So that is what happened afterwards. But I don't. Oh, in fact, more accident further behind. Number 828. That is the Team Uncle car of Dennis Ong. So Dennis actually just dropped it coming through Puon, but luckily though he didn't get collected by anybody. Then he goes on back to the race on his merry way, albeit further behind from the rest of the Pro-Am field.
You know, in like to give a bit of a silver lining on this storm cloud here, you know, better to get those incidents done in a way with the start of the race here, you know, rather than somewhere in the middle where you're going to have less time to try to make a recovery drive.
But conversely, as you can see, that's Seong KP, the Korean, driving for the Thai Overme Esports team, gets back here, and we'll just rewind that a bit before it happens. As what happened to him? Oh, in fact, he was already spun around there, so we unfortunately missed the end of that. He might have been actually tapped around coming through Blanchimont, but that's the second straight lap as well. We've had accidents over at particularly one of the more dangerous spots on the track where the cars are coming in quite fast, so it could happen. And in fact, something has happened to Ristafani. Ristafani goes off, and he actually whacks into another car. Would you believe it? That's his teammate. His teammate's been hit.
Oh my goodness, and he was like stuck on the top of Radion there, a very blind position. Thankfully, he managed to get out of the way just in time there, and everyone files on through. But Ristafani has now dropped down to 15th place, maybe 16th by the time he's going to be able to get back up the race pace. He's only getting up to speed here on the Camel Straight. It's already a bunch of cars coming through at the same time, so it's become a bit of an obstacle now for everyone. Everyone just behind him has got to slow down a little bit more here than usual. As Rialto Ristafani rejoins the race here in P24. Let's have a look at the replay here, see exactly what happened.
I think he might have lost it on his own. You can see there coming up now to the bottom of Origin Radion. Which part of the curve did he hit, or he lost it on his own? Yep,
there we go.
He lost it on his own, and we're going to go to the helicam to see a clearer view of what happened to him there as he comes across the track. And a couple of more cars as well. In fact, no, he hit the podium running racing car while the sister car, RAD Vishnu 222, went off on his own while he was actually battling with Imran Zuhaili, incidentally.
Yeah, the fact was like he was running in the opposite direction of the track, which is a huge no-no if you're trying to rejoin safely. So I think he might have to take a little bit of blame for that, unfortunately.
Yeah, that would definitely be it's gonna incur Stewart's wrath for sure. Not only on top of being involved in the incident and getting damaged, but then getting a penalty. His day has gone from bad to worse, and for that MPR GP crew, it was quite promising at one point. And in fact, in the season, they looked as though they could have actually gotten a podium or win or two, but unfortunately, the way the cookie crumbled, it has become a bit of a nightmare. And for Vishnu, he's gotten the brunt of it. He really is going to have to go back to the pits to fix that damage. While Ristafani, on the other hand, he's back in the race. Miraculously not as bad as we would have thought, actually, because you can see the bumper's not sticking out, but no doubt the car has been compromised by that incident.
Yeah, it's more of a side hit, to be fair, onto Rialto, though we'll see whether or not he decides to take a trip in the pits here to get that fixed, or perhaps he might be able to just roll away with it for now. In the meantime, though, it seems like Pratama is getting himself with a nice pace here. He's already taken over from Alif's best time here, set of 2:29. So he's already getting himself in a decent rhythm right now to keep in command. Already 3 whole seconds ahead of Alif at the moment. So that is a healthy gap to have right now. It's just a matter now of just not just maintaining track position, but keeping an eye on your average pace, keeping an eye on that delta, and just try to keep it in the green.
Indeed, and he is keeping the eye on the prize here. He knows full well that there might be a stern talking to him after what happened at the start between himself and Luis Moreno. So the Filipino was lucky to get away with that one after a big tap. He could have easily lost it. In fact, someone has lost it at the top of the hill. It looks as though that's the 512 of Seong KPN again. Another car involved. That's I can't see what that one is. It looks as though it's a BMW, but not sure which one is that. It's the 311, so it's not Russell Reyes' number, incidentally, because he used to run the 311 quite a lot. And Seong does stop it in the middle of the track, but looks as though he just wants to get back safely, unlike what happened previously with Rialto Ristafani. Though more and more cars involved here as Rahadian, and in fact, he wants to stop behind there. That's quite weird. Let's see again what happened to the both of these cars when they were together on track.
Yeah, here we're coming through La Source, I believe. You're on board right now with Rahadian, and I don't quite see where his compatriot was in that instance there. He was falling behind this Ferrari here as it was going downhill into a Rouge. Comes up here, and that's a tricky thing.
Oh no!
Stuck on track, and that's the kind of a problem when your car is stuck around the top of Radion. You need to get out of the way quickly because it's such a blind corner that there's very little time for anyone to react as it was coming up. So very unfortunate there for Rahadian because he literally didn't do anything wrong there. It's just wrong place at the wrong time.
And indeed, the fact that Xiong could get his car moving, maybe he might have stalled it. That's why he couldn't actually move. Incidentally, we might need to look at what happened to Xiong prior to that, why he ended up facing the wrong way. Maybe he just went off on his own. But unfortunately for the both of them, that's how their races have ended up here. Really disastrous moments for the OverMe team. Two of their cars already involved. They looked like they were coming into it with high spirits. They want to get some results out of this, but it looks as though they might just have to toil for the next 5 hours and 50 minutes. In fact, we're only 10 minutes in the race, but so much has happened.
Yeah, it's a really tricky thing, like Radion itself, like especially when you want to go like give it like the full beans and like a car just happens to get in the way. There's literally no time to react at all. So I don't know like what to kind of like do in this kind of situation here. I mean, there are obviously there are like flags out on track here to inform whenever there's an incident. Perhaps it might be cognizant for these drivers to lift off a little bit as they come off Radion, especially when there's a yellow flag indicated in that area.
Yeah, but again, it goes back to that point of some drivers probably think that the yellow flag is not going to be in their area, but then once they see a driver or a car right in front of them, then they have no time to react. So that's a prime example of Hadian. Actually, no fault of his own. He just, in fact, we're going to go back into that after this. Liao with a big whip coming out of no-name corner / speakers corner / Jackie X corner, and Fonzo Alim does the same thing as well. Oh, would you believe it?
The sliding coming through here. The Apex car gets through in front of him here. Whoa, my goodness, that's a heart stopper if there was one, because you're going right into Puon as a slide happened, and Tagaki Jangjit has just spun out right at the end of the Camel Straight.
Yeah, into Laycombe he goes, and well, he actually simply, as you say, very cognizant about drivers around him. He just waits until the field comes by and gets back onto the throttle for the Sunchild Racing team from Thailand as well, incidentally. So it's basically a rival to the OverMe esports car. But at this point right now, I think between the Thai battles, the Sunchild car would have won that particular juncture. But that was really close between Liao and Fauzo Alim. We were talking about something prior to that, were we? About before that particular battle. Forgot what it was right now, but it's actually still a battle for positions regardless. But they have to remember where they are in their respective classes, because for Fauzo Alim and JD Liao, that's why they were fighting hard, because they know this is actually a battle to win in the M class.
Still only the first 15 minutes, and already so much has occurred here on Spa Francorchamps. Hortama continues to lead the lead overall here, for now almost 5 seconds ahead of Alif Hamilton. So he's on a massive run at the moment here, and that's very good news here for the Legion of Racers, at least for the main team here. Their sister team Jaden Liao is also leading in his class right now, 6th overall here. But he's doing a good job to stay ahead of Fauzo Alim. He's already got Azza in between the two of them. So Fauzo Alim needs to pass Azza first before he can continue to bring the fight. He's going to try to get alongside here. Both of them now side by side to get into Lacombe. You can see Ethan Lau actually, he lost control just in front of Jaden Liao, and it's kind of becoming a bit of a block. Another car spins up just behind. I think it's Capano or Taufik Moyin.
Taufik's lost it on his own.
Oh man, has to spin around in the grass and rejoin here. He's got a couple of cars coming up here, so he has to stay off of the racing line as it comes out.
Wow, that was, again, another one that happened in front of cameras. In fact, another car has actually dropped it up through Eau Rouge and Radio. We can't pick it up right now, but it looks like the number 32 car that belongs to one of the Indonesian teams again. There's so many of them here today, but unfortunately we don't quite catch it there at that time. But wow, very intense action from the word go. It's just crazy.
The only thing that's been consistent so far is that Pratama and Alif and Russell Reyes are in the top 3. Everyone else has been bit topsy-turvy from 5th place behind. Nabil Aslan has already moved his way up into 5th place, so he's continuing to give chase now, and this time it's going to be taking on the person who actually was starting on pole earlier on, Luis Moreno, whose unfortunate incident with Pratama at the start has unfortunately relegated him down outside of the podium, and now into the clutches of Nabil Aslan as they come up through the bus stop. Chicane here. Nabil is going to do his level best here to close that gap, and close that gap he does. He stays straight onto him. A bit of a squirrely sort of control here from Luis Moreno as he tries to navigate through the bus stop chicane. Now onto technically the main straight in the Formula 1, the Grand Prix layout of this track. Luis Moreno braking hard here. He wants to take a nice late apex here in order to get his get a maximum exit speed out of there. He does get a bit of gap now to Nabil Aslan to go on downhill, so he's done pretty well here to keep himself ahead, but only just by 0.6 of a second at the moment. Nabil Aslan is going to have to try another lap. Ooh, that looked like a little bit slidey there through Orouge here for Nabil. So coming onto the Camel Straight, not close enough now to get that slipstream off of Luis Moreno's car, so he's still going to have to try at least for another lap or 2.
Going back to that point about the captain to car number 98, I'm not excited again. As, who are you with
Mike.
Yep, who are you? Okay, so going back to that point just now about the yellow flag situation earlier, where Rahadian actually whacked the side of Keong. It becomes a very contentious point when no one thinks that a yellow flag is now in the area, but you have to be very vigilant. You look at your track map. I know I've actually been guilty of this one as well, to not look at the track map properly and rejoin back to the racetrack, but it is so imperative that those who are coming into the area as well must know to back it off, and that's why Studing now will be very, very strict towards those guys who ignore yellow flags and just whack into the side of somebody without braking, aka Arca brakes.
Well, but also the other thing as well is that maybe for the guy who spun out earlier on, like, I think it's also possible that his car stalled while it was on the racing line. Another spin out here on the top of Radion here. Ahmad Nur Isan from BRM or Balapan Random Motorsports should be able to get back on track here. I mean, again, pretty clear for his part of the track for the moment.
Well, you want to call it amateur hour, but that's just actually quite disrespectful towards the driver involved. But that is kind of like the essence of what happens when you actually get involved in an incident like that. One spin at Blanc Shimon for Ahmad Nur Isan, and then another one at the top of Radion. It's just unfortunate. But as you can see on the side there, he's spotting Natasha. That looks like the quintessential quintuplets, one of the sisters. I forgot which sister is that. That's, I think, Nino with the whole game. But whatever it is, running a Natasha livery improved that. But unfortunately, not the sort of 15 seconds of fame that you want to have.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Ahmad Nur Isan, like, even for their most experienced drivers, Spa, when it's wet, is extremely treacherous, and we're not talking about like lightweight open wheel cars in this instance here. We're talking about GT3 machines that are not only heavy but have a lot of power behind them as well. So it's understandable that it can be very tricky to get through Radion unscathed when you're going at full speed through there and full tilt. Nabil Aslan, in the meantime, still trying to catch up. Luis Moreno has not quite made any gains in this next lap here. So now the gap is widened up to 0.7 of a second between the two of them. So if anything, he's actually lost a bit of time all throughout. Takes a very deep cut through there. Actually closes the gap to Luis Moreno. I stand corrected. Yeah. Perhaps he would be able to keep the pressure going in this next sector.
Moreno hasn't had the best of stints. Yes, he's in 4th place overall, a position that a lot of people will be dying to be in. But in terms of how his performance has gone, it's definitely gonna leave his teammates shaking in their boots, knowing the fact that the car looks as though it's not comfortable in his hands right now. Probably they have not gotten the car into what Moreno would have liked, and Nabil Aslan as well is looking to just pounce on the opportunity. As again, Ahmad Nur Isan, he goes for a bit of an excursion through the final corner and find out that the Itachi other side is Nakano Itsuki. So Itsuki is the name of one of the 5 sisters on that one. But again, 5 seconds of fame that he does not want to be part of.
Yeah, well, unfortunate for him. He's going to have to try to get his composure back here, and he's got another 38 minutes remaining in this first hour, so still quite a bit to go here for him at least. Nabil Aslan continue to keep the pressure on Luis Moreno. Now they're already through into the final sector here, so this could be a golden opportunity here for Nabil. In fact, he's already all smiles here as he knows that the pass might just be imminent here if he can just continue to get some momentum against the AMG. Although on his BMW, it seems like he's not able to keep up so much in this faster section of Spa. Oh no, actually, Luis actually slows down a little bit too much through that bend, so now Nabil will be able to get alongside him, may be able to cut in front of him in the braking, but Luis Moreno still tries to fight back at the bus stop. Nabil Aslan, though, will be able to navigate through the bus stop neatly and tidily and will stay ahead of Luis Moreno as they get up into the main straight and into La Source.
Wow, wait, but Moreno's not gonna let that die. He's just ready to get back into the rear of the Stratos car, but it looks as though for this particular juncture, Nabil gets the better of the Filipino, and through he goes up to P4. This is for championship connotations, of course, but he'll need more than just one position to reel in the Singapore team. He needs the Singapore team to have an absolute mare after this for him to be in contention for the championship fight. As what happened to Askar? Freaky Askar in the Bigo Y-Lab Porsche has actually gone for a bit of a spin, and we might just be able to get a short replay of that one. As another car, in fact, he's already spun off afterwards, so our replays just cannot catch it. In fact, it's in between the duration of when it happens and the aftermath, which is quite difficult to get before we miss another crucial action out on track. Another car has actually gone off, and that is the returning Rahadian, who went through the chicane at the end. So really, the Entropy Motorsport, so that's a returning Indonesian team that we have had before, hasn't really been smooth sailing for them, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's for some of these guys, it's a bit of a struggle out here in wet Spa. As is quite well known, it's a very treacherous track, especially under these conditions, and even on the modern circuit, it can be very difficult to stay on the black stuff, as it were. Well, Fauza Alim seems to have no trouble at all staying in the lead for his class. He's now got Clapano ahead of him, but Clapano's gone a little bit too wide. That might open the door now for Alim to pass, or is he going to let him pass, though? I don't think so. He's going to try to get back on the racing line here, but Alim is not going to give up on this opportunity here to try to get an overall position here onto Clapano. He's also got Azza just behind him, also racing another class, so it's a three-way battle between three different classes here, and so a bit of an interesting one here, gotta say.
Indeed, and it's interesting to note as well that two of those drivers behind this car we're looking at right now, the number 31 Allen Racing car of Licensed Clapano, they're both championship contenders, and in fact leaders in their class. So the 999 and the 333 are fighting it out here, but they know full well that they're in very comfortable positions, not gonna lie, because Faz Alim, he's well and truly ahead of Jaden Liao. He's got the better of that LOR Ascent car, and likewise Faz Alim's driver, the driver behind Faz Alim right now, Muhammad Azza, is also in a comfortable position. They don't even need to fight this hard. They know that they just need to ease it home and they will take the championship. And speaking of which, I was pointing to the car just now that actually was involved in that melee. This was the main championship contender to the 999 Sim Racing Lanka car, Justin Raldev. They went to this only just about 6.5 points behind. Now it looks as though championship is going to be completely chucked out of the window.
He's got a lot of cars ahead of him, so it's going to be very difficult. He's practically almost at the lower third of the grid here from where he's standing, so a lot of time he has to make up here in the next 5 hours or so. It's going to be a very difficult proposition here for Raul, and certainly going to be kicking himself a little bit. I mean, he was qualified in the first third of the grid early on, and unfortunately incidents didn't quite go his way. So another spin out I can see just off of on no name corner there. Car number 16 is stuck there. Yeah, Antar Buyan yet again stuck again. Oh, it's been a very rough day here for Antar. I mean, already having sustained some damage, and now having to do recovery drive from practically the back of the grid here. It's been a mix of fortunes out here in Spa on round number 5 here of the Endurance Edition. Another one still struggling to try to get himself back up into position here is Ethan Lau. He's also had quite a struggle in this first part of this endurance race. And
on top of that, he's got a drive-through penalty on the side, so really not the best of races for the young Parakin, who is actually quite competitive most of the time, especially in the copper class in global last night. But it looks as though he will try to build his reputation up in endurance for the next season. But no doubt about it, he will be firing on all cylinders afterwards. Now then, what will we look at here in terms of the fight up in front? It looks as though it's stabilized. It's about 8 seconds between Pratama and Ali, so we're not going to mind that too much. We're going to just watch the closest battle out on track for overall positions. But no, in fact, Moreno has actually gotten back up to the rear of Nabil Aslan, albeit Nabil is... Oh, he's very, very slippy there. We're going to have to look for on board. Now this is a chance for Moreno to get and he gets a drive through! Nabil gets a drive through for that one. He got the track one time too many.
Yep, so Luis Moreno just needs to hold on and he will be able to overtake Nabil Aslan as soon as he needs to take that drive-through penalty. So a bit of good news here, I think, for the Filipino. As after a mess of a start here, he's certainly going to be glad that at least something is going to come his way.
Yeah, and well, he is happy with that one. You can see Moreno is all smiles now after what was a baptism of fire at the start for him. It looks as though he's settled into the groove right now. That's crucial in endurance racing. You do not want to be flustered from when you start the race, because after that will be a mountain to climb afterwards. So he's settled into a group, which is nice to see, as someone is asking for number 16 to be seen.
Yeah,
well,
right
there he is. There's Atar Buyan being overtaken now. But unfortunately, his livery has not loaded properly. So if you guys were looking forward to the ATXR team having a livery on screen, well, unfortunately, I think it wasn't packaged properly to show it. But here he is now being overtaken by the race leaders here. And for Antar, well, we've seen it before in other racing championships, including Global Edition some ways back. But this one is probably not the sort of performance that he wants to be remembered for.
Yeah, well, so far only the top 5 have been able to break under the 231 mark here. You can see Luis Moreno all the way up to Pratama. They've been able to keep very good pace here amongst each other. So the leaders of this race are practically still within these top 5. Although with Nabil Aslan now having to take a drive-through penalty, is likely going to be coming out either behind Clapano or maybe even behind. Maybe even further back?
Way behind, and because we're not going through just the short pit lane, we're going through the endurance pit lane, of course.
Ah, right,
so
it's even longer.
He's going to lose a minute and a half just trundling through, so it really is the most painful way to lose a race here. As Francis Dorato is going to be, speaking of losing a race, it's just gone around at Lake Combe as well, so luckily for him, he didn't get collected by anybody, but it's just like Taufik Moyen, probably just lost it on his own, and he will have to regroup as well. Likewise, Nabil has to regroup after this. He will be very disappointed about the penalty here, but it does happen sometimes to the best of us, especially when you're racing in conditions like this. This is torrential rain, in fact. 60 degrees track temperature, the air temperature shows how cold it is right now. We wouldn't want to be going out there if it was raining like this.
Even the weather forecast is indicating that the rain is just going to get worse and worse as time goes on here. So if you thought it was already treacherous at the start of this race here, it's going to get even worse in the next 15 minutes or so. So, well, that's going to be something for these drivers to watch out for as we still stay on this battle here between Nabil Aslan and Luis Moreno. Nabil should be taking his drive-through penalty soon, but until then, he's going to try to stay ahead of Luis Moreno all throughout. And, well, for Luis, you know, he knows that there's the drive-through penalty for Nabil Aslan. He knows that it's not going to be ideal for him to try to keep that pressure too hard on him, lest they end up coming together in an unexpected fashion. So as of right now, you know, this is where we stand here. Pratama still in the lead of the race. Alif Hamilton about 12 seconds behind. So a lot of gains being done right now for Pratama on his part. Russell Reyes, in the meantime, in 3rd place here. He is trying to navigate his way through some of these other cars, and he's already got Alif Hamilton for company up in front of him. So he's possibly going to have a good opportunity here to try to put some pressure on the guy who's racing from Indiana right now.
Yep, and racing for a, well, outside long shot for a championship, because they've had the best of championship defenses. Remember last season, we thought they might have actually been out of it as well because they missed the race and just had a couple of podiums here and there. But somehow they snuck in and won the championship underneath the noses of everyone involved in that particular match for the pro category. So shout out to the Amigos boys, they really got that one through in the end. but this season has been a bit tougher. They did have a couple of chances to shine here, but last round was the most painful, I would say, because Tasby just came so close to getting a win out of the Legion Races car. And whoa, something happened to Buyan again. Well, he's actually dropped it coming up to Rivage, aka Brussels, so not the best way to do moments on camera. And another one is just behind on the road is Ristafani. He's also cut in a drive-through. When it rains, it pours, literally.
Literally pouring right now out in Spa Francorchamps, and you know, seeing guys like Antar struggle with the track conditions. I mean, he's a good racer actually in real life. It's just, I think sometimes that the skill set that drivers have for wet racing doesn't quite translate well in sim racing when you're not quite used to sensing the momentum, you know, just from visual information alone. And sometimes that can become a bit of an issue for drivers who had already a lot of real life experience. So hence, I wouldn't be too hard on Antar in this instance here. It's just more of like not being too well adjusted to this game here.
Yeah,
perhaps.
The feel is completely different. And someone's asking to see 777 where they are right now. That's Mike Rinaldi in the Team Techno car. Well, he's P16 overall and somewhere around P9 in the pro category. So he's doing all right. He'll get some good points out of this. And with Ristafani behind getting a drive-through, he'll be in literal no man's land after this. So he'll have to be having that way, as opposed to somebody like Leaf right now under severe pressure from a driver who's equally as gutsy. Oh, we have a big accident for the behind. Number 69, that's Wijaja. And I think Adam Arif and another car gets involved. And looks like, oh no, it's on top Wian again. More and more cars. It's 4 cars involved in this particular instance.
What just happened over there? That was literally in the final sector. I think some cars might have been rushing their way into the bus stop. Look at that. It was already a 4-car battle going on here. Car number 69 falling behind.
Oh, it's Antar.
Oh, it's Antar
no.
in the wrong place at the wrong time. On that racing line, a little bit slow, and unfortunately collected 2 cars on his way out. Oh boy, spinning around on the grass there. Ooh, just lucky there for the Borneo team car there.
Yeah, no, this is Ian Wong in the Pacquiao car.
Yep.
So, well, it should be renamed Red Pack Racing after this. But Ian, with terminal suspension damage, manages to get the car back around the pit lane. But I think Antar might just be black flagged after this because there's no way he could continue on. And again, another spin. That is crucial as well for the championship. Number 23, Justin Roldev. It's a just unfortunate incident once again. It's really the race for the number 23 cars. The number 23 car is absolutely nightmarish.
Oh, you see the replay of him, but just only after he spun out. I think it was on that fast part of Spa, isn't it? Like right on that.
Blanchimont.
Yeah, Blanchimont, that very fast corner. I mean, there used to be a bus stop chicane that comes right after that. It kind of makes drivers stand on the brakes as soon as they get past that corner. But these days, it's literally just a very quick left-hand bend, if you will. It's a very slight bend at that as well, so you're going to be taking at maximum speed, and understandable under these torrential conditions, your grip level may not be where you expect it to be, especially if you rounded curves a little too hard here in ACC.
Yeah, it's again, as you said earlier about Antar being a good driver in real life, he has taken part in a lot of MCS and MSF championships here, the local touring car series, but it's that feel when you, especially in the wet weather conditions, there's no feel because you use your body to feel the car going around the track, but in a simulation it doesn't always necessarily translate to be the case because you have to use your hand and eye coordination as opposed to using your entire body to feel the car around the track. So I think Antar may feel well, I'm using a lot of feels in one go, but it does translate the point that it's all about how you can actually just use your body to translate how you go around the racetrack. And for Antar, he probably is not getting that sensation.
Yeah, that's the thing that a lot of like people who are not well versed in motorsports don't realize is that, you know, when you're sitting in a real life race car, you feel a lot of things in that car, not just like the G-forces that are acting on you as you're going through the track, but that's someone going a little bit slow there. Is that the Team Uncle car?
Yes, it is.
Team Uncle car of Dennis Ong.
Not to be confused with the
the Amigos.
The Amigos car, which is also incidentally racing in the same car and the same colors. So
yeah,
it could get really awkward if they're together. Oh, but look at that. Jaden Liao actually might just get the move done here. This is actually among positions on the road, but not in class, of course. And Jaden gets the better of Azza. So Azza then probably is not going to fight it too hard because, again, different class, and he's well ahead of the rest of the field, albeit now he's been overtaken by Imran Zahaili. So Imran now is looking to actually notch up a win on his own after coming second for 2 consecutive races in 2 separate classes.
Well, bit unfortunate there for Azza, but at least he may have an opportunity here to try to keep some pressure onto Zuhaili. Sorry, not the... Is that Zuhaili front? Yeah, that's Jaden Lau, sorry. That's in front of him here, and that's going to be a bit of a difficult one perhaps to take. Mike Donaldi has end up into the tire barrier here, right on No Name, aka Jackie X corner, and actually clattered into the Armco barrier as he was trying to rejoin into the race here. So quite a bit of damage done to his car. Let's have a look in the replay. This is right up to Brussels. It's coming into No Name corner right about now, and just slid out as he was braking into it. So very unfortunate for him, and luckily for him, yeah, he actually didn't hit the tire barrier too hard, so maybe not too much damage on that side of the car.
But then the damage will come on the other side when you can feel that bang. Clatters in, and look at that, the front of the car is completely scuffed. So we did say earlier just now, Denaldi looked fine, he's gonna go okay, but once again, well, the commentators jinx came at it the worst possible time for Denaldi, though. His saving grace is that he only lost 1 position in the class, with Nabil Aslan now recovering after that drive-through, taking the position away. But luckily, nothing too dramatic happened afterwards. But back to the real action now. Up in front, this is Taufik Moin, who he himself had a spin at Lacombe, whacking the barriers. That's not going to do his car any good. The immediate driver right behind is Alia Wafi Priyanatha for the MPR GP4 car. And in the Mustang, incidentally. Let's see where he can do. In fact, Ripper Rip is actually got in front. So Roy Ripper Rip, the gold driver in Global Edition and qualifying specialist in the Assetto Corsa game. And in fact, eRacing as well. He was really fast there. He's chasing after Taufik, but looks as though he's got a bit of damage. You can see how much that front of the car is flapping.
Yeah, just kind of shaking all over the place as he's getting out of Kemal straight. Though to be fair, Kemal is not exactly a very smooth ride either, and it's understandably a very rough one for all these cars having to go uphill some more. But Taufik Moyen's also got a bit of another car just in front of him to try to pass. I think it could be a back marker here. It's going to move out of the way on Brussels, and that's going to allow Taufik Moyen through, though he's not going to be in position to allow Ripper Rip through yet. So Ripper Rip's going to have to get past that car first. That's Ishak Rahman, by the way, of the Bengal Racing crew. He's not quite loading yet, and unfortunately a little bit slow coming out of Brussels there, so had to dodge out of the way. I think Imran Zuhaili has just ended up out of the track here in the final part. Let's have a look at the replay here. I think could just be another unforced area here.
Oh, that's disastrous. You know, he was in the lead in the Pro-Am category, would you believe it? He had a win in hand, and it looks as though, the rear of the Bentley just slips out. And did he get a whack from anybody there?
Oh, that's so close.
Azza and Liao just came through.
Yeah, literally becoming a virtual roadblock there. Thankfully, he didn't stall out his car too badly, though. Oh, another spin out here.
Fikri Askar.
Yeah, that's Fikri Askar right now, having to take a trip to the pits right now. I think may have sustained a little bit too much damage right after that, so decides to go ahead and get it checked out right now. I think Rahman's just picked up a 5... Oh, wait, he has still had that 5-second penalty for a while now, just haven't gone to serve it quite yet. So that's still something that's going to be hanging over his head for a while. Meantime, on the rest of the field here, Roy Demir Ripper Rip hasn't quite got them past yet.
No, he's been passed. He's been overtaken now by Alia Wafi Priyanatha, while further behind, Ricky Satre also has actually gotten a bit of a spin. There's so much happening now, we cannot even focus on any particular battles at one point. We just have to jump around and see what's happening at where. But Roy Ripper, this is the development that we saw just now while we were in replay, has been overtaken by Alia Wafi Priyanatha.
Yep, he's going to try to fight back here out of Lasore. As you can see a couple of cars coming out of the pits at the same time, thanks to the plastic barriers and thanks to the fact they had to go through the old pits. That should keep them out of the way for this battle here. Roy Demir Ripper Rip trying to regain his position from the Mustang of Priyanatha in front of him, falling so close behind here. Ooh, we got some cars coming out from the outside here. Ripper Rip and Priyanatha is going to have to keep out of the way here of that BMW who Wisely stays out of the way here of both of these cars, and he rejoins the race here. Rip should be able to get through, but unfortunately that slight disruption there may have disrupted his chances of getting closer to Priyanata on the Camel Straight.
Yeah, that's the Bigo number 69 car that won last time out at Silverstone, so he hasn't had the best of runs either. This is Reynaldi Wijaja who is driving right now. Again, how fortunes can change for some drivers. You can be at the front in one race, but then you tumble your way through in the other in one fell swoop. Yes, when we say one fell swoop, it's a space of a month, but the point stands is between the two races, so it does get very jarring for those guys who just had the best of races and then come to the worst of races afterwards.
Yeah, so gonna be a long way to go. We're only just at the close enough to the 45-minute mark at the start of this 6-hour-long race, and already with the amount of incidents we have here and with the track continuing to get wetter and wetter and colder as time passes, still going to be very treacherous out here indeed for our drivers in the Pro-Am and the Am class. Aiden Dunn right now fighting in 14th place. He's already been passed, I think, by ID in front of him. That's going to be updated in the timing later as they come across control line for sure, but certainly not something that Aiden Dunn would want at this stage.
Yeah, Aiden also, it's just driving his own race here. He knows full well that championship-wise, it's too late to make an impact, but he will love to end on the high. As you can see, the timing screen just updates. Adib gets by, and that is for the podium in the AM class, incidentally. So he's not going to give that up. He will love to actually finish off with a high for the DS Arena / IRT team, who have been actually coming through leaps and bounds since their very first outing back in Kota, where it was quite a nightmarish start for them. But this time they've actually come strong after they changed the car, changed the numbers, and they are actually aiming for at least yet another strong finish. Oh, in fact, we have an accident here. Something happened to Ian Wong. Ian has actually dropped it out of Radeon.
Yeah, well, thankfully he's on the runoff area.
Oh!
Oh boy, that's not good.
And that was Liao! Jaden Liao, he was lucky to get away with that one.
Yo, that was a little too close for comfort there. Thankfully, I think he literally stayed on the gas all throughout there, just dodged out the way there. Ian Wong now rejoins the race here in 35th place. Not exactly where he wants to be, that's for sure. Imran Zuhaili in the meantime also.
He spun. Well, we'll take a replay of what happened to Imran. Oh, in fact, he got tapped around, no wonder.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we look at what happened to Jaden Liao. That is how close it was.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, oh my goodness. I don't know if he even realized how close that was there. Almost clattered into the back of Ian Wong there.
Well, I want to get an on-board shot of that one, but unfortunately it's passed because we managed to get a 2-for-1. What happened to Imran and how Jaden got away with nearly losing the entire race. If he actually whacked it back up the side of Ian, that's it. That will be his race gone.
Yeah, Pratama still continuing to set best lap after best lap. Even after 17 laps now, he just set a 2:29.3, and that's the fastest overall compared to everyone else. So even though he's very clearly in the lead of the race, he wants to build a huge enough buffer before he hands it over to his teammate for the next stint here. So already very much in command of this race here. I mean, mostly it's been a dogfight between him and Alif. Renati Wijaja in the meantime for the Bigo Racing Division has unfortunately spun out and around just out of no name. So he has to try to rejoin there facing the wrong direction.
Oh!
Oh, almost gets in the way of a couple of cars as he tries to rejoin the race here.
Oh, that is, again, I think the drivers are taking it quite slowly. They do brake on the outside of the track. They do not want to brake on the apex. But when they rejoin, it just becomes quite crazy when someone else is trying to do the overtake. And in this case, it was Ricky Sacha who's, or in fact, it's Darwin Chia, teammate to Ricky Sacha, trying to overtake. He nearly clattered the side of him. It would have created a big one, just like how Antar Buyan caused a massive pileup at Longshimon.
I think another incident going on here at Stabilo. It looks like the car number 71 has just stuck out there. He's trying to rejoin right now. You can see them passing on. It's Ishak Rahman, as we saw him on the screen just now, just rejoining here. Ooh, got quite a bit of damage in front. May have just ran to the back of someone or ran into someone. Or
the wall.
Or the wall.
Yeah.
It could be anything, actually, until we actually get to see the replay there. Wouldn't quite be able to tell. So here we go. Spins on his own. Oh, that damage has already been on his car from that point on. So just a simple slide out there. Thankfully, no major harm done here. Had to stay a little bit out of the way there because that's literally the racing line as he rejoins in. but not too much drama, thankfully.
Yeah, I was expecting some big collision, but again, as you said, his bumper's already scuffed here. As we're going to go back into live action after this, a bit of a battle has been brewing between Roy Rip Rip and Aliawafi Prenata, because you saw in that replay he was back. Oh, and another incident just as we're going to go back into that. Rialto Ristafani drops out of Stabilo.
Ay, another one there. I mean, Prenata is still about 7/10 of a second behind as they come out into Lacooms now. So still going to have to try to work a little bit to get the gap down in this next sector here. And with the track continuing to get wetter, it's getting only a single degree warmer right now, but that's still 17 degrees out here on track. So it's still very cold indeed. Real Ristafani spins out again here. Man, this guy just cannot catch a break, can he?
Yeah, he definitely has had not the rub of the green, but more like he literally just had bad luck written all over him today, isn't it? There's no other way to put it. He's just, well, he has the venom on the colors of the car, but in actuality, I think they're running in the golf liveries here. Whatever. It's not been the best of days for the MPL GP car, and certainly their sister car as well. The number 222 was also involved in the incident at the very same point Maui at the start of the race, where both of them just spun it on the top of the hill. One rejoined unsafely, and this is the car we're looking at. It's not been really the best of races for those guys.
Yep.
As further behind, there's another incident again.
Yep.
In fact, it's just rolled them again. Oh, would you believe it?
Ay.
This is not really going to plan, isn't it? It's gone from bad to worse, and then some for the number 23 car. That's actually just 6.5 points behind. Again, we have to reiterate the championship. And what's happening here?
So Nabil Aslan, I think, is getting a move done onto Aiden Tan, or rather was attempting to make a move just now. They just came out of campus, now headed towards Blanchimont. And he's getting very close here, and perhaps could try to set something up here by the time to get to the bus stop chicane. Quite a bit of action going on here on track, and so I see a few more battles going on. Another car currently trying to get itself out of the way in Radion at the moment.
Sabi Rahman, yeah.
Yeah, Sabi Rahman right there. In the meantime, Nabil Aslan, just takes a position from Aiden Tan as he goes into the pits. So, well, that was a... That ended up in nothing there, actually.
Yeah.
Tariq Noor will be able to get past as well as Aiden Tan takes into the pits. I think we're seeing... I saw early on another battle that was between Ada Harif and another car. Oh, Aaron Adams already dropped down to 29th, though. I think that maybe didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, in fact, he's way behind Aryadi Vishnu in the AM category. You saw just now, of course, Aslan was also battling with a AM car, so it's for overall position, but not for the position he wants to be up in front.
Yeah, so Nabil Aslan now very much clear of Tariq Noor and Aiden Tan. Now is only Iman Zuhaidi to look forward to, just ahead of him, about 5 seconds off. Russell Reyes, in the meantime, still has kept the pressure going. Alif Hamilton, although, has not really made any gains since last time around when we saw him. So for the most part, it seems like he's just holding on to that track position, just trying to stay within this top 3 here, or rather these top 5, because this is where it's the most competitive here, especially for the pro class. So Russell Reyes right now closing that gap as it comes down to the bus stop. Could he potentially try to make a move into Alif here, or is one of them going to dump in the pits? Nope, as both of them are going to continue straight on through into the Grand Prix straight, then up into La Source real soon. Alif is able to get a good exit out of the bus stop chicane, so that gives him a bit of breathing space for now. Coming through from La Source, keeping so close there is Russell Reyes, so he should be able to get a nice wrap by the time to get into the chemistry, unless Alif is going to be able to beat him to the punch, getting down to Eau Rouge.
Let's see that from the external camera view. Eau Rouge up to Radion now, and Alif's looking really squirrely there. That looks as though this might just be a slight opportunity. They went across the line that time, 0.5 of a second, the difference between the both of them, and Reyes just slightly faster by about 8/10 of a second that time around, so he's got a bit between his teeth. Whether or not Russell can make the move stick is another thing altogether. Alif can be quite a tough proposition to pass, just like his idol namesake, Lewis Hamilton. He can be quite a tricky cookie to crack.
Tricky cookie is a funny way to put it, but sure, Alif is very hardcore sim racer, and probably one of the best that we had in Southeast Asia, at least in recent memory. So it's certainly going to be giving Russell Reyes a run for his money for sure, coming into this battle. So I mean that's hence why he's been ahead of him all throughout this. You know, despite the fact that Russell has been keeping the pressure on him pretty consistently, at least for the last 5-10 minutes of this race so far.
Oh, and Jenny Liao, I think, has been involved in an incident. In fact, Jenny Liao and a car further behind, I can see, is one of the Bigo cars. I think it's 320. It is no, it's in fact, it's not B320. It looked like one of the Bigo cars. But Fazal Ali has been involved in there as well. So we might just have to take a replay of what happened here.
Yeah, one boy with Fazal Alim here. You can see one car just in front of him. I think that's an Aston Martin. Oh, he spins first. So I think that might have caused a chain reaction because he was right on the racing line, right on the apex on that corner. Managed to get out of the way just in time, but as he rejoins here, perhaps... No, okay, so he pretty much wasn't involved in that actually.
Well, he just dropped there on his own, so that's what caused the yellow flag earlier. But it could be Brown Charles' moment for a few people that came in just after that instance. But to his credit, he didn't get whacked by anybody, but he did lose a position to Jaden Liao, and incidentally, that's the win for the AM category, but he wouldn't be minding that too much because of the unassailable buffer that he has up in front coming into this race.
Yeah, Alif and Russell Reyes are pretty much neck to neck in terms of pace. It's not much of a differential between the two, so it's really just a test of nerves when it comes to this battle here to see who's the first one going to crack, especially under these torrential conditions here. But it's all just going to be about the focus, all about just maintaining your mental fortitude, if you will, in order to keep consistent on your deltas here. So for the most part, both of these guys have just been doing a bang-up job at that. For the fact that they've been following each other for half a second here shows that there's so much control going on between these two drivers.
Controlled aggression as well, because Alif, we know how he can be just metronomic in the way his pace goes. Russell, likewise, but he has that extra touch of aggression, and he has actually matured over time with the way that he drives as well. Really mature, controlled aggression when he gets up to the back of somebody and fights cleanly as well nowadays. So he's actually quite a tough opposition to put together, especially with him and Ali together on track. It's just two opposing figures going at each other, and two opposite forces meet each other. They are gonna go at loggerheads.
Yeah, so that when the strongest shield gets poked by the strongest spear, right?
In a way, yes, in essence. But in this case, because it's Tiger Defense, so that's why the shield and the spear analogy makes sense on that one. But I was thinking more, right, an unstoppable force and an immovable object coming together, that's when really you could come at loggerheads. Meanwhile, we're gonna go further behind some of the battles. He had to give love to everybody in the field. This is Fairiza Ali Shadani, also one of the guys that got involved in last night's Global Edition. He is coming up to the back of Muga Aiman in the other DS Arena / IRT Infinity Racing Team car. Looks as though he's just behind. Oh, in fact, 320 is involved again, and this time is coming through no-name corner, Jackie 8 corner.
Yeah, the corner, we've seen plenty of guys getting caught out over and over again. I mean, coming out of Brussels, you normally just take a slight tap on the brake in order to go in there, and that's in the dry. I think in the wet, you also had to be very careful about where you step on the gas again, especially on exit. And that's caught out quite a few drivers, not just in that instance alone. Priyanata, in the meantime, has been keeping up together with Ripper Rip. Oh, Ashfiqur Rahman is caught out on track here at the top of Radion, although very far up in front there, so there should be plenty of visibility for anyone else coming up through Radion. But for Ashfiqur, though, he's caught in such an awkward position that there's so many cars coming up behind, he's not able to find a gap in order to rejoin. And the fact that he's just facing the wall like this, can't exactly back out of this without running into someone's path. So he's just gonna have to wait. He's gonna have to wait until the 311 car gets past before he finally finds a gap large enough for him to move out.
And I think his co-drivers have done a good job here to warn him that don't reverse onto the racing line like he does now, and don't stall the car on the way out. That is exactly what he did not want. Otherwise, he'll end up like KP Seong when he got whacked by, incidentally, the 311 Entropy car. So don't ever try to get the car onto the racetrack when it doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, I think Renata has just gotten past Ripper Rip as we were witnessing that little spin there on the top of Radeon. So that's the Mustangs in front of Rip's Ferrari right now. In the meantime,
I thought Chandramaldi actually had a spin, but it looks like a slight spin. Anyway, back to the battle between Priyanatha and Rip.
Yep, so coming up the source right now, I mean, Priyanatha has been doing pretty well in that pace just now. And so we come across the line. I want to see what sort of like lap time difference which is between the two of them. Barely even a second. Oh, it's barely even a tenth of a second between the two of them. So they've been running very, very hot here. Although they're still in the 223s, which is
33s, yeah.
Yeah, 233. So I think they're kind of like at the very tail end of the performance that they're going to be expecting coming out of the tires. Even the guys in the top 5 so only been able to set 131s. Only a Leaf has been, I mean, metronomic as ever, is still in the 230s on his last lap.
Yeah, but it's impossible to get consistency, especially in the rain, because weather conditions is not like in the dry where it's more or less static, not all the time, but because conditions change per lap. But in the wet, it's anybody's game because it's water. So it just moves around everywhere. It's not a static object. The more it moves, the more that the racing line changes. That's why a lot of these guys get caught up by, if you go a bit wide offline, you're gonna have to spin. And we saw exactly at this corner how the Jackie X Speakers corner caught out so many people.
Yeah, and the fact that the rain's just pouring so hard. Suto in the meantime having to take a chip in the grass, almost gets in the way of a Porsche just behind him. Thankfully, both drivers were able to react out of the way, although I think the Porsche might have lost a bit of exit speed coming out of Radeon there.
Well, it's not time. If he lost exit speed, I don't think he'll mind that because he's going, as opposed to what happened to Suto's car. Look at the state at the front of that.
Yeah.
Even the side windshields have been broken, and it's highly without doubt there was a big accident that happened that occurred somewhere through Rouge and Radeon, and that's the state of his car.
Yeah, I mean, there could be potentially some suspension damage as well, as he's taking it a little bit slow right now out on track. So may have to nurse this all the way back to the pits, and it's a long, long way to the pits for him, unfortunately, though, being on the exact opposite end of the racetrack right now, in fact. So a bit of an unfortunate one. We're almost past the first hour right now for the Endurance Edition. So as it stands right now, Pratama is still in the lead of the race after having taken, well, in a very crass way, taken out Luis Moreno, who currently is running in 4th place. Pratama is able to stay in the lead, 17 seconds ahead of Alif Hamilton, build up a very, very good gap right now in order to hand over to his partner. Alif Hamilton, in the meantime, had been accompanied by Russell Reyes for the longest part of this stint right now, although Russell has not really found any opportunities quite yet to get past the very fast Singaporean, who right now has to navigate a bit of traffic as they come up now towards the second the final part of this track here. So as it stands right now, these guys are the one to watch out for. We're about 25 seconds from the first hour. We'll be taking a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go away. We still got plenty of racing action to go here in this eRGP Endurance Edition 2024 round number 5. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 5 of Endurance Edition 2024. Nothing much has happened so far since we cut to the break. We still have Imran Zuhairi, who has been on a tear, actually, trying to make his way up multiple cars so far. He was earlier on behind Nabil Aslan. Now he's ahead of Nabil Aslan here. And I think some pit stops may have been in order as well, because some of these cars, some of these drivers already finished their first stint. We're, of course, already past the first hour now, about a 6-hour long race. So now at this point, I think Imran is looking to try to gain as many positions as he can while still out on track here before he has to inevitably hand it over to his partner, Raja Shaukat,
yeah.
Shaukat, yeah.
Still, we just wait and see how that plays out, because he is hunting for his first ever win, of course, because he came close last time out in Silverstone before he got taken out by the Borneo Racing guy of Muhammad Azrin coming through Brooklands. And the one before that, before we had that long break at Kota, he came second in the wet conditions as well that day, but with Stratos that time. So he's got it, just done his own little joke team with Raja Amir Shaukat with some really nice colors. They should have used the word BR instead of GR, you know, just to make the point across, but whatever. He's still going on strong as, further accidents behind there. 888, it's a Magaraiman, and it's now going onto the grass. He luckily has gotten out of harm's way, as Adam Hakim, meanwhile, taking over from Ethan Lau in the Papega car. Also likewise had a bit of a spin through Blanchimont. There's definitely a pattern going on here. Plenty of corners that have caught up people, and it's always either the no-name corner or Rouge and Radio, of course, that's actually a given, and through Blanchimont.
Yeah, well, 3 of these corners so far has just been traps literally laid out here for endurance drivers, and unfortunately some of them just fell for it in one way or the other. At the moment, let's have a look at who else is also on battle right now. Jonicus is currently trying to chase up into Andika, who I think it was Andika has recently gotten back from the GT.
No, this is Mada Andika, not Andika.
Oh, that's what Mada Andika.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's different Andika.
Yeah, it's not Andika Ramamalana, but either way, Jean-Pierre Sonicus comes by and takes position easily away, so he's up now to P19. Having to recover for his teammates. Oh no, not again. I think Sutho for the Opami Esports guy, and I think the stewards might just have to come into play here and just disqualify, black flag some of these cars that have been involved in multiple incidents. They just have to be parked, otherwise it's for their own benefit as well, not to cause any more mayhem.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a tough one to swallow for drivers to get black flagged. I mean, you're out there struggling so hard under these kind of conditions, and you kept spinning out over and over again, but you don't give up, and finally, like, your race gets ended not because your car just quit, but because the stewards decided to call you in for reasons. Let's put it that way. So that's just unfortunate here for Sutho, because he spun out so many times all throughout. So he's very far into the back of the grid right now. 41st position overall at the moment, and it's pretty much in no man's land as far as this race is concerned here.
Ooh. Francis Dorato had a bit of a moment coming through. Again, that corner we talked about just now, Puhon, is one of those corners. We did mention that, but Puhon is also one of those corners that has a problem, as a few drivers are going through pit lane, by the way. So we won't be focusing on that right now, because despite on our timing screens they're being close here, they're just a few pit pauses apart. So we'll wait and see until when they come on track, and probably a switch of drivers to see if the gaps have actually closed that anymore. Meanwhile, Renati Wijaja, big accident coming out of Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, could be another spin situation again on the top of Radion. I mean, you mentioned these are one of the three pain points, I think, for some of these drivers. Places where they have to be extra vigilant, especially under this condition. The rain is not going to let up anytime soon, so there's not going to be a dry line. There's probably plenty of standing water that some of these drivers had to get through, even on the racing line itself. So a very, very tough situation for all these drivers involved here. But nevertheless, the race must still go on. We're not even at the halfway point yet. It's Mariano Pratama now just only coming out of the pits. 20 seconds, sorry?
Into the pits.
Oh, coming into the pits. So he was like 20 seconds clear of Alif Hamilton right now. And that's he's hoping that he's put up a big enough gap right now to hand over to his teammate. I'm not sure where Alif is at the moment. Might have also gone into the pits as well, because I see him just coming through the source right about now. Yep, there he is, tucked in just behind another car that's also entered the pits as well. So both of these guys will be coming in right around the same time to hand it off to their teammates.
Yeah, the JPR car number 121 is in front, but luckily it's not like in our factor where the cars are solid even in pit lane. It is ACC and other games, you can just go through, ghost in front of in between them. But make sure that you give a bit of separation before you get back on the track when the cars become solid again. Otherwise, we'll have a very nasty situation where two cars become one.
Yeah, that if you're familiar with multiple stories, you never want to be in exactly the same position at the same time as another person. Oh
well, yeah, that Michelle Yeoh movie. But or in Harry Potter, it's known as being splinched.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even the wood itself just
sounds painful.
Yeah. But either way, a change of car, and in the pit lane, splinch lane. Yeah, pit lane. Enzo Ison has taken over from Marina Pratama, and he will maintain the lead as he exits out of pit lane. Looks as though the young Filipino will be looking to just maintain this lead that Pratama built up. But with a bit of an asterisk, whether or not team orders will come to play much later, but their sister car is still in pit lane, so Moreno's way behind. Oh, he's immediately from the word go, a massive slide. So that's probably just a warning shot for things to come if he's not extra vigilant, especially in these conditions that can get really out of hand for other drivers if they're not very wary.
I mean, you're coming out of a fresh set of tires, which are more than likely cold, especially at this track temperature of 18 degrees Celsius. And of course, going into the pits itself may have cooled down your brakes a bit. So sometimes in these outlaps, you have to be extra careful, more than usual in these kind of wet conditions. So I think for Enzo, he just needs to kind of keep his composure, stay focused, and try to regain a good rhythm and try to carry that momentum forward here, because he's already been handed a pretty good lead here from his teammate Pratama. So now all he needs to do is just maintain that lead, try to keep that gap between himself and whoever is going to be taking over from Ali from this point on. Most likely Tasbi, right? Tasbe. So he's going to try to...
Alif.
Oh, it's still Alif. Still Alif going to be coming out in this stint.
Yep, and he's going for a double, so at least he could get his driving sticks out of the way in Indiana, because it's already about 12 a.m. over there.
Fair enough.
So again, it's midnight. He's actually racing on campus as well, so he's got the pleasure of using Ball State University's esports area for his benefit to try and drive in any competition. And recently also he's won the Intercollegiate League on iRacing, so he's riding high on the surge, but in this current juncture, not really the best of times for him and for Tasby, although they're riding second. I say that because it's quite, again, because they do really want to win everything they can get their hands on, and this is no exception. It's just that Pratama in the wet has been so impervious up in front that there was no answer even in Alif's hands at this point. But again, it's not finite. It's not final just yet. We wait until something happens up in front. Then probably the tide will turn. And speaking of turn, there is Paul Ryan Lopez turning a bit too much and had a bit of a spin coming out of Brussels.
Yeah, that's still in the back of the grid for him at the moment. Russell Reyes had been catching Alif Hamilton for quite a while. He still continues to stay within a second of him, even after coming out of the pits. So still very much game on here for Russell Reyes and Alif Hamilton. They will continue to keep this battle going in this next hour, I suppose. So, and well, we'll see how this will turn out here so far. Oh, Alif going onto the grass there. That's going to slow him down for sure. Russell Reyes might just have found an opening here to go against Alif Hamilton onto Lacoombs right now. Tried to get a side-by-side. Could not quite catch up to him by that point, though. Still has to tuck him behind, but he's a lot closer now than for the last time that we saw them around, so this could get really spicy here.
Yeah, let's see that coming up to Brussels. What happened to Ali for a second there? I'm not sure. Maybe he had a bit of a distraction, or he actually hit a bit of a rogue puddle and just put him out onto the grass. But mercifully for him, he kept it under control and just about avoided disaster for a second. But at the expense of Russell now, right up his chuff.
Yep, Russell's going to keep that pressure on him. It's only 0.2 of a second coming out of Puhan. There's a car just in front of them. That could be a back marker. He's going to be getting out of the way right now, so that allows Russell Reyes and Alif Hamilton both through, so they will be able to continue this battle going into the third sector. But Alif Hamilton now is going to have to play a lot of defense, a lot more defense than he has played previously. So this is going to be a very, very contested one here. This is the fight for second place overall in this race here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, as there's a driver, Nur Nabi, who has crashed off at the top of radio. No! Ooh. On the curb goes Alif. He knows full well that Russell's right behind, but somehow he manages to keep it under control there because the curbs can be quite treacherous in wet conditions. Nearly got a whack from Russell, and Russell flashes his lights in gesticulation, knowing that they both got away with that one.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, you know, ACC is really intense when it comes to how they simulate running over curbs and stuff, so it tends to slow you down a lot more than you expect, especially coming from other sim racing games. And unfortunately for Alif, you know, riding on the curb that time just opened up the door yet again for Russell Reyes to close up to him through the bus stop chicane. He will be able to get a draft on the Grand Prix straight. Coming up towards La Source, he's going to try to make the dive from here. He's going to try to hold back and try to make that move with Camel. No, he's going for the dive straight away at La Source. Oh! Then Alif tried to turn in, couldn't close the door in time, and Russell Reyes is already through by the time they're rushing towards Eau Rouge.
And did I say that both of these guys actually become immovable objects, trying to actually barge open a door that's very small? Well, Russell literally just opened the door with a welcome wagon. Literally just pried it open, and right under Alif's nose. We might have to look at that again, but from the onboard view of Russell to see if he can stake a case of whether or not he actually had the room there. And quite frankly, I think he did, but in Alif's defense as well, he would say that Russell went for a dive that was so not on.
I mean, they both kind of braked around the same time. It's just that the Russell brake maybe a little bit lighter compared to Alif Hamilton, but again, kind of hard to tell without being able to see the brake traces from both of these drivers. So that still remains to be adjudicated later on, but by my book, I mean, that was a brilliant move from Russell's part. I mean, trying to go for a dive right on La Source when I would have already more or less expected him to try to make the move at the end of the camera straight. Alif is spun around here, unfortunately, and now he's going to get passed by a few cars on the way. Blue flags are out as other cars are trying to get out of his way. Let's see what happens.
No.
Oh, he touched one of the back markers as he was attempting to catch up to Russell Reyes. Such unfortunate circumstances here for Alif Hamilton.
And it's Suto. Suto again has actually caused a major accident there, and it has to be said, a black flag may be in order for some of the drivers that have been involved in a lot more incidents than we would like, but Alif would definitely be absolutely miffed by that one. That was so not on. He had enough space, but Suto, because of his car being in a million different pieces, probably just couldn't control it and whacked the side of it. But regardless of that, the back markers have influenced this battle, and unfortunately we were robbed of what was a blockbuster duel between Russell Reyes and Alif Hamilton.
Yeah, well, that's such a shame. At least for the top end right now. Nabil Aslan, in the meantime, continuing to try to fight it out from 9th place on. He had been passed by Imran Zahaili early on. And Hakim right now trying to rejoin here on the Camel Straight.
What happened here?
Yeah, I wonder what happened to him
He spun it on his own because he touched the grass the same way that Alif did. But unlike Alif, Hakim just dropped it.
Yeah, and dropped it quite far, quite literally in the middle of the stretch of Camel right now. Nabil Aslan keeping the pressure going onto Imran Zuhairi. There's no more traffic in front right now, so Nabil should be able to try find a good opportunity here if he can stay close enough to Imran Zuhairi by the time he gets up. Goes a little bit too wide and over the curbs there that time, so maybe it might not be in the most prime positions here, but still going to try nevertheless.
Yeah, Ben, a bit of a smile. You might say a smirk as well from Nabil. He's probably just, enjoying this battle because he and Imran also are quite good mates in real life and on the track, because Imran acts as an engineer to him when he does racing in real life. But Nabil, though, might be thinking, yeah, I might just want to dunk on him for the sake of it. Okay, I'm just only playing up to it, but I think they're both in communication with each other. They know that they do not want to fight each other hard, but when it comes to the punch, maybe just have a bit of a battle for the cameras.
Yeah, I mean, after all, they're racing in different classes, so it may just be a fight for overall position, but not necessarily championship-wise, although, as I say that, Nabil Aslan has 3 other cars, including Imran, to get past. Darwin's Chia from LOR Ascent has just spun out here. I think this is just as they're entering into campus, so yeah, a bit of a bad place to be in, but not the end of the world. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to let a couple of cars through here. May have sustained some damage, perhaps, because he's looking a little bit slow on the exit there.
And he will have to just drag that car all the way back to the pit lane just so that he could continue back in the race. But that number 7 car has been in the wars a lot. And speaking of being in the wars, there is another one of the Bangladeshi cars, and that first name actually is quite ominous, isn't it? Shadman Sabik Rahman. And for those of you who know, don't start typing in the comments, by the way. I think someone don't know what that first name means. But anyway, Shadman Sabik Rahman has actually dropped it coming into Puhon, and he is now completely out of harm's way. But once again, so many cars just coming a cropper at Puhon.
I mean, we've seen a lot of spin outs already from on No Name, on the top of Radion, and on Blanchimont. We're going to be adding another to the list here. I mean, it is still very treacherous out here, mind you. I mean, the rain has just not let up at all. It could potentially be entirely wet first half of the 6-hour race here. So I think these drivers just have to, as the name implies, endure these conditions.
Yes. Again, that comes part of the package, isn't it? You just have to go on with the job of driving for a long period of time, on top of the weather conditions, and on top of rather unpredictable drivers at times from all sorts of backgrounds, because again, it opens to everybody. We just love to see big fields, but sometimes there comes a bit of a caveat whether or not some of those drivers might play ball quite nicely. And for Alif, he found that out the hard way, as we can talk about one of those cars that has been in the wars. That's what happened there? That's number 159. Yep, that's one of the cars. Oh,
clattered there, but I mean, at slow speed, so perhaps may not have done too much damage, although I'm not sure if he sustained some damage from earlier on. Ooh, slowing a little bit. I think he may need to teleport or something, or need to restart his engine or something. Might be a lot more damage than I realized there. So because I'm just looking at his hood, it's just completely hanging off there, completely a huge gap from his hood to his bumper. So I think he may have sustained a lot more damage than we saw early on.
Indeed, we are Tateng Vong, who has actually competed before previously for the Sunchild team. Looks as though the Thai team are not having such a good day today. So not the Cup or Saudi Cup in any sense for them to the weather, but nonetheless, Tan Teng Vong will try to drag that car all the way back to pit lane, albeit he might find it a bit more cumbersome than he would have liked.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, if you sustain damage in your front suspension, there's really not much you can do but just like drag the car along. I mean, it just brings to mind like a funny conversation I had with like a mate of mine who is a real life driver, where he was talking about like kind of like the situations you have to deal with as a real life racing driver, where like he was complaining to his engineer that, oh, I actually hit the wall and my steering's a bit bent. Is there anything you can do? And like, the steering engineer just kind of looked at him and go like, no, there's nothing we can do. You know, you just gotta have to drive it as is right now.
Yeah, it's not like in a video game where you can repair it within a few minutes.
Right.
That will take at least an hour or so just so you can just dismantle the car and put the steering back into alignment. It's, again, the beauties of sim racing where you can get away with that one, but in real life, no.
You know, a hit like that, I mean, even the lightest of taps sometimes, even like the touring car series, you know, you'd be surprised at how even the gentlest, what appears to be the gentlest touches could easily mean like a cracked radiator or broken like line or just electrical problems. It's just a multitude of problems that can happen in these cars in real life. Paul Ryan Lopez, in the meantime, trying to recover out of a spin in Le Coubs. I mean, we've seen time and time again drivers just having to take into the escape road or having spun into the runoff area, and unfortunately, Paul Ryan Lopez has just been the latest victim claimed by that corner.
Again, it's just a long line of drivers, a list beyond a rap sheet, I would say, or a blacklist, whichever you want to put it. Just again, the wet weather conditions really have been intense, and for some drivers they found it a bit too intense. So that's where you see some of these incidents. And for Paul Ryan Lopez, the Filipino driving for a Thai team, he's just become added to that list. Anyhow, it looks as though it's not much battles going on track because everything has been spread out again due to the fact that pit stops came to play and incidents, especially between Alif and Suto that happened earlier, that has unfortunately robbed us of that particular battle. But we have one here between Kent Lau and Reynaldi Wijaja. It looks as though Wijaja managed to get that position away from the Singaporean, and that's a freebie for him, but way behind for where he would have loved to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, he still has a 10-second penalty, by the way. So that pass there might just be to like compensate for that extra 10 seconds that he has to serve later on in his next pit stop.
Yep.
So Luis Moreno, in the meantime, still maintaining more position.
Oh wait, we were just viewing them for a second.
Yeah.
And there it is.
It's just spun around in front as we were looking at Luis Moreno, and I think that could be just unforced because I don't think there was any other car in front of him. Yeah, it just slid all the way out through
on the white line.
On the white line.
Yeah. Well, that was a position for the points as well. He was up to P15 in the M class, and there goes his chances of getting points today.
Yeah, well, that's just a shame right now for him. But, I mean, good thing that he didn't take out Luis Moreno, otherwise he'll be absolutely kicking his steering wheel, given everything that's happened so far in his first 1.5 hours of this race. Putra Dama right now driving for ERS Team Techno. Wilson Wood from LORXN has spun out, and this is right at No Name corner. No Name has claimed yet another victim.
A No Name that has claimed many names.
Hey, a little bit of a bump on the back there, but I don't think there's going to be too much lasting damage. It didn't look like it was that fast as well. Managed to slow the car down, or the car slowed down, thankfully, as it slid out backwards. So that's a little bit of a saving grace here for Wilson Woon, and we'll continue to run on 21st overall at the moment.
Yeah, back to the 777 that we were viewing earlier. This is a battle that has happened before with previous driver, because it was Mike Donaldi, a very popular streamer who is mostly an F1 racer, but he has actually dabbled in multiple sim racing content, and he also was the commentator for TGR GT Cup Asia, by the way, for the Indonesian commentator. So I met a guy personally as well. Really cool guy, talks about racing passionately a lot, while his fellow co-commentator Adi Saputra is big Indonesian football fanatic. So lots to talk about between all of them there. So Donaldi, he actually probably has gotten used to driving in ACC, but that time around we saw, remember here, right this very corner, he dropped it because the wet weather conditions really can claim victims when you least expect it.
Yeah, it's just like momentary lapse of like focus anywhere on this track can easily mean the end of your race. That's just how treacherous things are as it stands. The track temperature is starting to rise a little bit now. It's already 19 degrees on the track itself, so that's maybe a bit of good news perhaps for those who are struggling to get temperature into the tires. Although I wonder what kind of temperatures can even get under these rainy conditions in actuality. But for Putra Dharma, it's certainly going to try to use every bit of grip he can get because it's already getting closer and closer to the car in front of him, and there's plenty of traffic to go around as well. So Aiden Tan may have to figure out a way to get past him quickly. Subaitsuto again. Why hasn't the black flag come out for him yet, though? I mean, man, it's just been really heartbreaking, really, to see him struggle so much out of track here. But back on Putra.
And there's a big car in there on the way for good measure.
Yeah,
that's Hakim. Yep.
Yeah, Putra continuing to keep the pressure on. Again, there's still a lot of traffic in front there, so Aiden's going to have a lot of trouble right now to get Putra off his toes if he cannot get past these cars in front of him, and that's just making things a lot more difficult for him than he needs to. But for Dharma, you know, really couldn't care less about what Aiden's situation is because he wants to get past him as soon as possible. Tries to get alongside of the exit of Lasource, can't quite find the speed on the exit though, so Aiden continues to stay in front, but only just. Now Putra is going to try another attempt, maybe at the end of the Eau Rouge here. No want to go side by side through there, especially in these GT3 cars. But Putra Dharma stays close enough, may have lost a little bit of space there to Aiden Tan, so may not be able to benefit that much of a slipstream. A bit of a moment there actually, Putra.
The road, sorry.
Yeah.
It was the road puddle.
Yeah, the little puddle and a little like a hump actually at the end of Radion going into Camel. So now continuing to keep himself close by, may have to wait again perhaps as he tries to close up here to Aiden.
Yeah, but again, he also has to consider the fact that the guys he's battling with are actually battling for second and third in the M class as well.
That's why, like,
Angela Sanaratne and Aiden Tan.
And that's why, like, he probably couldn't care less about this battle here because they're not even racing the same class that he is. He just wants to get past them so he can continue to chase the other pro class drivers.
Yeah, but he doesn't want also to ruin this battle. Maybe, okay, he might not care less about it, but he doesn't want to end up being in the Snooze bad books.
Fair enough. Well, I think that battle though is being interrupted a little bit. It's another car, another pass is just ahead, occurred ahead here. Now Aiden's gonna try his best to stay out of the way here. But this McLaren that's in front, is that McLaren?
Yeah, it's Sanaratne for the Ceylon Motorsports Club, and he is actually looking pretty strong here for a podium, but Aiden Tan has other ideas.
Yeah, Aiden now switches around.
Oh, no!
Inside, not quite an A-pillar, but he will get alongside by the time to get past the apex. Now he's in a great position here, closes the door on Sanaratne, and now that's going to allow Dharma now to try to get a run-up onto the inside of Ceylon Motorsports driver. Trying his best, he is going to be able to get through here.
Wow. Talk about gutsy moves. That is an epitome of, if you have an opportunity right there, just seize it. And for Aiden, he's up to second now in the AM category, but he still has, in fact, he has another car. That's the one of the Obumi cars. That's it. And again, the number 512 car really is Lopez.
Yeah, going so deep there, and unfortunately Lopez is going to get caught out by that. Putra Damar is right now just behind Aiden Tan, so he was able to stay out of that chaos here, and that little contact might just open up the door, but watch out from the inside. Muhammad Alif now is cutting through everyone here, looking at how packed it is going into La Source. Putra unfortunately had to back out of that, and Ryan Lopez now is following, going ahead of Putra at the moment. Putra Dharma, I wonder what has happened to him there as he was attempting to get past. It was just so much traffic, I think, that's just in the way there, unfortunately.
He got mugged twice. Once because he had to let Alif out of the way to come through and he goes on the road puddle again. Two, he got mugged by Lopez, who actually just outbraked himself and whacked into the side of him.
Oh my goodness. Chaos all abound here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're not even halfway done on this endurance edition yet, so well, I mentioned to you guys already from the start of the show, make sure you bring your snacks because you're all gonna be eating so good after this race here.
Yeah, with the amount of drama, very zesty as well, considering the fact that the biggest talking point is the fact that Alif, while battling for second, got taken out, and that really would not sit well with the Amigos Racing team, as up in front, Reyes has actually overtaken. Now, we did not see that because we were focusing on the battles, but Enzo Ison, who had an 18-second lead after the pit stops, has lost the lead to Russell Reyes. Would you believe it?
That's crazy. What happened there to Enzo Ison? Did he spin out or something? There's a 3-second gap between him and 5-second gap between him and Russell Reyes currently on the live. Ooh, I think it might have made a mistake somewhere on the track, because there's a lot of time he has lost there. I mean, what, 19 seconds that he had in the lead to Russell Reyes earlier? So I'm pretty much guessing it might have been a spin. I mean, we did see him getting a bit squirrely at the start of his stint, so perhaps that has come back to bite him hard here, and unfortunately that has lost him the lead overall in this race.
Yeah, and well, in fact, he is in the pro class, so he is racing for the overall, despite it being a red tag, because he is counted as a bronze driver. Really, really unlucky moment for him, as Adam Hakim, likewise, another youngster who has ended up facing the wrong way for a second and has gotten going at normal speed again, while Imran Zahaidi has been overtaken by Nabil Aslan.
Well, that's finally that's done and over with here for sure. Whew, look at how shaky that car is here, trying to get its way through. I mean, you can imagine how clattering, all your bones clattering, you know, inside the race car, because race cars not particularly famous for the comfort of the drive, if you will.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is also as a result a legacy of sorts of the damage that he accrued from his own mistake being in the barriers and some other collisions along the way. But that Bentley probably is not looking the healthiest, and likewise the BMW in front is not pulling away either, so Nabil maybe is also having to nurse a bit of a injury to the car.
Yeah, and like those injuries pile up over and over again. Funny, you just call it injuries.
Well, the cars are hurting as well.
Well, you know, it's like man and machine are both athletes, you know, in this kind of sport. Nabil Aslan currently sitting in 8th overall, still I think like 6th place in his class right now, in the pro class. Enzo Elson has been passed early on.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a little bit too close there. Arham Rahman almost getting the way of a BMW there.
And this is teammate to none other than Antar Buyan. So they actually changed numbers on the car because there's a pit stop error that they had. So they will incur a penalty later in the race because they will exceed driving time. Again, it's one of those other cars that we will safely say might just need to be pulled into the pit lane for their own good, because they have been involved in so many accidents.
Well, 4 hours, 25 minutes still remaining in this race. Not even at the halfway point in this Endurance Edition, and already we see plenty of spin-outs, plenty of action, plenty of overtakes, and plenty of rain. Meaning the rain has been so far pretty consistent throughout this entirety of the race. It seems like on the weather forecast it's going to start to let off a little bit, so that could be a bit of relief for some of the drivers here, especially those who've been struggling under these conditions. No, Luis is just hanging on for dear life as he's coming through campus there.
Yeah, he's lucky to hang on to it, but you can tell full well he is also fired up here after a shaky start to the race and his first stint. He's actually settled in, but settled in about 14 seconds behind Alif, and he is flashing his lights vigorously to the Overme esports car right in front. That might be the number 512 of Paul Ryan Lopez. Yes, it is. So Paul Ryan Lopez just sees him. Oh no!
Oh boy!
Oh, that was very, very lucky that he did not cut across there. Those two are Filipinos, by the way, despite racing for different teams. One a Thai team and one a Singaporean team, but both countrymen would have actually come to blows in a civil war if that would be the case.
Well, wisely get out of the way, although he had to lose a bit of time coming out of the bus stop as a result. But then again, that's what you have to kind of do under blue flags. You got to let the faster car get on by and get on their merry way. Luis Moreno still has 15 seconds of time to make up for before he can think about trying to challenge Alif Hamilton for a place on the podium. In the meantime, the other LOR car, Wilson Boone, still stuck in number 22. It's right now behind car number 888, I think. Yeah, it should be that car. Just Magat Ayman in that Porsche in front. So he's just, well, I think in his class at least he's gotten some positions, but at least from overall, still in the middle of like no man's land, I think, practically, when you look at the track map especially. No one else around him to race with, so pretty much just him and Mega Ayman right now, just battling it out.
Yeah, we're just only looking for battles across the track because it might just have connotations later on, who knows. But Mega Ayman, he's entitled to fight because, again, there are no blue flags here. This is a battle for position, so if Wilson Moon wants to get back up to where he was prior to this, where he was fighting with Fazal Ali for the win, they'll have to just get some overtakes done. And first order business to get by a driver from a class above, which is the 888 DS Arena IRT car. That's his first main target. After that, he can try to work his way from there, but he'll find a much tougher opponent for the Mario Hagnam, who's no doubt gonna be not in the best of moods here today because the race has not turned up the way he and his team would have liked.
I think that's you know, a story that is told over and over again for a lot of drivers right now, because things have certainly not gone well for a lot of drivers here. I mean, no less because of the conditions, but also because of the smattering of bad luck that seems to have befallen some of our drivers here. But Wilson is going to try to make that luck work for himself here as he continues to try to close that gap now to Megat Ayman. It was about 0.6 of a second last time around. Last time he got around a control line. Ooh, that's looking a little shaky on the exit there for Wilson. Might have lost a bit of time as a result, as Megat should be pretty comfortable, or relatively comfortable comparatively, as he is taking quite a decent line through those last few corners there.
Yeah, we're talking about Wilson nearly coming adrift at sea there for a second. Castaway reference if you get that. But he still is hanging on to the back of Megat Ayman, just waiting for the right time to strike. But again, he will be just hanging on to the back here because they're the only two guys on track that are in close proximity, apart from now Leaf, because he is actually reeled into the back of Enzo Ison, who no doubt Ison will be a bit more pensive now, knowing that the pace that he had earlier is now gone.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was the good work of Rianata to hand him that gap, but now all that seems to have gone to naught here, because now Ison is under threat of losing yet another place here to Alif Hamilton, of all people, like one of the stronger fighters here in this competition. So it's going to be a very, very tough one, but Ison's just going to have to keep his head down and carry on here if he wants to try to stay at least on the podium. So, well, let's just see how this will play out now.
Yeah, coming through Wuhan then, they have negotiated that safely. It's Ferrari versus Ferrari, of course, to save Nix. But the difference maker will be the drivers on board here as, oh no, not another one.
Wide.
Oh, they're going side by side here through Fanyas and Pit Path, and Alif gets around the outside. Shows his weather driving prowess just like his idol.
Yep, just perfect execution there from Alif Hamilton in the car number 44. Although I wonder, given that he is driving Ferrari, so like he's already like beaten his own idol to the punch, I suppose, in this virtual world.
Actually, funny enough, he's driven the Ferrari since last year, so it was a foreshadowing for what was to come. But unlike Hamilton last year, he and his brother and cousin Jin Masvilton managed to get the championship out of the noses of the other competitors. So in this particular case, he's probably trying to emulate, or rather predict the future for their idol. They're all Hamilton fans, by the way, to get an 8th world title. But that remains to be seen whether or not he could gel with the Ferrari team for next year. But that is the future. The here and the now. Alif will try to get back that lost time after what was just a couple of tenths in it between himself and Russell Reyes. Got knocked out by a back marker, and now it's 13 seconds.
Yeah, well, let's see whether he'll be able to catch up the time. We know from his qualifying pace that he certainly does have a lot of pace on hand, at least relatively compared to everyone else on track here. So we'll see. It's a lot of clear track from him here on out. It's only another back marker that's right now in the middle of the Camel Straight. So he perhaps going to have a lot of room here to stretch his legs and show us what he's got.
Yep. Meanwhile, the battle that we were focusing on earlier, the other close battle on track, was Wilson Moon and Megat Ayman. Looks like it's ebbing and flowing ever so slightly as, the 555 of Melvin Malik and Adam Harif. Murdoch was also in this car earlier where he was involved in that big accident. Well, we can now get to see the car in its full glory. very nice colors on board, but oh, would have actually scuffed up that paint job.
Yeah, a little bit too close to the curb there, and had to slow a little bit, looked like. So drive-through penalty here from Malik. Ay, that's just not what he needs right now. I mean, it's never a good, it's never a welcome message anytime you get told that you need to take a drive-through penalty. Oof. It's going to be a rough one here from Malik and his teammate Adam Harif.
Yeah, oh, and we had a bit of a problem on the start-finish straight just now. I was trying to find the number 3 car. Enzo Isan actually was involved in a bit of a battle with a back marker, but he is clear. Really, that was quite close between him and the number 720 Papega car of Chandramauli Anandan. Oh.
Well, at least it's already through from that, but riding on the curb. Oh, who is this? Adam Hakim. Yellow flags are out here going into Brussels, but he's already cleared. He's already been able to get back on track here, but I think it's lost quite a lot of places as a result of that.
Left, right, right there. Speaking of this is the Gaggle cars coming by now.
On
this
Farhan.
is Farhan. Yep, for the, well, it's named Food Panda Racing Team, but it's actually under the name of WT Motorsport. I gotta say, they win livery of the season, I would have to say, because it just looks like the back of a Food Panda car, bike, and it fits so well, to be honest. It really is a nice livery.
Well, at least you know with a car like that, your deliveries are never going to be late. That's for sure.
Well, unless you have a jam like this.
Like a traffic jam.
And this one, he is in a bit of a jam.
Yeah, well, 404. I think all that's missing right now is to get like a grab car to actually participate in the mix. Although, you know, the Stratos car is not too far away from that green, to be fair.
Actually, yeah. I mean, apart from the back between, yeah, it does fit the grab vibe, but the grab colors are a little bit darker compared to that. They have stripes in their CI, so to speak.
Then what, we will need another car to be sponsored by Uber, and then wow, it's going to be off to the races here.
Quite literally.
Yep. So now we're already approaching like the 1 hour 45-minute mark here for our 6-hour race. It's been war of attrition, I think, for a lot of these drivers, particularly those who have been struggling under these conditions. The good news for them is that the rain should start reducing its intensity within the next 15 minutes or so. So perhaps if the rain does let up enough to allow a bit of a dry patch to form up on track, that could certainly be more conducive for these drivers to start putting in some better lap times. But for now, the benchmark still very much set by the top 5 here, a 2:30 average here for the top 5 drivers, and that's pretty much where you need to be if you want to be able to toss it up with the very best of the current crop of Endurance Edition drivers.
Yep, 229.3 is being set by Marina Pratama as another incident for the Sunchild car from Tanakit Jangjit. Again, it's one of those many cars that we have at the back of the field right now that really need to be given a, well, not to say a black flag because that was qualified immediately, but a black and white flag, because that is for sportsmanship reasons. They really need to just keep their car going in the right direction, drive at a predictable pace and predictable behavior so that no one will get involved in unnecessary accidents.
Yeah, sometimes that's the kind of thing, like in some disciplines of motorsports, it's about consistency, but it's oftentimes about, you know, maintaining a predictable pace. Like, especially when you talk about pack racing in NASCAR, for example, you know, you don't want to be swerving around. In fact, the rules for racing in that particular series is different precisely because of that. They don't want to have cars just weaving around all the time when you got cars literally following inches from each other, you know. And the same is pretty much true as well for endurance racing, although like the rules still very much follows like the FIA rules as far as overtaking is concerned. But sometimes when you got trains of cars, when you got multiple classes of cars driving and on track at the same time, it's more it's better to, you know, to be a predictable driver rather than trying to, you know, dive on everyone at every given opportunity.
Yeah, that is also the theory, but ultimately, when you put it to practice, some drivers may not have that kind of racing etiquette in mind, or they're oblivious to it, to say the least. Sometimes they have the best of intentions, but then the execution's wrong.
Or just like sometimes just the heat of the moment, the adrenaline pumping, it's more or less a matter of like who's going to come out of this unscathed, right? You know, sometimes, you know, in the heat of the moment, things can happen, especially when all these drivers are just vying for points, for positions, for glory, you know, on the racetrack. So sometimes, you know, just got to give them a bit of slack, although not too much I expect from the stewards of this race later on.
Well, the stewards are going to come on him like a band hammer, of course, with the amount of accidents that have been caused here. And this might be a potential for another one because it's back markers left, right, and center. But the Team Uncle car being as predictable as ever because they know how to give away, and that intense. Oh no! Well, did I spoke too soon again, didn't I? Because that looked as though it was very predictable until Wilson Woon was the one that actually whacked to the side of Shadman Sadi Rahman.
Oh, that's just unfortunate for him as well because a lot of cars were coming up behind, so he had to stay on the runout for quite a long time before he was able to rejoin. That's just going to further add to his woes. Let's have a look again, this time from the perspective of Wilson Woon himself. He was already braking quite hard. The car is already way off the racing line, but he just understeered into him, braking hard into the corner. So I don't know whether that could be, you know, something they could use in defense of that, but whatever the case, you know, that's just a shame here for Shatman.
Yeah, and the fact that Wilson probably was on the brakes, but the ABS kicked in and the tires locked up, so that's why we saw he couldn't brake in time. And Shatman, again, this time around, however, was being predictable. He actually stayed offline.
Yeah.
So he, it just goes exactly to the point I said earlier. Best of intentions, but the execution, in this case, someone else's execution was completely wrong.
Yeah. That's racing. That's motor racing sometimes, you know. Just have to kind of roll with the punches a little bit. Wilson has been struggling all throughout and still stuck in that 22nd overall. Jean-Pierre Sonicus currently trying to put some moves onto Fauzi Alim, getting onto the inside here. That's a good move. That's going to put him now ahead of Fauzi Alim going forwards here. So that's a bit of luck that perhaps he needs on his side right now, being inside the top 10.
Yeah, but again, Fauzi Alim also remembers that this is not his fight because he's fighting against a pro guy when he's on his way to winning the AM title for sure now, because there's nobody else in his vicinity that's remotely even close to challenging him. So he knows full well, yep, I'm not gonna fight it too hard, let you through. And he's probably gonna do the same thing with the Mario Hasnam, but Hasnam, of course, he's actually a lap behind now, so he just wants to get his lap back against some of the other guys and get on with the job of recovering what is presumably a lost cause, but it's gonna be very close with these guys.
Very close indeed. And well, I think one thing that's going to be good for Damario Haslam, even though it's not really fighting Farhan for championship position, as it were, because just having a car in front of you can perhaps give you a bit of slipstream, although, you know, the visibility might start to get a little bit sketchy if they start to get into more and more traffic. But the good news is that the rain has already started to let off a little bit, so the mist you see thrown up for the cars is already reduced quite a bit. So I think visibility should be pretty good, all things considered, for these drivers. So now on board once again with the Food Panda Racing Team driver Muhammad Farhan. Currently sitting in 19th overall. He's got Durato just in front of him, about a second off as they came out from La Source earlier on. So now he's got these cars with company at least for this next part of the stint.
Oh, something happened to the 889. Moreno spun.
I know what happened there. Moreno was sitting in 4th position early on. I think he's got passed by Clapano due to that spin. Does it look like that he hit anyone perhaps, or well, we'll see in a few moments time. But going a little bit drifty wide there through that corner, braking hard, and then here riding on the curb, and oh, just slid out on under throttle application. So yeah, this is pretty much an unforced area from Luis Moreno, and that's Clapano, I believe, getting past him there.
Yep, it was Calpano in the Aston Martin, that rather pink bluish car. It looks a bit like Barney, if we're honest.
I don't know, like that. It looked like a retro-futuristic version of the Norway flag to me.
Or Lazy Town.
Oh, yeah, perhaps, yeah.
You can see it right as well. But anyhow, yeah, that was quite fortuitous for Calpano, as a 5-second penalty is given for Russell Reyes. Now, what's that about? I'm going to have to look through the stewards' messaging for this one, whether or not this was actually a result of contact on track.
Yeah, that's interesting. So that 5-second penalty I mean, right now he's still ahead of Alif Hamilton by 16, but if he does have to serve it anyway, that certainly is not, again, time penalties like these is effectively acts as like ballasts to the drivers here, so they're just gonna have to deal with it when they get into the pits the next time around. But crucially, I think for Russell, like he's been really good at keeping ahead of Alif Hamilton throughout, and I mean, granted, you know, Alif had a bit of an incident with a back marker, which is hence why he was further behind.
Okay, so we have confirmation of why the number 29 has been given a penalty. 5 seconds was because he actually hit the side of Alif Hamilton, would you believe it?
Oh.
So the number 44 and 29 were involved in an incident. It was a dive bomb that was not yeah, it was turn number 1. Remember, he went through on the inside there, the one where Russell just barged his way through. So that 5 seconds, you might say, in terms of the grand scheme of things, with the 60-second gap he has, may still have time in hand. But remember, it's a long pit lane, and you never know that some damage will be in there. It is actually going to be more detrimental than what most people would think, because 5 seconds is enough to actually lose a bit of time on track. As 555 has actually spotted, that is Melvin Malik, and mercifully he's out of harm's way.
Yeah, and, I don't think he's got much cars around him to worry about, at least at this stage. So, well, that's where things stand right now for all you guys who are watching at home. Make sure you guys stay subscribed to our YouTube channel here. This is where we post all of our live streams as well as the videos on demand here for our races in the eRacing GP series. We also would like you guys to go ahead and join us on our social medias, because we are constantly updating you guys about the ongoings here at eRGP through our Facebook page, our Instagram page. We will post our official results as well as notifications for whenever we have events coming up. And in fact, those who are subscribed to our social media feeds will have no doubt has seen the registration open here for this very endurance edition. So that's the way, if you guys are wanting to find out exactly how you stack up against the very best of eRGP, why not sign up for the next race that's going to be coming up soon. So make sure you stay tuned on our social medias for that.
Yeah, but of course you cannot sign up anymore because it's the final round of the season.
Fair enough. So I mean,
yeah,
that's more for next year. You know, next year is still going to be another year.
Indeed, but for this final round, it has been quite dramatic from the start. A bit of a lull period, but still, we had some major collisions up in front, and that overtaking maneuver by Russell on Alif has proven to be the overtake to take the race lead for now. But that penalty has an asterisk. Does it affect him that much? You might just see his lead being whittled away, and no doubt Alif will have fire in his belly after what happened earlier between the both of them.
Oof. I think I've seen Chia having like a stop-go penalty. 30 seconds long. That's a crazy amount of like time that he's gonna have to deal with here. Darwin Chia from LOR Ascent. Massive penalty.
And you have to remember, stopping on 30, stop in his box. Go through the pit lane, front lane, stop, and then go out afterwards. That's gonna lose him more than 2.5 minutes. And there we go. Now
it's a whole lap.
Yeah. A whole lap and then some.
Dang, he's gonna come out so far behind. I mean, he's already in 37th place overall to begin with, so this is, if anything else, just beating a dead horse in a sense. But, well, you know, rules are rules. You got to serve that stop-go penalty, and he does come into the pits now to do so.
Meanwhile, on the other end of the spectrum, another LOR car is being attacked. This is the sister car to Chia's. This is Enzo Ison and Alexis Clapano going at it. Clapano, the Filipino, fighting against his fellow Filipino, Enzo Ison, but they're both driving for completely different teams. One is the home team, which is Allen Racing from Philippines, and the other one is Singapore's LOR Ascent. As a car behind actually has gone off track, but we're not going to mind that. We're going to look here at the battle between these two, number 3 and 31. But Moreno is also not that far behind, so he'll be watching briefly if something happens between these two.
Yeah, it's going to keep a very keen eye on his racing line right now, taking a very deep late apex entry there. Enzo Ison did, and that's going to allow him to break free from Capano's grasp here as they come downhill into Eau Rouge. So let's hope they keep it nice and tidy for the next bit. I mean, so far we have not seen Radeon claim any other victims for quite a while now, and with the track conditions continuing to dry up, you're starting to see a bit of a line form on the racing line here, especially on the Camel Straight. I think it's starting to dry up with some parts of the track, but not dry enough really to give you an optimal amount of grip, that's for sure. So these drivers still will have to be very much on their toes, and I think Enzo is very much feeling a bit antsy at the moment because he sees that Aston Martin very much inside his rearview mirror now. You can see how close the Aston Martin is here to this Ferrari. So Enzo is going to have to play massive defense now for LOR Racing.
Yeah, his pace compared to Pratamas has not been the best comparatively, but he's still holding himself up well here, as we have a few more incidents coming further behind. That's the Pacquiao car, Malik Fakrul spinning at Blanchimont. Of course, that's another victim of that infamous corner now, and he has left the race. So that's the end of the Pacquiao team for this year, and not in the best way possible. They would have loved to actually hand it on high. Any comments?
More I think spam maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, so far, I mean, just like to say, like, thanks for everyone who is watching us on both YouTube as well as Facebook here, for joining us on this journey here. We're about a third of a way now through our 5th round of the Endurance Edition 2024, and currently Russell Reyes is leading the pack here, although he still has a 5-second penalty to serve on his next stop. Melvin Malik, I think, might spun out just a little bit earlier on. He slowed a little bit, and now is being caught up by some of the other cars behind, becoming a bit of a bottleneck as it goes through Puon right now. Oof, a bit of a tough one here for Malik, because he certainly does not want to be getting in anybody's way right now, especially when he's just come out of a spin here.
Yeah, that's, I think, Roy Ripperip. I can't find his tracker on our live timing screen right now. He is somewhere there, but Roy Ripperip is coming out to the back of him. There we go. In fact, Roy Ripper has fallen to 35th. How far he's fallen?
Ooh, yeah. That's really far down the order, as it were. And it's funny, because like it's basically trying to unlap itself, perhaps, in this circumstance.
Yes. He's just trying to get by, in fact.
Ooh, side-by-side action here.
Side-by-side coming out to Blanchimont. This will be, if it's a battle for the win, will definitely be intense, but we're not really that G'd up for this one because of the fact that, well, there's a battle for someone trying to unlap himself. Meanwhile, let's see then, where was that close battle up in front? Because I thought I saw for a second that... Oh,
that turned right into him there.
Yeah.
Didn't he realize that Ripper Ray was already coming pretty hot through? But Ripper Ray goes into pits anyway, though, so I wonder what exactly was the thought process there. I mean, perhaps he was just wanting to take that inside line so they can easily exit out into the pits there. So a bit of an unfortunate circumstance that Malik wasn't quite aware of Ripper Rip on his inside at that time, so he just literally turned in as he was trying to take the apex.
Yeah, more and more cars are coming into the pits as we're coming up now to the end of the 2nd hour. Well, it's been quite intense, isn't it, Vic? And the race battle up in front is still ongoing, and the final spots on the podium are still being decided. But it might just be a good idea to now go into a bit of a break, isn't it, Vic?
Indeed it is. We're going to be taking a short break here as we enter our 2nd hour of the Endurance Edition round number 4 for 2024. We'll be right back with a little after a short break here, but don't go away because racing will still continue here at the eRacing GP. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo in the commentary booth, and we will see you after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ERGP Endurance Edition. We're seeing Alexis Clapano making a move there to lap some of the drivers out on track right now. He's still 20 seconds behind Alif Hamilton at this point, and he's been trying to catch up to him for quite a while now. Has gotten a bit of a windfall after having passed Enzo Ison earlier on to get onto the podium overall, and also podium for the pro class coincidentally. So it's certainly on a roll right now, isn't it, Ammo?
Definitely, but this particular charge may come a bit later in the race that he would have wanted. Though nonetheless, at least he's got a bit between his teeth, ready to put the work in before Alan Drake Cruz comes into the car and finishes off the season. But nonetheless, it's been a promising one, even if there was flashes of brilliance. But that last round in Silverstone, when they had a front-running car until disaster happened towards the end, definitely was Calpano trying to make up for that one.
Indeed. So, as it stands right now, Russell Reyes is still the leader of the race after 2 hours of racing out here in very wet Spa, and that wetness is starting to dry up a little bit as the weather forecast is showing that the rain is letting off slowly but steadily. It's still pouring out there, hence there's still a lot of wet patches for these drivers to worry about, but you can already see a bit of a dry line starting to form on the racing line particularly, so that's going to help a bit of the grip condition for some of these drivers here, although the moment they start to step offline is perhaps where the grip situation starts to get a bit squirrely for them. For Russell Reyes though, he still has a 5-second penalty to deal with on his next stop, but he's still 18 seconds clear of Alif Hamilton at the moment, so at least he does have that buffer to go for going for himself at this point.
Indeed, but that 5 seconds also is going to chip away what was the advantage he had. But make no mistake, he will still be ahead, nonetheless, though he will be ruining the fact that the dive that he had coming to turn number 1 on the inside of Alif has drawn the ire of the stewards, and the penalty given to him will set him back slightly. But will it be an ultimate detrimental thing to his race? Remains to be seen.
Yep. So at least for now, he can rest. He can take to heart the fact that he's right now leading this race. He's very much in command of it in spite of the 5-second penalty. Just needs to be able to keep that pace going, especially compared to Alif, compared to Capano, who has overtaken Enzo Ison, as I mentioned earlier, for that potential podium position here. Although it's still a long ways to go, so we cannot quite count those chickens yet. For Luis Moreno, it's been no shortage of misfortune that's come his way. He did qualify in first place during the start. He got nudged out of the way and unfortunately had dropped down to third and has dropped 2 positions since then in racing conditions. So right now he's just really trying to limit the amount of damage that this is going to do to his championship hopes, because at an earlier point, you know, it looked like LOR was pretty much going to be on for maximal hollow points at this very tail end of the Endurance Edition, but now he's going to have to fight it out hard because he's at the bottom of the top 5 right now, and this top 5 extremely competitive when you consider the lap times here.
Indeed, and you gotta remember, it's probably be driven by some really fast guys up there, Reyes, Alif, and Clopano. And so Isan is up there, but pace-wise, he really wants to buck it up as well. But make no mistake, he is one for the future. You will see his name up in front after this. He made his name in the TGR GT Cup Asia this year, so no doubt we'll be one to watch out for. But for now, it's a baptism of fire for him. He will have to make his stock look high here by trying to defend against a proven competitor also in the GT Cup Asia, his fellow Filipino teammate at that time, Luis Moreno.
Now he's got a bunch of cars just ahead of him right now, but he's looking a lot faster than them. Perhaps he's going to try to pass a few of these back markers here so he can continue on his merry way. He's getting in the way of another, I think it's the sister team. This is car, isn't it?
Yep, it's the sister car. That's Wilson Moon, in fact. So Wilson, and he has a drive-through, so yeah, that's what we say, the better for him. But yeah, it's an LOR family portrait, shall we say, up at this point.
Well, that's going to be one for the guys back in LOR to screenshot, you know. But I mean, you know, got one car like very far ahead and one car attempting to try to regain some positions. I think at least for his amp class here, perhaps he may be able to get some points yet, even despite his stricken condition here. One of the cars is going to move out of the way here.
Oh,
yep.
No, but not only that, but Wilson, it's another drive-through.
What?
He had one just now, remember? Now he got another one. I would hazard to guess. He went through for the pit lane to serve his drive-through. He cleared it, but he came back to play for a scheduled pit stop and got another drive-through for it.
Oh my god, that's just misfortune after misfortune for a lot of these drivers. And I mean, that's the thing. I think in ACC as well, the pit limiter is manually controlled, isn't it? So that's why you have to be very careful on pit entry. You gotta be mindful of where exactly that detection line is, and make sure you don't speed past it. Otherwise, you know, that's an instant drive-through penalty, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a no speed zone, sir.
Yep, no speeding in the no speed zone. So Luis Moreno right now is able to move up the 4, but that's only because Enzo Isan has just gone into the pits, who looking like a bit of a tight puckering over there as we enter into the Coups here. That's Abir Ahmed, who's one of the back markers actually that are trying to get on by. I mean, both of the LOR cars are actually lapping this this BMW here.
Yeah, again, best of intentions, but the execution nearly completely wrong. Luckily, though, he didn't whack to the back of Moreno, otherwise he'll definitely be miffed by that one.
So who else have we got on the menu here? Ooh, Shakur's got got a stop-go penalty. That's the second stop-go penalty I'm seeing here in this competition so far. So that's 30 seconds that he has to stay in the pit box after coming into the pits, and there's no, you're not allowed to go for your normal scheduled pit stop in that situation. So he, again, not exactly the best. Not exactly the best situation for Ashir Shakur at this point, and the 720 car certainly has had a bit of a few moments here and there in this race so far.
Yep. Meanwhile, there's some other battles across the track that we can look at. This is between two different classes again. It's Justin Roldev and Joshua Ivan Miliono, and again, your heart goes out to Justin. This is another title fight that he has to put in the bin, because he came close in Season 14 for Global Edition. Just lost that to his teammate Azul Shamimokta. That's why he was hoping to win with the team, Papega Racing together. But after the qualifying woes, they started 32nd overall, got involved in some mayhem, including being involved with their sister Papega car. Now they're right at the back here in 30th, but nowhere near Fawza Alim, who's no doubt going to be laughing all the way to the bank, winning here in his first ever title in the his second ever title in the GP, and he's looking to make it a double, because remember, next week in the Global Edition he might just win another one in the silver class.
Right Right now it's getting run up really hard here from Moliono in that Porsche, the yellow one. That's just right around the outside of Lasource right now. He's going to go wide while Justin, struggling a little bit under braking there. I think he's gone a little bit too deep and hard there, and that's going to allow Moliono to pass him on that Porsche. So that's one place again lost here to Justin Rauldev, just further adding to his woes now at this point.
Yeah, that car is not looking very healthy at this point, but again, it's just whether or not they just want to continue. It's their prerogative. They just want to finish this race and get some points on the board. As another spin has happened, but in front that's Francis Dorato. He spun it twice. He was at Puon, but earlier he spun it coming out of no-name corner. So again, the drivers are finding these corners very, very tough.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot tougher, at the start of this race because of the wet conditions. The drying racing line that you're starting to see on your screens right now is certainly going to bring a bit of relief for some of these drivers, because you can get still plenty of grip through there, and that allows you to start to gain, rather lose some time, let's put it that way, in order to try to catch up to the rest of the pack. But conversely, that's kind of the same for everyone else here. But step a little bit off that racing line, and you tend to do that, especially under passing, and that's certainly going to be a recipe for disaster if you're not too careful on your throttle applications. Enzo Ison, who had gone into the pits early on and relinquished his 4th place there to Luis Moreno, is now back on the chase here. This time is behind one of the Ceylonese Motorsports team's cars, and just getting a nice view on that rear bumper of that McLaren.
Yeah. A very nice design though. The McLaren really is one of the striking cars, and a very easy one to drive. But they'll have to watch out, because we had some isolated yellows coming out of Blanchimon, and take a guess of who caused that, because it starts with the number 15 car. Yeah, it's that one again, the ATXR car, the Bangladeshi car that came here. But again, it's just they've not even had the best of runs here.
Yeah, I mean, Antar, who was driving the car earlier, was struggling, and his teammate seems to be struggling as well in terms of pace. I mean, could be just maybe a setup issue. I mean, sometimes, when you're having a wet race here, you cannot exactly have a car that's set up too tight, because it cannot really take advantage of the lack of grip that's going on the track here. So, well, we'll have to see. I mean, for them at least, with car number 15, has been definitely a day to forget here for those drivers.
Yeah, especially a lot of the newcomers, but they will be looking to just finish the race. That will be at least a consolation prize. Just finishing an endurance race. That will build a world of confidence going into future races. Now, Kalpano's into the pit lane. It might be a scheduled stop. Enzo Eason will get back up to P4. Nabil Aslan has gotten the fastest lap of the race, but he will come into the pit lane now.
Yep. Just very typical. Like you do a fast lap on your in lap, just try to minimize the amount of pace that you'll lose inevitably, as you have to take this very, very long pit lane. Like kind of like yeah, it's kind of adjust as well. This is of course using the endurance layout that uses the classic start-finish straight, so the pit lane is a lot longer than it is in normal Grand Prix conditions, because even after you come out of La Source here, there's still a long way to run. You only exit the bit pretty much out of Eau Rouge, if I'm not mistaken, so it's very long, and you have to still stay on the pit limiter throughout, so it's a very long trip into the pits here for Nabil Aslan for sure. So he's going to be coming out more or less around, I think, what, on track, coming out ahead of the 404, so yeah, that's around like 13th place maybe for Nabil Aslan.
Yep, and you gotta remember, it's not just Eau Rouge, because Eau Rouge is where you turn off the pit limiter, but you come out at the top of Radion, and it becomes a tricky adventure of its own, because you have to actually go back onto the racing line for one, but two, there's a puddle on the exit of the pit lane, so it becomes really treacherous even just to get out of the pits.
Yeah, you can see that's exactly where the pit exit is. It comes out into the runoff area and re-enters right at the bottom of the Camel Straight. It's uphill facing straight here that Ashir Shakur is just going up at that moment. Now Joshua Ivan Moliono, fresh off his pass on Justin Rauldev, is starting to catch up to another car in front of him. I think that's Chang Jit, one of the Thai drivers in this competition, driving a McLaren here from the Sunchild Racing team. Getting really close and really testy here.
Yeah, but again, that car's also been bumping the walls. I'm amazed that it's still ahead of a few other cars behind. So they've done a decent job for themselves, and they pulled a bit hard right But he did have to do that. Oh, in fact, they did have to do that because he wanted to go to the pits.
Yeah, so he had to pull really hard. But that's the kind of tricky thing about that corner, isn't it? Like, it's right on the apex where you want to enter into the pits. So sometimes you'll be braking a lot harder than normal, and that can sometimes catch out. Especially what we saw, I think earlier on. You know, one of the drivers was going to go into the pits, and another driver who wasn't too aware just turned into him. Whack, right straight into the door.
Yeah, but again, there are signals on these cars, of course. Like every road car that has been turned into a race car, you still have some of the creature comforts of the real world cars to tell you when you want to go to the pit lane, and signals are one of them. Meanwhile, someone needs to put on the hazards for this one.
Yeah, Francis Dorato from Sim Racing Philippines, facing the wrong way around, is going to have to turn all the way back into the runoff area in order to rejoin the race safely. Down in 16th place, so it's lost a heap of amount of time, I expect, out of that spin.
Yeah, luckily he didn't get collected by anybody else, but I think, once again, that corner is just a very, very difficult proposition. You do not want to get it completely wrong, otherwise you'll face the wrong way and into the path of multiple cars.
Yeah, and I think even Dorato was looking a little bit shaky going through Pruhan, so perhaps that front tire might have overheated a little bit and needs to kind of bleed out a bit of that temperature before it's going to be able to get back to optimum grip. You know, you were mentioning about like signals that on these cars that to signal whether they're going to the pits, and it just brings to mind, you know, the classic Le Mans hand signal.
Yeah. that was the olden days, but because you know the GT-based cars, absolutely, they have signals that you can just turn and you can go where the direction you want to go. But these drivers, of course, probably are not using it. They just want to use the signal of intent by using the car physically to go there, and that's exactly what Tang Jiangjit actually did. To tell, okay, that I want to go to the pit lane, I'll go very hard right. But I thought he was being a bit defensive because there were blue flags. He didn't have to fight, it was for position. But again, that's just a good intention. But execution may be a little bit too crazy.
Yeah, sometimes like it's all about execution in motor racing, or rather in any kind of sport, really. You know, you can have all your theory crafting, you can have all the preparations that you do off the track, but when it comes down to it, it's just really you and the steering wheel and the throttles and the brakes and just the way you actually apply all that knowledge and skill that you've already built up here and try to put that into a cacophony of racing out here on track. So, as we are entering now 2 hours and 20 minutes into this race here, quite a bunch of cars going into the pits here, particularly as well Muhammad Alif, who should be at the tail end of his stint right about this point. And given that it should be more than past midnight, I think, in Indiana right now, I think he may be starting to get ready to hand things off to his teammate here to finish off this endurance race for the rest of the 3 hours that still remains here. Enzo Isan also jumping into the pits here. So he's he was already in the 4th position earlier on, but with Alif Hamilton also in the pits as well, is not likely to lose too much of positions. Russell Reyes now coming out, having successfully served his 5-second penalty, still remains in the lead of this race as he comes out onto the Camel Straight.
Yeah, executed pit stop perfectly, and on top of getting rid of the penalty, now he doesn't have any more worries unless further troubles come if he whacks a back marker or any other troubles that come. But not wishing it upon him, it's just that the unpredictability of this race, you never know.
Yeah, again, still 3 hours and 40 minutes remaining. Anything can still happen, you know. The track conditions might still change. Mohamed Tasbi has finally taken over from his brother, so we bid good night to Alif Hamilton as Tasbi now is taking control of the 44 car. Another spin here, Ashfiko Rahman, the 42nd place driver right now, facing the wrong way, now facing the right way around. Yellow flags no doubt came up there at the end, coming out of Vagnes. So Ashfikor, he's gonna have to try to endure all of this right now. I mean, the number 15 car we've seen has struggled a lot under these conditions, both in the hands of Ashfikor and also Antar, his teammate here for ATXR Racing. So just only surprised that the stewards have not called them in, but they will continue to try to, at the very least, finish this race. Oh, a spin out of the back there of Rahman. Who is that? That's Amir Ahmed. Oh, what a drift, though. Managed to save it at the last moment, although probably, That was a bit of a moment, that's for sure, for this BMW coming into Blanchimont. I mean, we've seen so many cars spin out of this part, but somehow he managed to find a counter steer.
What a save, and I think he clutch kicked as well because the car did not go around, but points for style, I give it that. I think most drivers would have actually just panicked and completely lose it, but Abir caught that, though he would have loved to have actually been still up in front somewhere near the Anfield.
Yeah, if I was a drift racing judge, I'd probably give that only a 7 because he didn't follow the racing line, but I digress. It was still a good save anyway there. But, yep, he's dropped to 42nd place there. He was earlier 41. Oh, car behind him, the Porsche losing control on the top of Radion. That's Joshua Ivan Moliono in 27th place. That's not a place you want to lose control for sure. I mean, right at the end of Radion, it's pretty much where the crest kind of like starts to fall away from the car, right? So I think the car is like, the suspension is not really loaded at that point, so it's understandable that traction is not the best as you come out of that, and combine that with Moliono running over the curbs as well.
In the wet.
In the wet, no less.
Oh, and we're looking at Farizadi Shadari stopping go penalty, a third victim today.
Another stop-go penalty here. I think the third one we're seeing doled out in this competition here. Tasbi right now has the task ahead of him of trying to catch up to Russell Reyes. Last time around with Alif Hamilton in the helm, there was about 18, 19, maybe 20 seconds between Russell Reyes and himself. Now, after coming out of the pits, we'll see is a 23-second gap. So the 5-second penalty, in spite of the 5-second penalty, Russell Reyes has actually managed to gain a bit of time now compared to the Amigos Racing car.
Probably because their pit stop was not botched per se, but maybe they were repairing damage that was caused by Russell whacking the side of their car. Now they have actually lost more time than they would have gained.
Exactly. So we see the 44 go past No Name, aka Jackie X Corner. Just want to see exactly how much pace will he be able to gain now that he's taking the reins from his brother here. I mean, his brother's already set pretty much a high benchmark. Oh, actually, I think the faster lap was someone else. What do we have here? Gibran Faros from Bana Esports on the side of the track here on Fagness. And has to kind of wait for quite a bit. There's a lot of traffic coming up behind. 2, 3, 4 more cars to pass on by here before he has a bit of clear track in order to come back in. And that's sometimes, you know, the frustrating thing about spinning out. Sometimes it's just that the waiting, you know, the waiting before you can rejoin the track safely is sometimes the longest wait of your life.
And speaking of longest wait of your life as well, look at that, Melvin Malik again. The Borneo Ronin Racing car, VRR. Definitely are not having the best of times, and he and Murdoch have really been shafted a lot by a lot of accidents through no fault of their own. Some of them, yes, they spin it themselves, but for the most part, their race was really shafted.
And that's a tricky thing. I think even in this kind of like mixed conditions, considering you have that drying up line, you know, that you can see on your screens here. That's the patch of the track that is that's a lot more gray, that's less shiny compared to the rest of it. That's giving you a lot of grip, but when you step outside of that racing line, it's pretty much wet. So you just go from having a decent amount of grip to having no grip sometimes. And we've seen like back in, I think it was 2020 or 2019, like that actually caught up Valtteri Bottas as his rear tire just touched a little bit on the wet patch. Not sure exactly which year that was, but it was at Silverstone, if I'm not mistaken. But there was a kind of kind of like this situation I'm describing here, where like he was racing on the dry line.
No, it was 21 in San Marino. It was in Imola where he was racing with Russell, where he crashed into Russell.
Sorry, Imola. That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, it was Imola 21.
So yeah, like he was on the dry line. His rear tire just touched the wet bit that's just outside the racing line, and this car just completely spun from that point on. And that's, I think, kind of like the thing you had to watch out for in this changeable condition right now, especially this rain is letting off bit by bit. We're already seeing the track temperature rise up to 24 degrees Celsius, so that's actually getting pretty warm for the standards of Spa right now. So Saiful Bakhtiar, he's taken over car number 44 for the Food Panda Racing team, currently running in 16th overall, has a stop-go penalty to serve here later on.
Yep, he took over for Farhan. Farhan had the penalty prior to that, but then he got a stop-and-go 30 for, I think, without shadow of a doubt. Pit lane speeding.
Oh man, it's like pit lanes. Always catching out those who are least expecting it. And here comes Saiful Bakhtiar to serve his stop-go penalty. That's 30 seconds. He has to stay in the pit box. No work can be done while the car is inside there. So there's just further adding to the woes right now for 404. They're likely going to be coming out in the 20th or so places by the time they're done with that. Rialto Ristofani, in the meantime, having a good run up here. Abisekera is the car that's just in front of him, and Ristofani is now within his slipstream.
Yeah, coming onto the camel straight, looking left, looking right, looking back to the right again, and he has enough of a run. We saw yesterday in the Global Edition how they did it in AC. Well, in ACC, it's the same thing here. Meanwhile, Gibran Faros has actually spun it around. He's waiting for the rest of the field to come by.
Oh, the car also almost lost control there. Clapano almost was going to be ending up the T-boning Gibran Faros if he didn't get the car under control out of the exit. But perhaps just seeing Faros' car, you know, just a position like that might have just caught him off guard a little bit. So understandable under that condition, but great save there from Clapano's part.
And we have more cars overtaking further behind it as Taufik getting by Marcus. And now we will also see Ristofani involved in this battle too. It's not a battle for position per se, it's just track positions. But here, left, right, center, there is Faros giving way. And good for good reason as well. And well, it's the back markers that create the interesting battles, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they become quite effectively the traffic in this endurance racing situation here. I mean, normally, you know, in prototype racing, you know, the traffic, quote unquote, is like the LMP2 cars. Well, in this case, it's literally the same class of cars, so you don't have the power differential between them, you know, to differentiate traffic. It's literally a car that has of equal caliber to your own. So you really have to try to, unless these cars are going to move out of the way for you, you sometimes just have to take them the old-fashioned way, as it were, just try to make an overtake on them. And Rialto Ristofani has done well. He's now got a bit of clear track in front of him here to continue his charge in 14th place, having already dispatched Abisekera, who's now down in 15th. You can still see him sliding quite a lot. Even when he was passing Abisekera, he was sliding on the exit as well. Very wild, this Mustangs that are being driven here. And in the hands of Rialto Ristofani, he's really making it work for himself.
Yeah, but again, that kind of unwieldiness of the car sometimes has bitten him right in the backside, especially what happened on top of Radeon.
That's the thing. Like the car is heavy and it's very like tail happy as well. Not exactly the best kind of combination to have on a corner like the top of the very top of Radeon, where the track sort of like falls away from the car relative to its momentum upwards, right? So, well, I mean, Rialto has survived pretty much for a long time so far. Now he's going to be navigating through a bunch of back markers here. He quickly flashed his light there to get that Ferrari out of the way. Saiful Bakhtiar, as mentioned, has already finished taking his stop-go penalty, comes out in 21st place. That puts him just behind Setiawan. So perhaps this stop-go penalty is actually delivered to us what could potentially be a battle right now in the AM class.
And not only that, but this is a battle for P4 in the AM class, so it's in the top 5. This is all to play for. And remember what happened last time between the 404 and another car while they were battling for position in a very good spot. They ended up in an accident, crashed at the bridge on the way to Brooklands in Silverstone. The 404 crew might be thinking a bit to be more wary about this, as here they come now. 2 Ferraris, 121 404 JPRT, and the WT Motorsport car coming to final corner. Will this be a maneuver? There's the inside line for Bakhtiar. They're still at it side by side on the front straight here, Vic.
Wow, good exit there from Setiawan to stay alongside, but they will have to carry this forward now into La Source. This time Setiawan will have advantage here, being on the defensive line, but oh, cutting it right in front there is Bakhtiar. Well done on his part there. He actually closed the door completely on Setiawan, forcing him to stand on the brakes there. Fantastic move to get up into 20th place for the 404.
Lovely bit of driving from both of them, but Bakhtiar was really aggressive on the brakes. He knew that if the guy on his inside braked earlier, he could just cut across, but takes full trust as well to do that. But Bakhtiar manages to just ease his way onto the inside and takes the position away back to P3 in fact, to that position. You know, Yes, it is P4. No, it is P3.
P3.
This is for the podium.
Nice work there, Bakhtiar. Certainly will be happy about that, despite having to take that stop-go penalty earlier on. He's going to be at least happy that he's going to manage to recover a spot on the podium. For Setia Wando, well, looking at the gap that's formed now between himself and Bakhtiar, certainly a huge pace differential between these two drivers here. So, as it stands right now, we are 2 hours and 30 minutes into the 6-hour race. The track is warming up gradually. There's already a dry patch appearing on the track. That's been quite conducive to some of these overtaking maneuvers as we've witnessed earlier, and certainly starting to drop the pace for some of these drivers here. But it's still not quite out of the woods yet, pun intended, because we still have 3.5 hours of racing remaining, and it's still pouring despite the reduction in rain at this juncture.
Well, there ain't no sunshine yet. But still, battles are not coming as plenty as it was prior to that because it's a bit spread out. Of course, given that the pit stop cycles have actually caused this. But for now, though, we're waiting and seeing any more developments up at the front, which is still just on a knife's edge. Yes, in endurance racing terms, 20 seconds, that's not worth a lot.
Yeah.
It could still go either way if someone actually gets it completely wrong.
And that's the thing, like the times have dropped. Like right early on at the start of the race, the fastest time was 2:29. Currently, the fastest lap is held by Pratama once more, a 2:27.4. So that's the amount of time gained, and that's an indicator for the level of grip that's increasing now for everyone on track. So this is certainly going to be good news for especially those who are looking to, those who were struggling early on in the first phase of this race. Now they're going to start to be able to find their footing, so to speak, and hopefully seeing more of those times start to drop. I mean, seeing 127s all across the board, even down to like the 15th place overall. So certainly these drivers are starting to enjoy the improving conditions out on track here, and that could be conducive for some racing here.
We'll wait and see first whether or not that will be the case as Amir Naim comes to the pits, and the driver as well for the race leading 333.
What?
So that will put a span into the works because the Sim Racing Lanka car, yeah, is in M. They're really away. Andrew Sean, he's in the clip. But look at who's in that other car, 786 Pro-Am, Fahad Ghafoor.
Fahad, our the admin of the for us here at the eRGP, is also taking to the track. I mean, oh yeah, forgot to mention even Imran Suhaidi, who is also our producer for eRGP, is racing in this. So he's definitely taking the opportunity here to get some of the racing action in our own races here. So Fahad right now is running in that 10th position, currently second overall, I believe, for Pro-Am.
Pro-Am, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's classified as Pro-Am because sometimes it could be that way, but I'm pretty sure the 786 car, yes, it is in Pro-Am. And Fahad's got the driver himself! Oh no, and he goes out immediately.
See, not even the admin is spared, you know, from drive-through penalties. You know, when you gotta serve it, you gotta serve it here.
Wow, wait. And that will allow Rajamir Shaka to come through to come out the second. And for him and Imran Zuhaili, well, can you imagine they take another second place for Imran? It will be gut-wrenching. Second place for 3 consecutive races in the span of 8 months.
Always number 2. Oh boy. Well, maybe next year might be their year, but for now, at least they could rest on the fact that you know, they put in their best. You know, it's just sometimes that best may not be enough to overcome the very, very best here, as Naim continues to stay in very far ahead in that lead. 18 seconds, in fact. Oh no, I think more than that actually, because that's 18 seconds to Sean, who is ahead of Rajamil Shaukat. So a lot of time, you know, between Naim as well as Shaukat at this juncture.
Yes, Shaukat comes through 24 seconds to his delta.
Yo, yeah, that's a long, long way. That's like, what is that? A quarter of a lap there between the two of them.
Yeah, where is Sean right now? Yeah, he's coming.
There he is.
So it's just a sector away.
Well, there's Rajamir Shaukat in the GR Bentley. It'd be kind of funny if like Bentley actually collaboration in real life. The car's gone a little bit wide there. No Name has to take to the runoff area, very narrowing runoff area. In fact, because the tire barrier is just close by. That was Billy Noviar, Rabana Esports. the 39th place car on track right now, almost getting in the way of the number 10th place car here in the form of Raja Mirashaka's GR Bentley.
Yeah, it could have turned ugly for a second if Noviar comes back onto the track and goes into Raja Mirashaka. That would have been curtains for their battle for the win.
Oh, a bit of bad news, I'm afraid, for our drivers here in terms of weather forecast, because that rain was gradually reducing. It's going to get wetter in the next 15 minutes, so, well, it's going to have to keep calm and carry on. It's still going to be a very wet race here out in Francorchamps. So, well, hopefully that doesn't take too much out of the dry line that's already starting to form here. Certainly not going to take too much out of the temperature, which is already hovering at 25 degrees Celsius here on the track. So that certainly will allow a bit of warmth here for the tires of these cars, even under these conditions. But yeah, I mean, for now, Russell Reyes 20 seconds ahead of Tasbi, still remains in the lead overall here for all of our classes involved. Right now we are riding aboard with Raja Mirashaka, the number 10th place car, currently second overall, second in the Pro-Am class, 10th overall, and still has a long way to go before he can actually catch up to Naim. So if anything, Raja Mirashaka is going to try in the stint to not only keep the pace but also to keep the track position here, especially with Fahad Gahofor. Gafar is like, is he like 2 laps behind Raja at this point?
Wait and see until he comes across the line right now, because
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, still, again, unlike F1, these cars gaps are only updated as they come across the control lines, which are on the main, on the straights, the start finish, and also on the sector entries. So that's hence why the timing tower takes a little bit more time than usual to update if you are someone who's used to the quality of F1 broadcast. I think that's Clapano now getting past Fahad Gafour to unlap himself, perhaps?
No, I mean, Clapano's...
Oh, no, Clapano's lapping him,
yeah. But the thing is, Fahad is actually a lap behind Shauka because of the long penalty pit lane.
Yeah, so that's like not 2 laps, but 1 lap. I mean, still bad, but not that bad. Duran Abisakera is going to be going into the pits now, no doubt to serve his drive-through penalty. That thing will definitely put him down into the 20th place, or maybe even more by the time he gets out of it. And he, as it stands, was in the 15th place as he entered the pits. I think somebody is spun out in the source. That's number 720, Ashish Shakur. Thankfully, is not quite in a position to interrupt anyone in the race. Let's see what happened there for him. This is him coming out of the bus stop, coming into the Grand Prix straight. I think it might have spun out on the exit of La Source, judging from where his car ended up. So it's taking it to the entry really slow. Oh, got tapped in from behind from the Bigo car. So not exactly his fault, actually.
Yeah, he came in quite gingerly, but that's to be expected. It's wet conditions, but Wijaja misjudged it big time, and there goes Asher Shako. Asher would not be pleased with that one.
Yeah, well, Wijaja will still move up into 28th place nevertheless, as Shakur is still stuck down in 30th. I mean, both of them are not even in the same class as well, given that Wijaja is racing in the AM class, where Shakur is in the Pro-Am. So a bit of a inter-class warfare, let's put it that way, to go along with our Civil War jokes that we've been doing all throughout this weekend here.
Oh, disqualified!
Disqualified here for Billy Novier, Bana Esports.
They had a stop and go penalty 30 there. You saw for a second, but they did not serve it in time, and they've gone into the pits.
That's why when you get those penalties, you have to serve them here, ladies and gentlemen. And unfortunately, Billy Noviar had to learn that the hard way here. So, well, that's just heartbreaking for him. It's disqualification, meaning he cannot continue in this race. He will not be able to place anymore in this final, in this 5th round of the Endurance Edition. Omar Azreen is a car on your screens right now. He has drive-through penalty to serve here, so still coming around and just only entering the final sector here. Still a long way to go before he gets to the pits.
Yeah, but he'll have to remember after what happened to that one. He'll just go to the pit lane. Corinia 1, Gary Corinia 1 also is involved in a big one. You can see the front of his car is completely mangled.
Yep, it's the hood is just hanging on hopes and dreams right now. It's actually in real life, that would be a massive, massive amount of drag on the front of the car, and that's going to allow the 5 car to get past now.
We're gonna get it stopped in time.
Oh no, he does not. He runs into the back of the 555. Oh my goodness, was not going to be too pleased about that. Gary Kunyawan is probably going to be going into pits. So does the 555 as well. Ay. That's just, again, when you're having the damage in the front, you have no downforce on the front as well, which means you have no grip, which means that he probably understeered into the car. Just unfortunate, I think, for the 555 to just be in that position.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time. But again, it wasn't his fault. Azrin actually this time got on the racing line properly, but it's just Korean one he couldn't stop because the car was completely busted. But the thing is, it's the complete opposite of what happened to Azrin last time, where he took out Imran Zuhaili coming from Brooklyn. So in a funny way, the shoe's on the other foot.
Karma, as Fernando Alonso likes to say.
Well, I don't want to say karma because it could have happened to nicer people, but it's just shoes on the other foot.
Well. Oh boy, what was that there? That was
Daryl Brady, and it looks as though that might be Ahmed, yes.
Abir Ahmed there having to dodge out of the way as Daryl Brady was trying to rejoin onto the track there. And that was quite a moment there for that BMW driver.
Could it have gone worse that time if someone actually decided to feign left or feign right sooner?
17 minutes ago in this third hour of a racing here in Francorchamps. That's still very much wet out here as we are seeing a 3-car battle down into Eau Rouge here. That's Megat Ayman that you're riding aboard with. Redcliffe is in front of him as he gets so close there. He has to dodge into the runoff area there to avoid that, but he's also got an LOR car behind him as well, racing him through the Camel Straight. He will be side by side with the AMG, that's for sure. But coming into Lacoon right now, Redcliffe is the one that's going to be taking the wide line. The LOR car's already touch from the behind there from Megat Ayman. Almost unsettled the LOR car, but it still managed to run on through into Lacoons.
That was Marino. No, that wasn't Pratama. That was actually Wilson Woon's car, isn't it? Jaden Lau this time is back in there. But luckily though, no such incident happened apart from just a slight touch. And he's actually sandwiched between the two DS Arena and IRT cars.
So it's, I mean, it's not even the same phase as both of these drivers here, but it's already having a lot of pace here compared to Redcliffe. He's going to try to cut him on inside of Puhan. Will be side by side under braking and will be able to get right through. The blue flags are already out there to try to indicate for them to get out of the way, but Jaden Lau now able to get right through, and thankfully no major harm done here in this battle. As you can see right behind him, Redcliffe is still under pressure.
Yeah, but the thing is, he doesn't want to actually compromise his teammate because they're in essence riding the same car. Megat Ayman and him are part of the IRT squad, so they do not want to trip over each other. Otherwise, that will be a weird team briefing afterwards.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to be in that briefing, that's for sure, if both of these cars do come together. And they almost did at the top of Radion, that's the thing. So Megat Ayman still continues to chase behind Redcliffe here. Again, they are in different classes technically. It's just that I think Megat Ayman following too closely behind Redcliffe through Radion just now may have almost clattered into the back. Now he's going to go around the outside of the bus stop. Redcliffe backs out of that battle there to allow Megat Ayman to dive into the pits here. So that should be able to resolve the situation now between these two drivers, as Redcliffe is now unleashed here and is going to be able to race on his own. Megat now coming in for a drive-through penalty, it looks like.
Yep.
So yeah, it's going to have to serve that right about now. As we look on the rest of the grid here, I think Korea 1 has also picked up another drive-through penalty here. I think it was a car that was involved in that collision, right, at near the bus stop. So it could be for that, or it could be for something else.
Got the track.
Left the track with that thing. Could be. I mean, usually drive-through penalties are doled out for cutting the track limits way too many times. That's for sure. So Gary Kunia 1 currently sitting in 20 seconds, likely to lose a few more places there. He's got an LOR car just behind him. I think that could be, yeah, I think that's the Ferrari, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it is Pratama, incidentally.
Yeah, Pratama is currently running in 4th, so blue flags are out there for Gary. He's going to have to get out of the way there sooner rather than later, although he comes back onto the racing line, forcing Pratama to go wide there at the exit of Puon. But successfully navigated his way through. So Pratama now 5 seconds behind Luis Moreno, at least from the last control line. Still yet to see exactly what the exact gap is between the two, but I suspect it's not really too far off because you can see that Pratama is just coming out of campus right about now. So Pratama should have still a few more cars to get out of the way, 2 more cars in fact, before he can catch up to Luis Moreno.
Yeah, Moreno being 5 seconds ahead of the other Moreno, Pratama. And remember, these two came to blows already at the start of the race when Pratama accidentally dumps Moreno out of the way and takes the lead of the race from the get-go. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Let's see then whether the LOR Ascent car is going to play ball with the main sister car.
He's going to have to see if we can get past the Ceylonese Motorsport car that's just ahead of him as well. And that's the one that's right next up on the menu. The blue flags are already being waved there for that car. Pratama comes across the line in 3rd place as Luis Moreno takes into the pits here, ladies and gentlemen. So that's another place being earned here for Moreno Pratama of LOR Racing as his sister car in the lead LOR in this case. So now just taking over that position from him. So still going to be a ways to go here before he can actually catch up to Mohamed Tasbi, who is currently, well, very, very far off. He's already into Brussels by the time that Moreno is in the middle of the Kemmel. Now starting to get around the outside of the Ceylonese Motorsports car. Should be able to take this no problem whatsoever. Ceylonese Motorsport car not giving too much trouble there, thankfully.
Yeah, but again, that's just Duran Abisakera playing ball quite nicely to just give it away. And that's the execution and intent done right.
So, with 12 minutes remaining in this hour here, where do things stand? Currently for the pro class, Russell Reyes remains in the lead. A Naim takes the lead, holds the lead right now for the amateur class, which is interestingly ahead. Sorry, that's the pro am class, my bad. Amir Naim in the car number 323. He's currently leading in that class. Then we got Sean behind him in car number 999. All the multiple numbers coming in here, but Sim Racing Lanka can certainly be happy that their boy is doing the Lord's work, as it were, holding onto that very sizable lead ahead of the rest of the amateur competition here, being 9th overall and first inside his class. So at this halfway, or rather close to this halfway juncture here, the rain is about to get even worse now. We're seeing that indicator come up on the weather forecast that in the 5-minute and 15-minute mark, the rain intensity will increase. So whatever dry running that these, what kind of like running they have enjoyed so far in that dry line may start to fade away a little bit as this race continues. So that's going to be something for all these guys to watch out, given how much the extreme wet conditions earlier on at the start has caught out more than a few of these drivers here in this competition.
Yeah, we can again just use the extensive rap sheet of drivers that got involved in multiple accidents, not just from turn 1, but multiple laps since then. And it's a true testament, isn't it, to how Spa is a circuit that's favored by a lot of people, but when it comes to the punch, it can really bite you when you least expect it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a high-speed roller coaster where, you know, there's no track, or rather there is a track, but it's not a track on rails, as it were. You know, you very much have to stay in control of this roller coaster at all times, and in this wet condition, you know, it's like a death trap of a roller coaster, actually. Clapano, who is currently running in 5th position, has had more than a few shares of his own moments in this race here, but so far has done a bang-up job of staying inside this top 5. 4 seconds behind Nabil Aslan right now, who is currently a lap down, I think, from the race leader here. But Clapano has, to his credit, you know, been able to save himself out of multiple situations we've seen on stream here, having dodged out of the way, and perhaps will be able to get himself a nice finish, a decent finish here on this 5th round. So, where do things stand? Raja Mishaka has just picked up a drive-through penalty. He's, I think, serving it right about now, and that's going to add to his woes a little bit, because both him and Imran Zuhaili have had to work so hard to get themselves up in that second spot. The good news for him, at least, is that there's a lot of cars behind that are of the Pro and the Amp class, so he doesn't have too much to worry about in this meantime. But digress, we're only just about at that halfway point. We still have another 3 hours to remain after the break that's going to be coming up here, that's for sure. Alexis Campano now having a very tight look on the inside of a Ferrari there. Will be able to get past him coming out of Brussels now, so that keeps him in a very good position here to continue to give that chase. Only 3.33 seconds here, at least according to the timing tower here, to Nabil Aslan. So that perhaps means that he may be able to catch up sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but see then, 3 seconds separating him and Nabil. Still a possibility though, because Nabil has had some moments while he was trying to battle with other people. Let's see if Campano can make up that deficit. 3 seconds and the same race in an endurance race. Not a lot.
Not a lot. It's not a lot at all. I mean, simple 5-second penalty from either of these drivers could easily determine the outcome of this battle here, but at least has stands on track right now. If Campano can continue to keep things clean and get past some of the traffic that's in the way, I think Nabil is being held up by another car just in front of him, and that's further reducing the gap between himself and Campano, so this could actually play into Campano's hands here. So as we come up to the bus stop, you can see Nabil Aslan on your screens right up in the corner there, braking hard into bus stop. And you can see that other car just in front of him that's holding him back a little bit. So I think across the line we can start to see what the gap is going to look like by the time that Campano comes through La Source. Look at that, it's already down to 2.8 seconds. So Nabil's losing so much time because of that Porsche. It almost clatters into him, in fact, as he tries to pass him on La Source. Finally, is already through, but it's already lost practically half a second before he was able to get through. So, wow, that's a lot of time lost there for the Stratus Motorsport driver.
And now, would that be Nations team at play? Because Campano is Filipino, and Brady also likewise is his countryman. But it's not a stretch of the imagination. Plus, it is on the podium position, so well, actually outside the podium positions, it's circumstantial at best.
Circumstantial. I mean, again, you know, we joke a lot here about, you know, countryman collusion, but in reality, you know, when you're racing for another team, it doesn't matter whether he's your countryman or your family member. He's still your rival out on track here, and I think that rivalry is going to come to bear here soon, because Campano is already catching up to exactly where his countryman is. Gone wide, and is that like a disqualification, or did he just tell? Okay, no, I think that was a sorry, I think that was a server glitch there, or rather a packet loss.
And there is a car stopped. It's the 720 Papega car of Asher Shakur.
I mean,
come back safely!
Come back safely there. I mean, it was right, trying to come back on the racing line. I think probably could have stayed on the runoff a little bit longer there, but yeah, probably not too aware there was another car coming in really hot behind him. Nabil Aslan, in the meantime, still lost another 0.2 of a second here on the last control line here. Another car is getting out of the way there of the Stratus Motorsport driver, trying to minimize the amount of time lost now between trying to weave out of this traffic here. But all the time that he's losing here is just time gained right now for Campano, who's right inside his rearview mirror, I expect, by this point. Campano still needs to be able to get past his own countryman first before he can bring that battle here to Nabil Aslan, so there's still a ways to go here for him at least. But I think if you're Nabil, you're certainly going to be getting information right about now that Campano's catching up, so you might want to step on it a little bit right now, given that you still have a bit of clear track and still have a bit of grip with the rain conditions not having gotten too bad. Campano almost getting into the back end of the other Porsche on track there, but thankfully managed to get through.
And meanwhile, Suravit Suto has stopped that Lacombe. Looks as though this might be more of the permanent kind. It might just be a retirement, because he looks like the car is not starting anymore. And Asif Hussein has a drive-through, so more and more drivers get a drive-through. Chakraborty over here, Raul Chakraborty, teammate to Fagafo, gets a drive-through. Multiple drivers involved in the wars, and we still have plenty of other guys batting it on track as well, including Rialto Ristapani up to the back of Rajamiro Shavkat.
Yeah, Shoutout, who had to serve a drive-thru earlier on. Or was it drive-thru? Well, I mean, regardless, he's currently down in 11th place and just really didn't put up too much of a fight there going through the source. Risofani is through. I mean, naturally, given that Risofani is in the pro class and Shoutout is in the pro-am class, there's no sense in trying to drag that fight a little more than is required here. Especially now that Risofani has gotten another car in his sights here. I think that could be from a different class though. Not too sure.
Chakraborty, yeah. It is the pro-am category.
So yeah, he's going to try to close up to that on the Camel Straight itself. So a lot of tribulations trying to do that draft here on the Camel because of the wet conditions. Because of its sprays, it's going to be coming straight into your windshield all throughout. So you kind of have to just a balance between the two there, that risk versus reward. Rialto Risofani though is going to be taking a nice tidy line there, getting closer to that Ferrari who had to slow down a little bit through Brussels. Doesn't look too steady through that actually.
Let's see then where Risofani can actually pressure the Ferrari. In fact, this is not for position at all. David Moyen's just a lap ahead. But for track position, he might want to try it. And oh no, Suto's actually got it moving again. And he stopped right in the middle of the track after this, if he actually spins it right around.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cars coming up in front and there's no gap until the 889 car. So he's going to have to wait for quite a bit. Try to reverse a little bit. He's perhaps trying to go as further back out, maybe into the runoff. Yeah, I mean, good idea in principle so that he doesn't have to get back on the track so suddenly. He can just gradually do it, and that's exactly what he does. But there's the 889 Legion of Racers car. That might be quite tense, yes. Yep.
Oh,
okay, gets through. Ooh, okay, he's got a bit of gap now, and he's out on the runoff area, so he should be able to rejoin safely from this point on. Oof. And
well, that salt to the wound for the Over Me team. There's the sister car right on the outside blue horn.
Yeah, coming right out of that. Just unfortunate there. I mean, I think that's like on a rare occasion of seeing someone like spin out at the end of Puhan. Normally I would expected to have seen that like at Jackie EX corner, or maybe even at the end of campus.
Yeah. Whatever it is, and at least the crisis was averted.
So we have about a minute remaining here in this this hour of racing here in the Endurance Edition. We're going to be taking a short break, but before we get to that, I'd like to thank all of you viewers who are joining us on both YouTube and Facebook, joining us along in this long-range journey. Currently, Russell Reyes is the leader overall in this race and also the leader in the pro class. Naim is currently driving the 333 car, and he's currently in the lead here for the Pro-Am class. And in the amateur class, car number 999, Sean, in the AMR V8 Vantage is continuing to stay in the lead for his amateur class. And that's where things stand now at the halfway point of this Endurance Edition round. Be sure to subscribe to us on YouTube, follow us on Facebook, and follow us on our social media as well, which is Facebook and Instagram, so you stay notified for whenever we are doing future rounds of the Endurance Edition. And it's going to be plenty of changes ahead of us, especially for next year, as we're going to be doing a revamp of the format for all of our racing series here. But one thing is for sure, the racing has been nothing short of exceptional throughout the year, and this is going to be a nice way to cap things off for the Endurance Edition as soon as we get to that very end. So thank you all for joining us here. We're going to be right back with even more action here in the Endurance Edition 2024 round number 5 at Spa Francorchamps. We'll be taking a short break. My name is Victor Cact. Joining me here is Amo, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for another round of the Endurance Edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We've been commentating for the last 3 hours here in round number 4 at Spa Francorchamps. Currently, Russell Reyes is your race leader by a gap of 16 seconds to Mohamed Tasbih. We're right now on board with Taufik Moyen, who is currently running in the 6th position overall right now, trying to catch up to the rest of the pack, as it were, although he's still about 30 seconds away from catching up to Alexis Clapano, who's currently running in that 5th position. Up ahead here, I mean, we got also, in terms of the class leaders right now, of course, Russell Reyes is currently leading in the pro class. In the Pro-Am class here, we got Aiden Naim, who's currently holding that position in the 333 car. And we also have Sean of the amateur class just behind him there in car number 999. Those are the class leaders at this point. We still have 2 hours and 55 minutes still remaining in this race, and the race is about to get even wetter right now with the forecast showing increased intensity in terms of rain, and whatever dry line running that these drivers have enjoyed for now, it's probably going to be the last for quite a bit, because as it stands, track conditions will continue to worsen here rather than improve. At the moment, Taufik Moyen is struggling a little bit to get past some of these cars that are just ahead of him. He's still about just a few car widths away from Ristofani, I think, who just looked a little bit squirrely on the exit of Blanchimont. Now coming up to the bus stop chicane. Kind of want to see how things will start to shape up for our folks here as things come to a close. Clapano, in the meantime, getting a little bit closer right now to Nabil Aslan. This could be a battle right now for for position inside of class, as Alexis Clapano is getting himself in a decent position now to start to put some pressure. Goes for the dive at the inside, going into Lacombe. Alexis Clapano now side by side together with Nabil Aslan. He's going to try to fight with him all throughout Lacombe. He's still going to be able to stay alongside and gets the pass done right at the very end. Very well done here for the Filipino driver, but Nabil Aslan is not quite done yet. He's going to try to cut on the inside of Brussels. Clapano cannot quite close the door. He still has to leave a little bit of gap now between himself and the other car. Still staying more or less alongside. Nabil Aslan had to back out of it by the time he gets to Jackie X. And finally, Alexis Clapano will confirm his 4th place ascension here in the overall and also for his class. Very well done here for Alexis Clapano, getting that move done onto Nabil Aslan. right as we came back from the break here. It was still only 3 hours. I say only in very hushed tones here, because it's still a long way to go as far as these drivers are concerned. We've seen some driver swaps already taken here, particularly Alif Hamilton has already been replaced by his brother in the form of Mohamed Tasbih. Alex Clapano looking a little bit shaky coming out of the exit there, which might just bring Nabil Aslan back into form here. Let's see how this will turn out. There's still a lot of clear track ahead of them, so no disruptions from traffic to be expected. Nabil Aslan, conversely, probably not feeling too great from being passed by Clapano in that manner, but what a pass that was. Regardless, coming out of the bus stop, not looking like he's fast enough really to catch up to Clapano quite yet. May have to try to set things up properly coming around the next. Want to see what's the lap differential between these two drivers as Nabil continues to try his level best to catch up to exactly where Clapano is, but Clapano's already building up. That gap is already up to 0.7 between the two of them, where it was 0.3 just moments ago before entering La Source. So if anything, Nabil's actually lost a bit of time coming out the exit. So a little bit unfortunate on his part, but so far that is the closest battle that we have out on track at the moment. So Amir Naim, as we mentioned, he's currently sitting in 8th overall, currently top of the class for the Pro-Ams. Drivers will be able to get past one of the LOR cars now in order to be able to lap them. In fact, the LOR car is going to head straight into pits, so thankfully not too much drama this time around. Track conditions is still a very brisk bit of rain going on here. It's going to get brisker by the minute. Forecast showing a 5-minute and a 15-minute increase in rain intensity, although the track temperature has remained steady at 25 degrees Celsius, having started from 16-17 degrees at the start of the race. So things have warmed up considerably over time, although the wet conditions will continue to persist for the foreseeable future. Andrew Sean from Sim Racing Lanka has been able to enjoy a massive lead ahead of the rest of the amateur class, having been able to get ahead of even some of the Pro and Pro-Am class cars in the process. Now he's going to be going into the pits. No doubt it's a scheduled stop for his end. He's going to try to get himself back into racing form, but again, being so far ahead of the rest of the amateur class, probably not going to be too worried about this scheduled stop itself. So that's Sean inside the pits. Now let's see what else we have in store for the rest of our runners here inside the class. We got Dylan Tan right now, currently driving the 889 car, the car that he shared together with Luis Moreno. And this car, in fact, has been through lots of ups and downs through this race, but now is looking on the up and up as it's now caught up to Taufik Moyin. Try to catch up behind closely enough in order to get the pass done. Still going to be very much touch and go between these two here, though, because there's another car just ahead of Taufik Moyin, may be coming in the way later on as they brake hard for the bus stop chicane. Look at that, the Mustang that's just ahead of the two of them. That's going to be in the hands of Rialto Ristefani, currently ahead of Taufik Moyin. As right now, Taufik is going to attempt to go to the inside. Oh, almost thought of it, going for that dive, but had to back out of it at the last moment. But he cannot afford to back out too much because of the pressure coming from Dylan Tan behind. Going down through Eau Rouge right now. This is a perfect position here for Dylan Tan. May be able to get a trap. Gets way too close for comfort there onto Taufik Moyin, who has to duck into the runoff area. Now they will be side by side here, going up the Camel Straight. Dylan Tan, I think he's already going to be way ahead of Taufik Moyin by this point. And LOR car is kind of in the way, forcing Dylan Tan to actually dodge the other way around. But thankfully still stays ahead of Taufik Moyin. So that is 6th place confirmed here for Dylan Tan in the Pro class. Oh boy, that looked like it was going to be a lot more trouble than it was going to be worth, but Rialto Risafani in the meantime having a bit of traffic of his own to deal with here ahead of him, so that should allow Dylan Tan to close up there, but that could potentially open up an opportunity perhaps for Taufik Moyen to catch back up if Dylan Tan isn't able to get past Risafani quickly enough. But in the process of trying to make that move, actually Dylan Tan has set the fastest time overall here at 2:26.5. It's crazy the improvement in time he's managed to get. In fact, in spite of the fact that the rain conditions continue to worsen out here. So that's a plenty amount of running here that the 889 car has been able to pull off at this juncture. Currently, other battles still yet to form out here. Nabil Aslan still stuck behind Alexis Clapano, having been passed a lap before, has now been able to, at the very least, maintain the gap between the two of them. Clapano, for his end, is not really pulled away too far, although he might start pulling away a little bit more as they come down into Eau Rouge. We've seen this time and time again here between Nabil as well as Alexis. So we'll remain to see if they can close up that gap successfully. In the meantime, I think this may be a potential for a pass here. Number 20 car in the 21st place, Arlen Redcliffe, is currently on the chase with another car that's just in front of him. That's going to be Wei Shen Wong. He's currently driving in that Porsche. In fact, he's already passed Wei Shen Wong now. He's already through. Oh, sorry, that's Wei Shen Wong up in front. My bad. Redcliffe is inside the orange car. So he's getting closer, and it got really close coming out of the bus stop chicane. May be able to find a way to get a draft off of Wei Shen Wong's car, or maybe he might not even need that at all. He's already alongside going up the Camel Straight, and it's already got another car just behind him. The 889 is looking to try to pass the two of them. Dylan Tan, he's not going to yield to Dylan Tan at all. Going to be taking the normal racing line all the way through. Still taking around the outside. Dylan Tan will be able to dispatch Wei Shen Wong, no problem whatsoever, but now he's up against Redcliffe here. He needs to try to get past him, just to lap him here in this instance, but Redcliffe has not exactly been too fortuitous in giving him that space, especially because he doesn't want to open up an opportunity for Wei Shen to catch him on the next turn. So that's another pass that's occurred here out on track. Most of these cars are spaced out quite evenly. We still have a few islands of cars coming around. I mean, this is one of the islands here, right on Puhan itself. See a huge island as well, island of cars coming out of the bus stop chicane, so there's a lot more traffic I expect to come out this way. But at least for Dylan Tan at this juncture, should be able to enjoy a bit of clear running from this point onwards. Redcliffe, in the meantime, continuing to go on and on. So now we are entering 15 minutes into this hour of racing. Track conditions continue to stay wet. The dry patch, not so dry at the moment as Arlen Redcliffe goes a little bit too wide out through Blanchimont. It's going to get past, or rather unlapped from behind, I think.
By Ethan Lowe, incidentally. So Ethan, we know, yeah, coming back from the shooting breeze for a bit, but it looks as though nothing much has changed in terms of the drama up in front, isn't it?
No, not really. It was only a couple of passes now. I mean, the main thing was Capano getting past Nabil Aslan for 4th place. So a great showing there for our Filipino driver. So as we were saying that, we're seeing Redcliffe getting passed once more here by another car just ahead. There was Taufik Moyen actually moving up, actually lapping him. Currently in 7th position. He had already been passed by Dylan Tan earlier on, and now is continuing to try to make the chase. And Dylan's just absolutely on a tear. Look at his best lap that he had here, the 2:26.5, the fastest that we've seen overall, and a surprising one at that, given how the track's gotten a little bit wetter since the last time the dry line has shown itself.
Oh no. But he's coming up to the back of a back marker, and that is another Paprika car. This time is Haris Textana Robert from Sarawak.
His Dexter is going to try, just going to be going a little bit way wide there. It's going to let more than a few cars through in the process coming out of Brussels. At the moment, Dylan Dunn is absolutely trying his best to just maximize the amount of speed that he can continue to accrue all throughout. The rain has not let off one bit throughout the entirety of this 3-hour of racing that we've had so far. And it does seem that we're going to be having this rain to accompany us for the rest of this round here, I expect. Nabil Aslan currently 1.7 seconds behind Clapano. The gap is just continue to widen between two lap after lap, and I seem to sense that Nabil struggles a little bit to get a good exit speed coming out of La Source, because that seems to be where Clapano is able to gain on Nabil Aslan lap after lap.
Yeah, judging by the previous lap, it's about 7/10 of a difference between the both of them. So Clapano still has a leg up on the Stratos car.
And I think it was sort of like the other way around, about 2 laps prior maybe. So if anything, Nabil's kind of stepped off the pace a little bit, but then again, he's not really under pressure from anyone behind him from this point, so perhaps just trying to save the condition for a little bit. But then as I say that, almost had a moment there up on the top of Radion.
Yeah, he's trying to push the car, but the car is not complying with him. Let's see when they come across the first control line here. The sector timing beams. It was 1.9 seconds last time out. Now it's 2.4, so 5 further tenths have been lost for Nabil Aslan to Alexis Clapano. Let's see if he can gain that back, because again, just getting the car up to temperature, but oh no, the car's really not feeling it right now.
Yeah, it's just, I think he's really struggling with the grip at the moment, which I mean, granted, he's been out on the track for quite a long time, so maybe it's right around the time that he might have to think about the pit stop strategies here. But the fact is that he's losing so much time now to Clapano. That's 2.4 seconds, so he's already at that zone where I'm thinking that he probably might need to come in for a fresh set of tires if that's the situation that he's facing here.
Maybe, but in terms of stops, we're looking at one of our timing screens here to see the stints. He might just be coming in soon, because it's about an hour into his stint, so he and Clapano might be coming around the same time.
That's right, so it seems like it is tire troubles perhaps for Nabil Aslan, because he's been out for a very, very long time now. So we'll see. We probably got to swap things over to his teammate Alistair later on in this race, as we see Alexis Clapano now starting to gain onto another car, probably to lap him at this point. It could be the car number 15, isn't it?
No, 71 is the other Bangladeshi car. This is Ishraq Rahman for the Bengal Racing crew. He's taking a narrow line again. There's the intent, execution, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very defensive line, really getting into the bus stop, but Alexis Clapano will be taking into the pits there after successfully dispatching Nabil Aslan. Nabil decides to stay out, actually, so he's going to continue to run on track, perhaps trying to set a good in-lap here in order to try to recoup some of the time lost when trying to catch up to Clapano that time around, although given the condition, or rather given how squirrely his car seemed early on, I'm not sure how much he's actually going to stand to gain out of this here by staying out a little bit longer.
Yeah, let's see if the overcut works for him, but because of the way that his tires are not really up to it, and his stint was actually slightly shorter compared to Clapano's, so really then he's not actually making use of these tires because it's already gone out of the window.
Well, 2 hours and 39 minutes still remain in this 6-hour race. We're way past the halfway point here in Spa-Francorchamps. Nabil Aslan now having to take on the Bengal Racing driver, car number 71 here, as a bit of traffic, which certainly may not bode well for his in-lap here. In fact, number 71 is not really getting out of the way here despite the blue flags being shown, so Nabil is just gonna feel a little bit frustrated, no doubt, because it's a very difficult place to pass even in the best of times. But he will gain the momentum coming out of Jackie Hicks, so he should be able to pass him into Puan.
Yeah, finally, but that will have cost him, in essence, at least 1 to 2 seconds behind there. what he did not really want, considering that he needs a good in-lap to stand any chance of catching up to Clapano.
Yeah, that's right. The gap between him and Clapano was 2.5 seconds before Clapano headed into the pits. So that's 2.5 seconds that he needs to gain in this in-lap. And it's going to be a struggle for him for sure coming out through this. Subaru Suto, again, still on the outside, still in the 40th place, still struggling there. And look at that, I think he sustained even more damage on the front. That hood is just hanging on for dear life there off that BMW.
Yeah, but where is Nabe in relation to this? That might be quite a hair-raising moment if Suto actually gets it completely wrong. Let's see it coming out the Blanchimont. That's close, but Suto's gone offline, so at least he stays safe.
Yeah, stays safer there. I mean, again, with the car stricken like that, you don't want to be anywhere near the racing line, especially on one of the fastest corners here on Spa. Nabil Aslan now coming into the bus stop, and no, still stays out.
He really is banking on that in-lap. And there is Suto going onto the grass the long way around, and still somehow misses the pit lane, and he still goes hard!
What?
What? He should have heading for the pit lane. Oh, and he stopped in the middle of the track, whereas Faiz, in fact, he's going to back it up. He's going to back it up.
He's going to back it up into the pit. Oh my goodness.
Well,
it's going to give like many race directors a heart attack here for sure.
If you want an example of prime amateur hour, this is it.
Well, just such a bad run here. Definitely a day to forget here for Suto, that's for sure.
And same likewise for the Entropy Motorsport team. Now Faiz, yes, another victim of the drive-through, as well as Joshua Ivan Mulyono further up in front.
Drive-through penalties, 10-second penalty on Azreen. I mean, just doling out penalties left, right, and center. But again, it's for infractions, either out on racing or perhaps infractions on track limits. You'll still have to serve it regardless, or risk of disqualification. So in comes Mulyono for his drive-through penalty.
And another Itasha right back there. Not sure who that one is, but we approve. Anyway.
No other major battles happening out on track. We're now on board with Moreno Pratama, currently running in 3rd overall and 3rd as well in his class. Mohamed Tasbi has gone into the pits for a scheduled stop. So that will be a chance now for Pratama to be able to pass him on the track. That should move him up neatly into 2nd place. And that, there we go. As Tasbi is still stuck inside the pit lane. Mind you, the pit lane is a lot longer on this layout of Spa. So Tasbi has still a long way to go before he can even rejoin the track here. So Pratama, we have plenty of running to build up a gap between himself and the 44 car.
Yep. So, well, he says he can try to build that in-lap that we talked about earlier. But Russell Reyes, though, up in front, we haven't seen much of him until just recently. He's still way ahead. He's just untouchable at this point after overtaking. Yes, you might argue it was a bit handsy, shall we say, because really just pried the door open against Alif, who would no doubt be very displeased by the way that the Filipino did his business. But you can't really blame him for what he did afterwards in terms of pace. He has been on it from the point that he took the lead and never really looked back.
And plus with Pratama, 36 seconds behind, with Tasbi currently in the pits, Russell is going to have free reign right now to go and make the most out of this stint. I mean, he's been out for quite a while now, actually. So we'll see when he's going to decide to take a trip into the pit lane here. Perhaps kind of imminent. Tongue twisters all about. I mean, again, we've been commentating here together for 3 hours straight here. And I'm just glad to have like a bunch of viewers that we have on YouTube as well as Facebook to join us along in this journey. And shout out to you guys, for supporting us all throughout. Lots of cheers going on for lots of supporters actually for all the different racing teams and drivers out here involved.
Yeah, Alistair Young, in fact, also has come into the chat long ago, said, can swap tires for rudders and say, oh yeah, the track is very flooded, to say the least. Well, it wasn't flooded, but very heavy rain.
See, when you add pedals to the side of your car, you gain an extra 1 horsepower for each pedal.
On human power, yes.
Human power.
HP, human power. Imran Zahaili, who is in there, says, you guys doing alright? I'm not sure what he defines as alright. We have lost track of time. We don't know where we are, what names are. You know what I'm trying to allude to. It's the Ford v Ferrari scene where Carol Shelby said about Le Mans, you don't know where you are, what's your name, what day is it?
All you know that you must race. And race we shall. So 2 hours and 33 minutes still remain of racing that is out of Spa Francorchamps. Currently, Russell Reyes, who is your race leader, is on your screens right now, has had a fantastic run all throughout his stint. Moreno Pratama finally comes out of his pit box, I believe, and should, I think... Oh, sorry, he's just gone into the pits here and be headed towards his pit box. So that's already, I mean, he's already passed Mohamed Tasbi. So let's see how much he has gained or lost, actually, while he's still out on track. Remember, these in-laps are a prime opportunity to gain some time on your rivals, especially when they're inside the pits. So Luis Moreno has done his best right now. Let's see if it's good enough here to close that gap to Mohamed Tasbi.
Or, you know, minimize the damage when Tasbi gets back up in front of him inevitably. But, yep, Tasbi comes across the line now, and he was about 1 minute and 4 seconds behind. He will no doubt be back up to P2 after this. Waiting to see where Russell is going to come here, but the situation where he is right now is also similar to when he won the championship 2 years ago now, when Russell just had, and just like the way how the Legion Racers guys did, hammering the wins left, right, and center towards the end and winning the championship outright. So it's the same situation, but different scenario where he's not going to win the championship, but at least he's going to finish the season on a high. The 889 crew, no doubt, are going to be the winners of this season.
Oh, Tasbe's caught a drive-through penalty.
We saw it live.
Oh no, yep, he cut the track, and that's one too many times, and unfortunately the track penalty has come into effect. This is going to bode not too well here for Tasbe. Might actually play into the hands of Pratama, who is still who's just about come out of the pit box now, and it's on the camel straight. Ooh, this just got spicy here.
And look at who's behind him.
Oh, Dylan Tan joining into the fray here. Pratama has come out in front of him, and now Dylan Tan ends up in front of him at the end of the camel straight.
Team orders for sure, because they know full well that, well, this car is going for the win, and you just have to play ball and sort of like make up for what happened earlier at the start. Raul Chakraborty right in the middle of the path. Well, luckily he flick spins out of the way, and that's actually a good flick spin, not gonna lie, to recover back into the racing line. But to his credit, at least he didn't hit anybody.
Well, to be fair, like the pack of cars was still a long way to go before he got in, so he just found just the right amount of gap there to pull off a move like that, and a very neat one, yeah, like you said. So we're in a Pratama in 4th place. Well, with Tasbe having the drive-through penalty, could we see Dylan Tan move up into 2nd place as a result? I think that's very likely on the cards here, though he still has a bit of traffic to try to navigate. It shouldn't be too bad for the man who's currently holding the fastest time overall compared to everyone else. This car number 71 is still getting a little bit in the way. Ishak Rahman, who is in 39th place now, lapped here by Pratama.
Yep.
As Darwin Chia loses it as he comes up to Radion.
Yep. Luckily though, he got out of the way in time, and so did Ishak Rahman. Can you imagine if both LOR Ascent cars got involved in separate incidents? That's like a LOR Family Robinson.
Oh my god, yeah. It's gonna, I think more like, I don't know, like the Duggar family with the level of like drama that happens if that were to occur.
Yeah. And, you know, the amount of drama that the LOR team have had today, they did not need extra bits.
For sure. I mean, already the kerfuffle that happened at the start. The last thing they would need is for the LOR cars to take each other out. Mohamed Tasbe currently in the lead here because I think our race leader has already gone into the pits. Dafa Nabiel.
In fact,
oh wait, sorry, Dafa has already taken over for Russell Reyes.
Because the triangle just now was for the number 44. Because if it's triangle, that means that's your race leader. The triangle is 29, so it's still JMX Phantom up in front. But Tasby will be cursing himself for that mistake, because look at the gap that he made. 12 seconds now from what was 24. He halved the gap only for a cut track to put pay to any effort after this, and we can only help, you know, on his behalf, hang his head in shame.
Yeah, well, what can you do? Sometimes, sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't, and sometimes you just cut the white line, and unfortunately, drive through for you.
well, cut the chicken but not the way the hero wanted. And in this case, it will just be consequential from here on out, because where he'll end up is probably right behind Taufik Moin. Where's Taufik in relation to them? Yeah, he might end up behind Taufik here, with Alistair Young possibly also ahead after this.
Alistair, who has already taken over from Nabil Aslan, just off camera, is now having a run up against another car trying to.
Oh!
Yay.
Again, I think the intent for Shawn Michaels, and that is the same Shawn Michaels that we had from Global Edition, not the wrestler Shawn Michaels, although he would have actually thrown him to the steel cage if that was the case.
Cage match between him and Alistair. I wonder who's going to win that one.
Well, Alistair did try to take up Muay Thai a couple of years back, but that career path was not, unfortunately, what he would have taken, as it didn't really take off. He didn't get into the weight class, I think, and I was mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta stay lean if you want to be in a racing machine, isn't it?
Yep. But anyway, Alistair wouldn't want to go Muay Thai now, because he just went past one of the Thai cars that has been causing all sorts of mayhem here today. That is Suravit Suto, and I'm surprised that the stewards have not taken a black flag towards these guys, because look at that. Really cagey stuff.
Yeah, what a slide there from Suravit, who has been struggling in these conditions all throughout the last 3 hours. It's a minor miracle that he's still been able to keep this car running throughout. I mean, it's been in the fair share of incidents here and throughout this race here, and we still have 2.5 hours to go here, mind you. So, as it stands right now, Dafan Nabil has taken over from Russell Reyes. JMX Phantom car still the leader overall in this race. Fantastic performance here for their team, and we're hoping to see if they're going to be able to bring it home for a victory here in the next 2.5 hours. Tasbih, fortunately, will have to take a drive-through penalty, so that would not allow for a battle for the lead in the cards here. Dylan Tan is at least half a minute behind both of these cars, so it's still going to be a long way to go before we're going to be seeing anyone challenge the JMX car for that lead.
Imagine that. We would have had a battle on our hands if that penalty was not dished out, but again, it's a game thing. There's nothing we can do about that.
Oh, I mean, again, fair is fair. Tasbih cut the line. I mean, it happened right in front of our eyes here.
Oh,
Shabik Rahman spun out in a really bad position here. Has to wait for everyone to pass him. Don't think it's any gaps, any major gaps coming up. So he's actually going to be stranded here for quite a while until he's going to be able to find an opportunity.
Yep. Waiting, and he has gotten the car going because you can see the engine moving, but he's gonna get in the halfway!
Oh no!
Oh, that's close! That is very close, and in front of the number 222 Williamson Johto, incidentally. So, wow, that would have been a horrible situation if he got that completely wrong.
Oh, so it just makes me so nervous. I mean, even though I know this is like a virtual race, sometimes seeing moments like that just makes me like clench so hard. Mohamed Tasbih now should be taking his drive-through penalty right about here, and man, he's gonna be like just gonna be stewing a little bit in that cockpit while he takes this drive-through. Because what could have been, he was about 10 seconds away from the race leader. Right before that point, has already been gaining that time lap per lap, and just an unfortunate cut track has costed him an opportunity to challenge for the lead.
And can you imagine that he got it after 9 seconds?
Yeah,
we were robbed, and it was certainly Tasbih as well. Especially, he will feel hard done by the fact that it was just a slight cut, but it was not enough for him to lift off and just get rid of the penalty. The game gave it immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the challenge of riding up Radeon. It's kind of like threading the needle if you think about it, you know, because your car is going to have a lot of momentum, having just gone all the way downhill to Eau Rouge. And then as the car compresses going up, you know, you just fighting to keep the car under control. And then by the time you get on the top of Radeon, you know, your grip level just drops off so quickly that you have to maintain like your line in order to be able to make it through. And sometimes, you know, it's kind of like aiming a rifle. You have to kind of like set your car up at the bottom of Radeon in order to make the line through. So it's just unfortunate for Tasbe that he kind of misjudged that, and it's costed him an opportunity to stay on the podium place here in the 2-hour mark.
Yep. But as a side, because of that, we now have, well, almost a complete set up in front, as we have the 889 championship leading Pro car in second place. The 333 Brunei Apex Racing Brunei car is leading the way, and the 999 Same Racing Lanka is leading the way as well. So 2 of the 3 championship leaders are leading the way, but it's almost a complete set. We're not gonna get it all up in front, but you know, it's racing. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. But regardless of that, we are gonna still see the cream rise to the top, and it's the same familiar faces that have dominated the roost over the past season. This whole season will be crowned here as worthy champions.
It's gonna be an exciting final hour to witness later on here, as Dylan Tan is continuing on the chase. I mean, we've seen the pace that he's had throughout. He still holds the fastest lap, although his we're going to be seeing how his recent laps have stacked up. I mean, even his last lap is actually the fastest out of everyone so far. So that's still something to watch out for. Maybe even if we were robbed of that Tasbe versus Nabiel fight, maybe we might have a Dylan Tan versus Nabiel fight on our cards. So, as it stands right now, we're going to be seeing if these battles will come to fruition. Most of the cars are already quite spaced out, so not many battles to speak of out on track. It's right now just more of a test of these drivers' ability to continue to set a good pace, to continue to keep the deltas in the green, and to ensure that they don't make mistakes, especially on a corner that's tricky right here on Radion. Dylan Tan is absolutely on the tear right now to try to get himself closer and closer to the front here, where Dafa Nabiel is currently holding the overall lead in this race. 2 hours and 21 minutes still remain here, ladies and gentlemen. Still quite a bit to go, although I think the worst of it may just be behind us. So now the forecast is showing that the rain is going to be either maintaining or slightly dropping off, at least in the next 5 minutes here.
Or are we?
Or are we? Yeah, I mean, it's still another 2 hours, right? So perhaps that rain may continue to hound us even more. Torrential overpour here out in Francorchamps. I mean, name me like a pair, or rather like a what do you call it?
A duo.
A duo, right? Spa and the rain.
At least we're lucky that we're not in the original Stavlo layout, the circuit that went all the way to the town.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, imagine doing a 24-hour race in the dark through the town. It had some scary stories back then and some tragic ones, including one of the very final Group 6 era races back then. A marshal got ran over, and you can still, the driver said you can still see body parts of him all over the track.
Oh my god.
So yeah, that is just it is in the distant past that we have thankfully moved away from.
Yeah, the old Spa definitely not fondly remembered even by the drivers of the golden era, as it were. So Dylan Tan right now having to get past a couple of drivers here. He's going to be able to dispatch this Porsche. Shouldn't be too much trouble, although got kind of held up a little bit, but coming now towards Blanchimont should be able to navigate this without too much issue. Got another car ahead of him. I think that's the Team Uncle car that's currently sitting in front of the LOR car. So that car was wisely ducked out of the way. The LOR will come right through there in order to clear this pack of cars, and now will be on his merry way. Dylan Tan currently still running in second place, has 26 seconds to make up to in order to catch up to Dafa Nabiel.
Well, Pratama really got so short there. You can see he still goes side by side with the Team Uncle car, but again, I will give credit to the Team Uncle guys. They are all predictable drivers. They know which direction to go. They just stay at it and try to become as predictable to the guys lapping him as possible. And but for Pratama, it's just that it was inopportune the way that he got the other car right in front, which is the number 99 Psychopath car. Really wasn't the best position to take, and more people cutting on top of Radion there. But it's fair game because you don't get a penalty over there in the wet.
In the wet, at least. A bit of saving grace, I could say so. Weishan Wong, we saw got a bit of argy-bargy with some of the cars early on. It's got another Porsche for company here. A Porsche that's going to cut him on the inside. I think there could be a car just lapping him for track position here. As we continue on to see a replay right now. It's gonna be him.
Oh!
Rialto. Oh, so that was what pushed him all the way to the back.
Yeah, it was Hasnam. The Mario Hasnam was the one that caused it that time. So he tried to get it out of the way, but Hasnam was understeering into him, and that's all she wrote.
Yep, that's pretty much all that is, and that's why he got into clutches of another Porsche just behind. So, I mean, that's the thing. He like went wide and was trying to rejoin, but unfortunately, another car got in the way.
Another one.
Another one. So, how do things stand on the board here? I think we're seeing a couple of battles starting to form up here. Jaden Liao might be one to watch here because he has been running pretty well for the LOR Ascent. He's now catching up to Ahmad Jusmin, who's just in front of him in the same class, driving a Ferrari. So the AMG should be able to catch up pretty handily, but whether he can pass him, that's going to be a whole other story entirely here. Jaden Liao at the moment sitting in 28 overall. He even got like one of his own supporters inside the chat here, Loco, saying Jaden Liao easy win all.
Well, if he said that about 3 hours earlier when he was in the thick of that battle up in front, that would have been it. But 3 hours since, well, it didn't transpire that way.
How much your fortunes change, right, in an endurance race. So right now, I think a car is going to get lapped here inevitably as Jaden Liao gets past, and so does Ahmad Jusmin. Now they're coming up towards Blanchimont.
That was a Darwin.
Yeah, that was Darwin Xiao. That's another LOR car actually that got out of the way, thankfully. But with Jaden Liao hot on the heels of Ahmad Jusmin, he's going to try to set things up. By the time he gets into the bus stop, Ahmad Jusmin not taking too narrow a line there. Oh, Jaden's actually going to be going to the pits. So, well, thought it was going to be a battle between the two of them, but Jaden decided to call it, go for the box. And into the pit he goes. Mike Donaldi as well, having served a drive-through penalty, has just gotten out of that. Has to take the long way around before he gets onto the entry into the Camel Straight. So that puts him down now into 12th place here. While Damanar Hassanam continues to run up in 10th place up ahead.
Yeah, multiple drive-throughs have been given to multiple drivers here. You just cannot say for sure who else is next. Somebody might have gotten it somewhere.
So Mike Naldi now rejoins the race here in 12th position. Dylan Zahn has not made much gains quite yet, although he has whittled down that gap from 26 down to 24. So he's still definitely on a tear, still setting fastest laps in the last one. 2:26.6 is his last lap, and I don't think I see anyone else close to even touching that time. So he's doing everything he can inside of his toolbox right now to catch up to Dafa Nabiel. It's a crazy amount of pace he's been able to do. Damara Hasnam has sustained a drive-through penalty. Let's see what exactly happened to him here. So, I mean, earlier on, like I said, was running away from Donaldi. Now he's going to be back in the clutches of Donaldi by the time he gets out of the pits here.
It balances out. Both of them got drive-throughs.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, you win some, you lose some, as the great Richard Petty would say. And it all balances out in the end. Coming into the pit area of La Source. Now has still a long way to go before he gets through the old pits, as it were, in Spa. You can see the race leader now coming past, and there it's Dafa just on the corner of your screen, getting through it into Eau Rouge. This guy right now, I mean, might be feeling the pressure a little bit, seeing Dylan Don slowly closing in on that gap. 23 seconds now, so Dylan's already gained another second last time we checked in on him.
Yeah, and remember in Friday, that movie? You win some, lose some. Then you fight another day.
Well, unfortunately, the other day in this endurance edition is going to come in 2025, so, oh man, it's going to be a little while before you get a rematch, isn't it? So, but for Dafa Nabiel, I mean, if he can successfully convert this into a win, this was crazy. He was 7th place, says Loco. I think he means Jaden Liao, was it? So I think, well, I mean, that's the thing. Fortunes change so much when you have to stay out of track for a very long time. I mean, this is why endurance racing is pretty much like one of the toughest tests of professional drivers, whether it be in the sim or in real life. Suravit Suto yet again causing another yellow flag here at the exit of Lacombe. Though thankfully he's way off the racing line, although he still has to wait quite a bit to find that gap. Cuts across there, has to stay out of the way of the Team Uncle car. Actually has to dodge out of the way there, unfortunately, to get into Brussels. Dennis Ong currently driving that tribute livery, I should say, for a livery that has never actually appeared on a Ferrari up until this point.
Well, technically, the name of the company. Oh no!
On again!
Oh, so
Slid out.
Oh, I was about to say that you know, that Philip Morris sponsor does sponsor Ferrari, but not in the way that
Not yeah.
McLaren
They don't use that.
But anyway, wow,
Oh,
two consecutive ones, and he has to wait again.
I think he might have a lot more damage there from that last spin than we thought. I mean, struggling really hard to try to keep the car under control through. I mean, to be fair, that was Jackie Gate's corner. Like simply tapping on the accelerator too hard, too early is an instant recipe for a spin. And perhaps a disaster here, but Surabin Suto is going to have to nurse this car back to home base, and it's going to be a long way to go until we get to that point.
Well, if you're talking about home base, that's Bangkok.
Oh, I think it's a long drive from Bangkok, from Belgium, I think.
Yeah, from Stavelot itself all the way back, from the Ardennes Mountains all the way back to Bangkok.
Gee.
Of course, landmass-wise, yes, you can do that, but not advisable.
I mean, unless you're prepared to go for, I don't know, I mean, coming to think of it, like a long distance rally like that, it's going to be an epic race of races, if I think about it. Although, you know, cutting through the Ardennes forests, yeah, I think there's going to be way too much terrain to try to get through on just a car alone.
Well, I think we're talking about rally raids, yeah, those adventure tracks time that were quite popular in the early 2000s until Dakar fell off the face of the earth, in essence.
Yeah.
But yeah, those kind of cross-country rallies, yeah, those are the ones that people like to do because of the adventure element. You really are using the car against the elements. But well, we're digressing a lot right now.
We're certainly digressing a lot. We're already coming to the tail end of the 4th hour of racing here in on Spa Francorchamps. We're currently riding on board with William Sunjoto and MPR GP. Oh, the 311 car has just fallen off a track there. That's now found a 5th. Just spinning out, I think, at the end of Blanchimont. Sunjoto, in the meantime, putting some pressure onto Denaldi. Trying his best here to get up alongside. Oh, doesn't even need to fight too hard as Denaldi moves out of the way and allows him to pass him going into Lacombe's. And Sunjoto is now up into 12th place here overall.
Yeah, between two countrymen, I think he didn't want to put up much of a fight, knowing that, well, Sunjoto's probably not had the best of days. He doesn't want to have a fellow compatriot cause any more grief.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, the better err on the side of caution here, especially when it's your fellow countryman who's coming right through. So we'll see how things will shape up here for the rest of the grid. But so far, I mean, Dylan Dunn again setting a best lap time, 2:26.4, and that gap between himself and Dafa Nabil down to 20 seconds. This could be really on for like a final hour battle here between LOR and JMX Phantom.
And where have Dafa seen this before? Remember, he did the same thing at the very start of the season, all the way back in March, when he had to defend against Tasby, coming through Barcelona, even to find a few corners. They actually touched quite a few times, but amazingly, Dafa had one to win that time. But the different proposition in Dylan as well, it's about the same. They both are very highly skilled drivers. It might just be another battle all the way to the end.
And as we were waxing lyrical, Dylan Dunn set another best lap, 2:25.8. We're officially under the 2:26s now, ladies and gentlemen, and that's all thanks to Dylan Dunn's amazing run here. Oh boy, that gap might actually shrink sooner than we think here. So this is gonna be exciting here. I mean, we were already robbed of a potential battle for the lead here as Tasbe had to take a drive-through penalty despite getting within 10 seconds of Dafa Nabiel. Now we're seeing Dylan Dunn also approaching that mark. He still has, granted, twice the amount of time to make up, but man, making up for it does he here.
Make up for it in spades. You can safely say that, well, he's got a bit between his teeth now, and he's ready to take on the leaders up in front, but there's a bit of trouble for them in front here at the very same area. Francis Dorata again crashes out at the Jackie Yates corner.
And I think Wei Shen Wong is under pressure here from Chakraborty in 20th place. And that is right now a battle that's forming out on track. A BMW versus a Porsche. It's a Deutsche Uber Alles, maybe, out here on Spa. Well, there's certainly a lot of German power going on all around here in this field. But Raul Chakraborty is certainly going to be hoping his BMW M4 is going to be able to deliver all the horsepower he needs to catch that Porsche in front. So, as we come around now out of campus and into Blanchimont, again, he closed up that gap. It's currently sitting at 0.6 seconds. Still needs a little bit more than that, and he's going to have to do that under braking going through the bus stop chicane. Holding on tight here, braking as hard and as late as possible. Ooh, a little bit wide there for Wei Shen Wong. But, Raul's he's just going into the pits. Every single time I'm thinking it's going to be a bus stop chicane action, it's into the pits some of these guys go, so...
Yeah, a bus stop chicane bust up. But
well,
unfortunately, you can see Raul's car is quite damaged in front. No wonder that the bottom is shaking like mad.
yeah, so it has to kind of come in order to take a bit of that damage off. So, 7 more minutes remaining in this segment. Mike Dinaldi already in 13th place. Had a massive run up earlier on against Jundoto, but unfortunately lost his position to him just a lap prior. Now it saw that gap widen up to 2 whole seconds here. For the ERS Team Techno driver, at least he's still somewhat inside the points. Still has a decent position inside his class, but certainly will be hoping for a little bit more for his end. But nevertheless, 2 hours still remain. There can still be time yet for him or his teammates to try to make up for that. But as it stands right now, Dinaldi needs to work out quite a bit in this stint here to make up for that lost time.
Yeah, but again, that drive-through, he would have actually, if it didn't happen, he would have been right in front of Sujoto. So, and Hasnam too, for good measure. So, again, it's just self-inflicted at times, but it's to be expected because Spa and its corner cutting can be quite treacherous.
Yeah, tricky. Like we saw exactly what transpired with Muhammad Tasbi right on Radeon. That was like so easy to accidentally cut into one of the track limits on Radeon itself, especially when you're going at it at full speed. So Mike Dinaldi now has to try to make up for that lost time. Meantime, I think the rain situation might start to clear up a little bit. I'm seeing on the forecast cloudy weather, but no rain in sight. So that means track conditions might dry up a little bit in this in the final act, as you would say,
Yes.
for this 6-hour-long race, and that could open things up for sure. It will certainly drop the overall pace for these drivers, although given what Dylan Tan has been able to do, perhaps he may not even need that level of like grip in order to pull off some impressive times. Wei Shen Wong now dives into the pits.
Yeah, presumably for that drive-through penalty to get rid of it. As several comments coming from Nimesh Dean, who was also a competitor last night in the Global Edition, is glazing a lot about Duran Abisekera. Well, you can read up for yourself how that message goes. He is absolutely gushing about his fellow countrymen.
I mean, that's the thing. All the Sri Lankan the Sim Racing Lanka guys have been extra vocal on their support for their teammates, for their fellow countrymen. And again, you know, it's understandable, all things considered. Like, Sri Lanka has been absolutely brilliant in ERGP this year. Has put out massive performances, you know, from Muhammad Fauzo Alim, who is currently leading in the bronze class. Silver class, sorry, for ERGP. Had previously been the champion in GE14 as well, and continues to fly that Sri Lankan flag high and proud here in the ERGP.
Yeah, and given the fact that in the backdrop of Sri Lanka going through some really tough times, there has been some points to smile about, and it's coming through their sim racing division. This has been one way, as a great tonic to just, heal.
Andrew Sean, who has been the leader in the AM class all throughout, is also another point of pride here for Sim Racing Lanka. Oh, I just love the dragon right on side there. I mean, anytime there's a country flag with a dragon in it, it just instantly makes it such a epic in my mind. And Sri Lanka is no different in that regard. So Andrew Sean has been massive so far in this endurance in terms of his performance. I mean, he's been ahead of several cars. Oh, that is one car he's definitely want to get ahead of there. Paris Dexter, Anak Robert from Pimega Development Team A, unfortunately spins out at the bus stop chicane. Not too sure whether that was of his own volition or perhaps some contact. I can see some damage in the front of his car there. And Dennis Ong also spins out as well, and in a very dangerous part of the track here. Has to dodge out away, and thankfully he does get his car. Perhaps he just stalled as he spun out of no-name corner. So thankfully he's been able to get out of the way, and thankfully didn't collect anyone, at least by the time he managed to get out of that position.
And another team that has come across us, Shadman Sabik Rahman for the Auto Gaming Rebels team, has gotten another drive-through penalty.
Oh boy. Drive-through penalties, always the bane of any endurance racing. I mean, the good thing is that, you know, when there's so many hours of running on the track there, it's always possible, in spite of penalties, to try to regain and recover into a good position. I mean, we've seen what Dylan Tan has been able to do in his car. I mean, also Luis Moreno as well in the LOR. And speaking of the devil, they've now come into the pits here for a scheduled stop. So it's already done so much to try to close that gap to Dafa Nabiel, and if that pace continues on, we could be seeing JMX Phantom having a bit of a challenge for the lead of the race.
Yeah, let's see where Dafa comes in much later after this, because Dylan is just toward the end of his stint. Just an hour and a minute and a half left to go before he ran out, so he had to come in nonetheless. Dafa just got into the car about half an hour ago. We'll have to wait for another 50 minutes after this to see when he's going to come in.
We'll have to see, and we also have to wait for Dafa Nabiel to take his own pit stop. I mean, Pratama himself has stayed out on track, so he's going to be taking over the reins of second place overall here in that Ferrari. And as it stands right now, JMX Phantom still looking very healthy in that lead, but how long can it last, especially with challenges from behind are starting to heat up. And with the track already officially has, with the weather already having officially stopped raining here on the track, it's pretty much cloudy weather, not so much sunshine, so I don't think the track would dry up that quickly, but it's certainly going to be a lot more drier running from this point onwards. That could make things a lot more interesting, at least as far as overtaking is concerned. There's still a lot of wet patches here and there as Moreno Pratama gets through a bunch of traffic here in order to get some clear running ahead of him. So only got one more car to pass here, and he's going to have a full length of the sector here in order to try to catch up to where Dafa Nabiel is. 23 seconds is the gap between second and first place. Dylan Tan early on managed to whittle that down to 20th before he had to take that pit stop. But don't forget, both Pratama and Nabiel as well have to take their pit stop soon, and they will have to do it within these next 2 hours here. And on that note,
oh, in fact, he's coming in.
Oh, he's already come in. Dafa Nabiel comes into the pits.
Wet tires. It's wet tires.
So, there's a scheduled stop here with Dafa Nabiel. I think Pratama continues to run on, so he will be inheriting the lead from Dafa Nabiel. But Pratama, don't forget, he also still has to take a pit stop for himself, so he's not quite done it yet. But this is going to be his golden opportunity now, with plenty of clear running ahead of him to try to get a good in-lap here. So, and especially with the track this dry, this should make Radion a lot more easier to stomach here.
Well, not stomach per se, but just to negotiate, because the wet patches can be quite tricky. I saw plenty of people going up there, and look at that, more and more drivers coming in. So Dylan, he timed his stint previously at 1 minute 8 and 33 seconds. Timed it to perfection because he was still on the wet tires. Now he's going on to dries way before everybody else.
Wow, that's just perfect for him, because now, I mean, especially being on the dry tire this early on, he'll be able to get it up to optimum temperature much faster compared to everyone. So, we've already hit 4 hours of running here in the Endurance Edition 2024 round number 5. We're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back to give you guys more updates right now on this battle going on here. Because who's going to be the one to finish with the checkered flag first? Is it going to be Dafa Nabil or JMX Phantom? Is it going to be Pratama right now for LOR Racing? Or is it going to be Dylan Tan for the other LOR car? We're going to be finding out soon, but until then, we'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back for round number 5 of the Endurance Edition. 2 hours still remain in the 6-hour race, and Moreno Pratama has now entered the pits here to take his scheduled stop. So has Mohamed Tasper, so has Cruz. So let's see whether or not Dafa Nabiel will be able to regain his lead of the race here, and also more importantly, where does Dylan Tan stand at the end of all these conjunctures and all these changes that's been happening out on the track here. So Dafa Nabiel in the meantime has already gotten through into La Rouge. He's already in number 1, so he's regained his spot, and the gap between himself and Dylan Tan down to 14 seconds here, so it's already closed up massively, especially from his last stint where he set a best time, a whopping 2 minutes 24.2 seconds, although that time I expect will continue to drop as the track condition has gone from wet to slightly lubricated. Let's put it that way.
Greasy, yeah.
Yeah, greasy.
I mean, you got close to the word, so it's greasy, but the thing is, now the times will be tumbling, so who has had the better setup among the crews up in front? That's the most crucial question. Whether or not that dry weather setup or a wet weather setup was the one that was the key to this victory. Last year, we had that because it was Tasby and Alif running on a somewhat hybrid of a wet and dry setup that they did. Paid dividends because the car functioned well on both dry and wet conditions, and they won the race and won the championship in Pro last season. Whether or not we can have the same situation here remains to be seen, unless we can get interviews after the race.
And speaking of interviews after the race, I think Afik wants to be interviewed very soon here. He wants a lot of things. He wants to be a vacuum cleaner. He wants to breathe the dust. He wants to be a Ford Cortina.
I didn't know his pronouns ran that deep.
Well, maybe one of these days, Afik, certainly we can make some time for you, for sure. Adam Harvey also just joining in the chirping here.
I just want to dry.
He just wants to dry.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting pretty dry on the track. Not dry enough yet, mind you.
Okay, Thiago Pereira says, same as he read. Seems to be like a bunch of guys who like racing boats at Spa. Well, they're doing well for themselves so far. P4 in the AM category right now as they come into the pit lane for their scheduled stop for Angelo Sanaratne. Loco says Jerilo saved all the turtles in the ocean. I think it's because it went to the point of what Nimesh Dean said about Duran or Dinon Ebisakera saving 50 infants from burning orphanage and rescue stray dogs from 4 continents.
I love this.
I'm starting to think he's some sort of spiritual leader. He will be better. He'll be definitely better leaders than the Rajapaksas were, I guess.
You give us more of these kind of like background information, let's put it that way, of our drivers here.
There's lore. There's lore.
We got lore going on here in this Endurance Edition for sure. 10 minutes into the 5th hour now of round number 5. Dylan Tan, let's see where his gap is at. 12.9 seconds. He's gained 1 or 2 seconds now to Dafa Nabiel since the last time we checked in on him, so he's just certainly collapsing that. I mean, that's also by virtue of being able to come out on the dry tires much sooner compared to everyone else, just having timed his pit stop perfectly in order to get himself into this position, and now he's going to try to collapse away at that gap that stands between himself and a JMX Phantom car.
Lovely sound of the V8 from the Mercedes there ringing through the Ardennes, but I don't think he'll be admiring the sound of the music on this one because he has one job at hand and he knows that the target is so tantalizingly close. In the wet, I think they were not really on the pace compared to what Dafa had, because they probably are on a setup that's more akin to dry weather. Oh, that's a bit close. Yeah. Very close.
Oh, that's a touch. That was a touch there. But thankfully, neither car get bumped out of position there. Dylan Tan continues on his merry way, and Chadramauli Adnan.
Sorry, it was trying to find
a different car.
Yeah, I was trying to find which car was that, but it looks as though
71.
It's Hussein, Hasif Hussein, nearly causing grief.
It's always like getting on the outside of Puhan is never a comfortable place to be in, whether it is you being lapped or you trying to do the lapping. And Dylan Tan is going to try to lap one more car here, this time on a much more straighter part of the track here. Yeah, coming up towards Blanchimont.
Oh, Melvin
on the inside.
That's Melvin Malik there being lapped. So luckily, Melvin is being as predictable as he could. But remember what happened to Ibrahim Zahaili in Silverstone? It was under braking that he got it completely wrong, and he has come a cropper quite a few times so far. And look at that! Runs a bit wide and he goes in the pit lane. So imagine if Dylan was just a couple of seconds slower that time, he would have been rear-ended.
Yeah, that would have been really, really bad. But thankfully, I mean, especially after we got robbed of a potential lead battle here, hopefully Dylan Tan will be able to pick up the pieces from that. Justin Raul Dev, who is currently running in 24th place, currently trying to chase on to another car in front of him. Not exactly sure who's that, but they're coming up through Radion right now. That's Justin Raul Dev here on our screens. Car number 515, I think that could be...
Oh no, it's Suto, isn't it?
Suto, I think so. So
yeah,
it's Justin trying to lap, Suravit Suto out on track right now.
And Suto actually gave him a dive bomb at turn 1 just now, so that's why he almost came to a standstill. But here comes Dylan. Dylan is right behind Justin Roldev and Suto as well. Oh boy, that is quite a tight situation. And here comes Dylan on the outside. Is Suto going to give it? Yes, he does, because he sees the blue flags.
Yeah, those blue flags that Justin immediately took as soon as he saw Dylan Tan in his rearview mirror. So Dylan, thankfully, still able to close that gap. I think still sitting in around 11.5 seconds right now. So he's been able to at least collapse it a little bit, despite the fact he had to navigate a few lapped cars along the way. From this point on, I think he should have a much clearer running. It's just a bit of gap before he gets up to the 711 car. So it's certainly going to be more than enough time. In the meantime, Imran Zuhaili,
the car stopped at
the car stopped at the top of Radion, but I think he's managed to get on his way. Imran Zuhaili, who's currently running in 11th place, is trying to catch up to Rialto Ristofani, who's given a few drivers here their fair share of troubles, and this time it's Imran who's going to be troubled.
Well, in this case, troubling Ristofani on the way up to Fanyas, and after this curb for Paul Frere on the way to the the final part of the lap. It looks as though the Bentley might be just better here compared to the Ford at this point, but I'm not sure in terms of strategy where they are at right now. Looking at the timing screens, in fact, they both just came out of the pits basically 2 minutes apart. So it looks as though Imran's just gotten the better of the tires now, heated up, waiting for the moment to strike, whereas Hasnam's trying to get his tires up.
It's going to be struggling a bit with that than I expect. But they're already coming around towards the to fight the final chicane on Spa Francorchamps. So if he hadn't got his tires up to spec quite yet, Imran is going to be all over him sooner rather than later. Oh, yep. It's a little bit of a slide on the end there for Rialto. He comes across the line on the Grand Prix straight. Needs to try to keep things together as the sun has begun to come down here on Spa Francorchamps. You can see the evening light is slowly upon us. The cars have to get their headlights on, as it's already the time now for them to increase that visibility. And oh boy, would you look at that. Forecast is showing a bit of rain coming in here, ladies and gentlemen. And this is already when everyone has already switched onto the dries.
Yeah, okay, imagine if any of those guys stuck out for the West. They would look pretty smug, but they wouldn't look pretty bright because their tires would have actually been chopped to pieces by then because of being on the dries, on dry surfaces. Oh, I thought it was a car there for a second that went off. But yes, they actually take it to the escape road. It's Senaratne. It's Rafniake. He's actually come to a stop. Would you believe it? That is actually one of the same racing Ceylon Motorsports Club cars, and he's left the race. He's out of it.
Oh, what a shame. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I also thought I saw a car go off into the escape road there. So it was Serenake, who unfortunately has now retired from this race here effectively. So such a shame for him. The Ceylon Motorsports Club. Imran Zuhaili will still continue on though, still trying to close the gap to Ristofani, still sitting at 1.2 seconds last time around. Let's see how it is on the next control line. As Imran gingerly closes in on to Ristofani as they enter sector number 3.
Yeah, but you saw just now how squirrely Ristofani was with his tires. Yep. Maybe it's up to temperature now. Still seeing some small wet patches. You see that there's some discoloration? That's not part of the track. That's actually the weather conditions coming into play. So the rain is drying up there. There's still some wet patches, but the track is getting much faster. As you can see, track conditions up there on your top right. It says fast. That means that the track is now almost close to being optimum, and the times will tumble even more.
And clean as well when you consider the amount of showers we've been having out in Spa here all in the last like 4 hours of racing. But finally it is dry, only to get a little bit wet in another 15 minutes or so here. So, well, let's see whether or not it's going to be any like pit strategy masterclass like we saw with Dylan Tan early on, timing his pit stop perfectly so they can come out as the track is drying on the dry tires and get them up to temperature quicker than anyone else. And also I'm just laughing a little bit as Luis Moreno joins us in the YouTube chat and only just realized that we have a GR Bentley inside our field here today.
Yes, for Luis, he's competed in the TGR GT Cup Asia qualifiers all the way from the Philippines and into Asian level. He's seeing a GR, but that's not the GR that they released. And no, that's not even a Lexus. You are looking, you don't scratch your eyes. That is actually a Bentley in the colors of TGR, but it's done by our guy who did the broadcast as well behind the scenes in TGR GT Cup Asia, which is Imran Zahaili. Little cheeky tribute there, but not sure if copyright infringement will be approving of that.
I don't know. I don't know which company would sue you first, Toyota or Bentley's entry under BMW. Oh, sorry, not BMW, VW, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's under the. Oh, okay. I cannot say that. I was about to say the acronym on air, but don't pronounce it. You just spell it as VAG. If we said it the other way, we might just get bopped.
Yeah, well, GR Bentley on the track here, Luis Moreno. Believe it or not.
Ripley's.
1 minute, 1 hour. I was gonna say 1 minute 40 seconds. There's 1 hour and 40 minutes still remaining in this race, and rain is just around the corner. So for all of those guys who are still on the dry tires, this is going to be the last moment for them to make those tires work for themselves, because in a few moments it's going to get way too wet here for them to be able to stay out. And Imran Zuhaili dispatching already one car. He's continuing to give chase here to Rialto Ristofani, but he's still got another car he needs to get out of the way, and Rialto in the meantime has already gained a lot more time, 2.4 seconds practically to Imran Zuhaili.
He's coming up behind a back marker that is not known to be the easiest to overtake, and that's Asif Hussain, part of that Bengals racing team car for that one, the Bengals racing crew, and he still hasn't given way. And his teammates likewise have been quite tricky to overtake themselves. Isra Rahman and Nirat Nur Nabi. Can you imagine that? How all three of them have become quite distinct in the way they do it. And look at that, Imran has to go the hard shoulder and loses a huge amount of time, almost like what, 2 seconds more. 4 seconds he's lost in total now.
Oh, that's a crazy amount of time he's lost, and you know that's the thing. If you cannot get past this traffic, and sometimes you're literally at the mercy of the back markers, because you know even though the blue flags are out, it's still literally up to the driver to actually give the space. Luis Moreno has just chirped in here. Reminds me of manufacturer skin swaps on Gran Turismo, Subaru on Mitsubishi colors, and all sorts of ideas. You know, I was actually thinking like what would be the most cursed like combination, and I think I just hit on it. What if you had an M Power, but it is on a Dacia? Oh!
On it, there's Asif Hussain going off for a bit of a trip through Lake Como.
Yep. Like I said, M Power, but on a Dacia.
Dacia.
Dacia? No, it's the Russian car.
Oh, you mean like, okay, those cars, like the Volga or
the old school, like the communist car for communism.
Yes, like the Ladas.
Ladas,
yeah. BMW with a BMW livery on a Lada. Can you imagine that?
Oh man,
that will be, well, that is a Europe from East Germany. It will make sense.
Maybe.
But BMW,
I don't think they built any like Dacias or Ladas.
No, BMW is not from East Germany.
No, not at all.
it will make sense, ideology-wise, that it was from there. But the most you can get is a car that was made from hardened cotton. I forgot what car was that. I hope Lewis actually has the answer in the comments if he knows that one. But Trabant, yes, the Trabant was the one that was made in East Germany and was made out of hardened cotton.
It's like amazing the amount of like different materials they can use. You know, you don't just have to use steel or aluminium. Sometimes you just get away with cotton. Who knew?
Yeah, but they had to get a lot of cotton, make it hard as possible, and then mold it to the shape of a car. But you can almost imagine the crush zones being not very sturdy.
I mean, the whole car is a crumple zone at that point, isn't it?
Yeah, just take a knock and then you just literally fall apart, or you just if it gets wet, it just goes back to cotton. But we digress. I think the car itself is just made partly of it. It's just the materials itself. Some of it was more unique. It's probably for insulation and all that.
I just had a really funny thought. You know how like an Ute is basically like a sedan, but it's converted into a pickup, at least in terms of shape. Oh no, Sabi Ratnyake spun out on the exit of Radion. Has to wait a bit before he can finally rejoin in.
Yep, and he got it away safely there. So, unfortunately, because of the disconnect, he has been jumped over into different cars. So that means that if he jumps it back to his teammate, they may not be able to complete the driver's wall. That's such a shame. They were running up in 4th in AM. Well, there goes that plan.
Yeah, that's such a shame again. And already seeing like a lot of anticipation.
Oh!
For the rain coming in again. The Sabi Ratnyake taking to the escape road.
And is he gonna go through all the way? Yes, he does this time.
Okay.
And that's good driving. That's good awareness to just go off track, find the nearest escape road rather than going onto the grass and causing more mayhem.
Oh, to Alan Racing on YouTube, the fastest lap currently is a 2:18.4.
50.
Yeah, 0.450, and that's set by Mohamed Tasbi in car number 44. So that's a correct lap and a crash.
Who's that? No, that's number 44. That's Tasbi.
That's
Tasbi.
Tasbi.
Just as we were talking about him, Tasbi gets knocked out. Would you believe it? He was chasing after the podium, and so he says just up the road, and there goes his chance of getting onto the podium.
Guys, as a commentator, I am so sorry for cursing some of our drivers out here today. Let's have a look at a replay here to see what happened. And you can see a huge gaggle of cars that Tasbi was struggling to try to get through. So he got into number 1, and he just tapped on the side.
Asif Hussein
on car number 71. And that's the thing, like everyone was just crowded together. A concertina effect in full effect here. Oh my goodness. And it's a shame. I mean, again, drive-through penalty here for Mohamed Tasbi, and then now this incident here just putting him out, possibly out of a potential podium here for Mohamed Tasbi.
And again, another back marker causing mayhem to leaders. That's the second time that the number 44 has been taken out by a back marker. And guess what? It actually came from, oh no, it's not the 71 that time. It was the 515.
1-5.
Yeah, it was Tuto that time. But wow, can you imagine the amount of rotten luck there to be involved in back marker incidents twice in the same race? They will probably start to just try to do a rain dance and hope that the guys in front actually have an accident after this, because that's so not on.
And I was just only talking about how he got the fastest lap. Oh, that's just... I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for being the jinx here up in the broadcast booth, but fortunately, with 1.5 hours still remaining, the race must go on. Car number 44 in 4th place right now. I want to see what how
oh no! He drops it coming out of the top of Radion. Would you believe it? Tasbi has had an absolute mare in the last couple of laps.
I think maybe we might want to switch off from Tasbi at this point, because I think we're just chasing him way too much right now. Oh, I just feel so bad right here for Tasbi. I mean, he was running so well earlier on. It's taken what was an amazing stint earlier on from his brother. And now, unfortunately, things have gone completely sideways here.
Yep. And Savi Rathnayake there stops again, and unfortunately connection issues, because we see the comments there. Denon Flavius, and apparently it's Durana Bisikera, by the way, who has unveiled himself, said that, well, the world need to save them. They got no luck with the technical difficulties. And unfortunately, that's out of our hands, because ACC as a game itself is still rough around the edges, despite it being updated for the last 6 years now. They're just going to move it away after this.
Maybe, I don't know. By the way, Duran, I wonder which 4 continents did you save the stray dogs from?
Well, he is the second coming.
The second coming of Denon the Great. Simon Zuhaili on your screens right now. Earlier on, he was on the chase with Ristofani. Unfortunately, has lost a lot of time in the intervening process of getting up until that point. At the moment, he's currently 6.7 seconds behind Rialto Ristofani, and with the rain going to be coming even more intensely than we have expected here. Look at that. In 15 minutes, we're going to be having another torrential downpour on the cars here on Spa. So however dry it is on track, you guys better enjoy it as much as you can. A drive-through penalty here for Alistair Young.
Well, you're about to say, enjoy the dry track. Well, you can you imagine for Alistair, that's just pain.
I know.
Not only he has to drive for penalty, he has to serve, then he has to come around the pit lane again to change the tires. Oh. Just as this 111 crew are looking to just get toe-to-toe on back on terms with the top 5, that happens, and well, that's the title more or less sealed for number 889.
When it rains, it pours. Pouring it shall here, unfortunately, for Alistair. Make sure you guys at home pour one out for him, because he's gonna be having a bit of a bad time this next half hour or so.
Yeah.
Well,
jinx there, but at least in a month's time, less than a month's time, Alistair will celebrate his 22nd birthday, so he will be at least looking forward to that one, as opposed to just finishing this race that he definitely wants to just get it over with quickly.
well, indeed. I think another one who wants to try to stop the count as soon as possible here perhaps might be Dafa Nabiel, because Dylan Tan is now within 4 seconds of his lead lap here. So, oh boy, this is going to get very, very interesting very soon. You can already see Dylan in the middle of the Grand Prix straight. He's already looking sides up.
You can see him.
Yeah, you can already see him, like Dafa, just as he cut across onto
And the rain!
And the rain has started to pour here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, is it going to be time for the pits here?
Well, then let's hope that no one ends up in the proverbial pits by crashing. In fact, Gary Kurinia is the first to call it, and along with Rialto Ristafani. So that is perfect timing for both of those cars. Both Indonesians are both part of the same team as well, MPRGP. They actually got the huge rubber to green here. It might just be beneficial for their eventual finishing position. But remember, the rain may not be so effective in terms of reducing the grip, because the slick tires that these cars have still have enough even when the surface is starting to get a bit greasy.
Yeah.
When it gets really damp or wet, then you might start sweating a bit.
So there's at least like another 5 minutes, or perhaps 1 lap or 2, if they're really, really brave, in order to try to hang out there on the slick tires. But for both Dylan Tan and Dafa Nabiel, they want to try to hang it as long as possible, because, you know, when they get into the pits, it's only 3 seconds of gap between the two of them, so it's not going to be a lot. They need to time this absolutely perfectly. Mohamed Tasbih has decided to call it in as well to take on the wet tires. So has Cruz in 5th place. Dylan Tan and Dafa Nabiel are still outside and still continuing to run out there on the slick tires. Dafa is still out in the 3rd sector here, and the rain is continuing to pour even more now. Track is still greasy. I don't see any wet patches quite yet, so perhaps the slick tires can hang on just a little bit longer. But how much longer can he hang here for Dafa Nabiel?
Yeah, let's see then. He'll be the barometer for Dylan and the LOR team to do. So, remember what we said earlier about the setup, that between the compromise, what they did. I have a feeling that the Legion Racers guys are actually banking on a much dry leading setup. It's still a wet setup, of course, but compared to what JMX guys are running, this is definitely going to be a test of philosophies. Who got the best setup work? If the JMX guys are still faster in the wet and Dylan struggles a bit, you know which setup they lead to. And look at that! The stream of cars coming in, and Dylan right behind. Now it's going to be a battle of the pit crews.
What is going to be missing here in Assetto Corsa Competizione is just the gaggle of pit crews just going outside of the garage there to receive your fellow drivers inside the box. And there's a lot of cars coming into the pits right now. I think everyone who's got half a brain cell will be coming in precisely at this moment as the rain continues to pour on and the track gets wetter and wetter by the second. So Dafa Nabiel now going to be switching onto the wet tires. He's the gap now is frozen at 2.3 seconds between himself and Dylan Tan, but that's not a lot of margin between the two of them. This still could be any one of their races here. It's just a matter of how it's going to turn out on track as soon as they're done with their pit stops. So let's see, a lot of cars coming into the pit garages here. Like normally it will be very crowded out here and can sometimes be impossible to find a pit box in real life. At the very least in the virtual world, you just need to find where exactly your box is and just slink right in, as Dylan Tan has now put himself in that position here. He's going to be in the pit box just close to where exactly Dafa Nabiel is. So they have a really good view of each other actually coming out of the pits.
What a coincidence. You can see there.
Yeah.
There's Dylan and there's Dafa right in front. So both of them are just going to be within earshot. And can you imagine the gap? That was 1 point at about 18 seconds for Dafa. It's just a matter of a few tenths now. It's just going to be very tense for him after this as more and more cars file their way into the pit lane. Where are the other guys out on track? Now we're back to Tusby. Let's hope that nothing happens to him again, because he is still on the dry tires on a wet track, and he already spun twice. Once because of being taken out, and the second time because he hit the curb at the top already on. Let's just hope it will not happen a third time.
I thought he already went into the pits earlier, actually.
Oh yes, he has.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So he has.
So he's already gone on the wet tires, which actually might bode well for him. I mean, again, he pitted much earlier compared to Nabiel as well as Tan. So perhaps he might use this opportunity now to claw back a little bit of that lead that he had lost due to the drive-thrus and other shenanigans. Let's just put it that way. I think Enzo Ison is also going into the pits as well. He was holding third position overall on the track. Now he's going to be coming into the pits or rather coming out of the pits now, and will be coming out perhaps in the clutches of Tasbe. Dafa Nabiel is already out on is he out of track?
Yes.
Yeah.
But Tasbe is very far back.
Yeah, it's way far back, so yeah, no chance for him to catch up to Ison right at this point. Dylan Tan as well also came out. Where exactly is he in comparison to Nabiel? Only 2 seconds separate the two on the last control line, so this is boding very well now for LOR Racing.
Yes, but again, let's see if whose setup work actually works best in these conditions, because we saw how at the start of the race the LOR car was struggling so much when Luis Moreno was starting the car. Now, but when Moreno got into his stride, the car was actually really, really good. It may not be the fastest overall, but it was right there. Let's see what Dylan can do when he has the win right in his grass, and Dafa is stuck in a lot of traffic right now, so this is going to be very close. Dafa doesn't have the comfort of being close to the finish. Rather, he still has a Grand Prix distance away to try and hold on to this win. It's going to be intense. It's still not over yet, not by a long shot.
And the thing, we still have 1 hour and 24 minutes of running still remaining, even if we see the conclusion of this battle here. Let's just only hope, and I'm hoping I'm not jinxing at this point, that both of these cars can battle each other cleanly, even under this torrential condition, which is continuing to pour down. Now you can see lots of wet patches around, lots of mist being thrown up in the air. The LOR car now completely behind Dafa Nabiel, who still has another car to overtake here before he's going to be able to go on his merry way. So still an opportunity now for Dylan Tan to close that gap. Dafa now takes on the inside. The lap car already wisely staying out of the way. You can also see Dylan Tan doing the same as well. So both of these cars now on the lead lap. On the chase here is Dylan Tan. Let's see how he's going to be able to catch up to Dafa Nabiel.
Let's see that. Bro, region right there, they take that curve so heavily. You thought that they're gonna have a big spin here, and then there's another car to add to the fact up in front. It looks like it's a McLaren, but I'm not sure which McLaren is that as they come out to it. It's the Borneo Roni racing car. So let's hope that who's driving right now, Murdoch, will be going in out of the way and safely negotiate this. They do.
Now attempting to stay as close as possible. Ooh, this has been building up for a long time now, but Dylan Tan has finally caught up to Dafa Nabiel. An amazing run in the dry has allowed him to get this close, but now the question is the setup conducive for this condition right now? Because we speculate that the LOR car may be much more set up for a drier condition, whereas Dafa Nabiel, the JMX Phantom car, may be a lot better suited for a wetter condition. But at this juncture, it pretty much is even Stevens between the two as Dylan Tan continues to shadow his rival up ahead. This is now a fight for the lead of the race here, ladies and gentlemen. Do not take your eyes off the screen.
Indeed, that is between two of the best operators in the ACC platform, and indeed in all the sim racing, because Dafa and Dylan just compete in everything possible. This time, however, it looks as though one driver has the upper hand, and it's Dylan who's really turning up the wing, turning up the pressure on the Dafa. Dafa looks as though he's not buckling just yet, but he has had a couple of slides here and there, and once again, looks as though Dylan might just be lining one up here. Where's he going to overtake, and how is Dafa going to defend here?
Yeah, coming up to Blanchimont. Oh boy, I'm clenching so hard right now. This is going to be a very, very tight one here.
He goes wide.
It goes wide here. Unfortunately, Dafa Nabil has opened up the door. Dylan Tan swallows him out on the upside. Tries to cut him on the bus stop. He is going to be able to get the position. Yes, he does get the apex first on the end, but Dafa Nabil is still very much within touching distance, but Dylan Tan has already cleared him as soon as he gets across the Grand Prix straight.
That is a brilliant move from Dylan Tan. He hanged there on the outside, and fair play to both of them. They actually gave each other so much space. In fact, Dylan went so narrow on the exit. I thought that he was not going to get enough of a drive. This is in wet conditions, and you have a bit of traction control, but somehow he manages to just get it on the throttle and into the lead. We had to take a replay of how that played out.
Yeah, we gotta have to see that again. Oh, I think even further back you had to go for that though, unfortunately. But man, I mean, again, it was that going wide off of Blanchimont there that actually opened up the door and that allowed Dylan Tan to actually get up alongside and in the perfect position as well. You know, right around the outside on the penultimate corner, and just carrying enough speed through it. I mean, again, you consider how wet this condition is. You have to be absolutely precise on the braking there, and Dylan has finally pulled it off. It's been a massive push through the dry in order to pull this off, but again, this has been a crazy amount of racing as we see here. Dylan Tan still coming across the line here, still in first place, but 1 hour, 20 minutes still remain. He needs to be able to hang on to this lead if he wants to convert this into a win.
Yeah, unfortunately our replay couldn't catch the maneuver again, but if you look through the stream replay, he did it absolutely well, just hanging around the outside. And now all championship leaders in 3 classes lead their respective races. The 889 Legion Racers car leads the way overall, and in the pro class, the 333 Apex Racing Brunei car is leading the way in Pro-Am and on the way to a championship as well. And the 999 Sim Racing Lanka car driven by Tahan Iranga and Fazul Alim will be looking at a championship heading their way here. And Fazul Alim will love to make it a double by this time next week when he takes on the silver class field. So that would be a really great double to finish off the season. But for now, the race is still not over yet. An hour and 20 left to go. An hour and 20 left to go. Still a long way here in this race, even if we're coming to a crescendo.
The crescendo had been built up here by Dylan. Oh, that looked like it was a bit sketchy there coming out of Blanchimont, especially with the traffic coming up in front of him here. He needs to be able to get through these guys quickly though. 1.5 seconds only separates himself and Dafa Nabia, and Dafa is really hot on his heels right now, wanting to regain the lead of this race here, ladies and gentlemen. And the track is going to continue to get wetter and wetter as time goes on. The temperature is also dropping, given that we're already deep into the evening here.
Whoa!
On our tense forest. Bit of a touch there from Dafa Nabil to Ashish Shakur. Thankfully, no harm done, or rather no harm done to Dafa. I'm pretty sure it's a bit of harm done until that 720.
And there's a stopping go penalty. Another one has fallen victim. This is Franz Hutapia. What a name though. I thought for a second it smelled like Cassiopeia.
Well, Dafa though, still trying to close that gap. 1.1 seconds. It came across the last control line. So he's certainly trying to close out the gap. It's been a bit successful at that, but just needs to remain within touching distance. There's still 1 whole hour to go, and who knows how things will turn up when we get to that final minute of this race. Still can be up for grabs here for either Dafa Nabil or Dylan Tan, but as of right now, Dylan is the one that is sitting ahead of the driver in the GMX Phantom car.
Meanwhile, we have a battle for position, but not among the classes, of course. This is among the classes, but not for the overall one, as Tahan Iranga actually gives way to Real Turistafani. He knows that that's not his fight. Once again, he just uses caution as the better side of valor to not get involved in any unnecessary fight that might just jeopardize what has been a great job that's been done up to this point.
Exactly. Again, you know, you're practically on ice, you know, whenever it's it's this wet out here on track. Now, granted, they are wearing their ice skates, as it were, the wet tires that currently are fitted to these cars. So they certainly will try to get as much grip as they can out of it. But as the track gets damper and damper, you're already seeing the lap times drop like a cliff. Like it's off a cliff edge here. We're already back into the 230s here on average here, at least for the top 10. There's a couple of guys who are able to break into the 229s, but only just those two. And you can see that everyone's going to be struggling, as we did see earlier in the first few hours of racing that we've witnessed here. And Francorchamps has spun out again. Very unfortunate for the BMW driver here for Entropy Motorsport. So he joins back onto track. The 889 still continuing to widen up that gap. 1.8 seconds over the last control line. Dylan Tan has been on an absolute tear ever since he got behind the wheel of that AMG GT3. And he's going to continue to try to bring it home here. Hopefully still in the lead, and hopefully the first one to witness that checkered flag.
Yep. And for their sakes, they just want to get it home safely, because after the trials and tribulations of last year, this season has been an absolute dream for them. It had been so consistent all the way, as the car for the behind there, that might have been Asif Hussein again. Yes, it was. Now it's Asif Hussein's turn to get up to the back to be lapped by Dafa Nabil, and there's a further accident further behind. That's Ahmad Norris, and now we get to see what happened to him.
Yeah, let's see exactly what happened. He was coming around Blanchimont over the curb, and yep, that unsettled his car completely.
360 no-scope though.
It only counts as a no-scope if you score a hit.
Yeah, but he didn't hit anybody there. But I would say the hit is that he managed to just get it away from hitting anybody. Yeah, okay, it's against the rules, but you get the idea. He just went full 360 and forward again, so I count it as a win.
Although he did spin another like counterclockwise just now, so maybe it's a 180.
Yeah, a bit of an ollie. Yeah, I mean it's
front side.
Yeah, we're going skater terms there. Skater terms more the way down it.
Oh boy.
We have more drive-throughs for Ashish Shakur and Suto. Well, I mean it's almost needless to say that they've been in the highlight reels more ways than one.
Well, there's certainly going to be a lot of highlights to clip out of this very race alone. So you just pick and choose which ones you want. Do you want to see the highlight of Dylan Tan taking the checkered flag, or would you rather the highlight of Dafa Nabil taking it back after an hour of wet racing here? We did speculate about the setups, but it does seem that Dylan has no trouble at all, even in these conditions. 4.3 seconds is now the gap between himself and Dafa Nabil. He's absolutely flying out here. I mean, practically drifting through a lot of these corners. In fact, I mean, a very slight four-wheel drift, but a slide nevertheless.
Yeah, now we get to see the onboard of how he works that steering wheel. Okay, not his literal physical form, but his virtual form. You saw just now how he was chasing after Dafa. He literally went onto the curb. The car could have slid sideways, but managed to catch it just in time to avoid facing the wrong way. It's just almost tippy-toeing like, but then there's a bit of control aggression just to wring the car's neck.
Now I'm coming down through La Source. Again, just keeping a keen eye on the way that he's actually taking these corners. Means it's super fast on track though. Now, having set a last lap, it's a 229.8. It's the fastest off this current stage of the race. Look at that. Still having to jink a little bit here to keep his car facing the correct way on the Campbell Straight. This just goes to show how treacherous the conditions are in this rainy evening now in Spa-Francorchamps. 1 hour 13 minutes still remain here. I mean, 1 hour and 13 minutes for Dylan Tan to hang on to this race lead. Now having to get through to one of the back markers here, the 515. Now he's got another back marker ahead of him in order to clear. He's been absolutely tearing it up on track though, just getting these lap times after lap times after lap times. 118.2 has been the fastest he said during the dry period of this race, and it still remains unassailed here. And it will continue to be unassailed as long as the track remains this wet.
Yeah, let's see then how that setup works. But maybe now we might be stand corrected. he probably had the setup working for him in the wet regardless, because it was going to be wet all the way. No one could predict that the dry period would come. But yeah, probably because Moreno was struggling initially, but then once he got the bit between his teeth, the lap times actually were more or less consistent with the guys in front. So maybe that kind of threw off our hypothesis, because we were not entirely sure whether it was very much a setup thing or whether or not it's just in that very moment the car and driver were not gelling just yet.
Or I mean, we cannot also discount the fact that maybe the contact that Luis Moreno had at the start of the race may have sustained a bit of damage, aerodynamically otherwise.
Yeah. And maybe you know, a bit of confidence shaking.
Oh,
because,
for sure.
Yeah, because you just survived that in the wet. Can you imagine? The rain's heavy. You got hit by your own teammate. You were facing the wall, but yet somehow you got away with it. So it might take a while to just steady yourself, though.
Yeah, I mean, the adrenaline was certainly going to be running high in Luis Moreno early on. So now he's on the sidelines here. He's certainly going to be cheering on his teammate now as he continues to lead ahead of Dafa Nabiel. 4.8 seconds is the gap now, and wow, what a flying gap it has been here for Dylan Tan, as Dafa Nabiel now has to get through his own batch of traffic here. It's finally already cleared a bunch of them going into La Source. So a bit of clear running from here until the next one, car number 515 that Dylan Tan had only passed just moments ago. Now Dafa is going to have to pass it as well.
I think he already passed him on the start finish straight just now, so 515 is clear. Yeah, he got a little bit troubled there for a second, but luckily Suto got out of the way before any more trouble arose. But either way, it's stabilized at the front right now in terms of how the fights are going to be. No way we're going to see any more close fights until maybe towards the end, or maybe another pit stop cycle.
Yeah, and in the meantime, like, the lap times continue to drop massively as the rain continues to increase in intensity. The fastest lap right now, still, I mean, in the current lap, is still in the hands of Dylan Tan, but it's already gone up to 2:31. So 1 whole second added because the track conditions at this point, and the rain is going to continue to pour a lot more in the next 5 minutes, although it will start to step off a little bit more after that. So hopefully that might be a bit of a reprieve for some of the drivers. But one thing for sure is that the track temperature has dropped massively with this new pour of rain here. So that also will affect, I expect, the temperature on these tires overall here. But glad to see that the Sim Racing Lankan guys are still continuing to cheer on their mates here. Denon Flavius continuing to cheer on the Sim Racing Lanka guys, especially Terran Aranga, who's currently carrying the flag for them in the amateur class. Let's go, Tihan, says Denon Flavius, and I agree. He's been absolutely flawless, I would say, in his grasp of the lead in the amateur class. Has not even stepped a foot wrong all race long. Adam Hakim, in the meantime, getting crashed out here. Unfortunately, a lot of traffic coming his way. Even more traffic still coming, man. Still have to wait a little bit. Just be patient. A gap is now appearing, and now he's going to be able to flick the car around and get back on his merry way. Although
he stalled it.
He stalled it a little bit, actually.
And in front of Iranga as well. If we further up the road, we have Hutapia. Well, it's unfortunate that France has gone off again, and in front of him, Daryl Brady's come to a stop.
Oh no, that's right on the. Oh, that's right on Lacoombs right there. So he's gonna have to take the escape road in order to rejoin the race here. Man, 8 more minutes until the 5th hour is over here at Spa-Francorchamps, the 5th round of Endurance Edition 2024. This has been quite an amazing race here so far. Seen plenty of thrills, plenty of action, plenty of heartbreak, and plenty of accidents and mistakes all about. Pretty much everything you could think of in a motor racing context has occurred out here on track. We've had the running in the wet, we've had running in the dry only momentarily, and now we're back on the wet once more. Team Uncle has now had Jonathan Takumi at the helm this time around in 132. I think he may have spun around there on Blanchimont, no less. So
did he touch the wall though? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Yeah, and that's a kind of a hard hit as well. Quite high speed at that, so it's going to have a bit of recovery ahead of him here. Oh, it almost had to, Alistair almost had to dodge out of the way there as he rejoins the track.
Yeah, mercifully though. Not the indirect way, but it would have given Alistair a wake-up call just so to realize that, yeah, race is still not over yet.
Yeah, Loco, I think Jaden is still busy trying to save more turtles right now, especially when it's going to be flooding out here in the hills of Ardennes.
Turtle house.
Turtles. I like turtles. They're cute.
Yeah, well, I was referring to that kid though. I like turtles. Anyway.
Yep, still ways to go, but only the last hour remains here for the Endurance Edition. It's been a very, very long and difficult race here for everyone involved. Everyone having to keep themselves in high alert, high focus, having to ensure that their pit strategies work out properly. The weather forecast has not been very kind, I think, in these drivers' perspective, because it's just been more or less wet for 70 to 80% of the race that we had here in Spa so far, and the track temperature continuing to drop as the sun is going down here in Belgium. So they still have to hang on, they still have to hang in there until they can see that checkered flag. At the moment, Dylan Tan is your race leader, having taken it from Dafa Nabiel. And he's continuing to widen up that gap. 6.1 seconds now stands between him and the second place car, Alia Wafik Priyanata, who had his fair share of issues in this race. Right now running third in his class here. It's looking pretty healthy as long as he's able to get past this gaggle of cars here that stand in his way.
Yeah, Handy Go Andy is the one that actually is gonna come through. But amazingly, despite all the JPRT moments on camera, they're actually on the podium. As meanwhile, up in front of them, Abid Ahmed has actually gone off. And oh, there's another car involved there too. That's the 555 of Adam Harif. No, it's not. I thought it was the Borneo car for a second. As here comes Go Andy and the rest of the field to come by. That car spinning.
And a little appreciation post here from Elliot Stewie Nagel says we're commentary goats. Bah. No wait, that's a sheep. Oh well.
Let's not go into that.
I've cooked it. I'm so sorry.
No,
Elliot.
the worst part is that definitely can be clipped now.
Oh well. Ricky Satria, LR Ascent, oof, having to try to deal with a drive-through penalty at this point, so that's further adding to his woes. Already being in 36th place, that's already a bad place to be in fact, and already 6 laps behind our current race leaders, so it's going to put him even further back right about now. No other major battles happening out here. I think the closest battle we potentially may have would be Priyanata, who you're seeing on screen right now. But Go Andy has so far been very steady and consistent out in front of him. Adam Hakim.
And Adam Harif, and I probably jinxed Murdoch for real that time. I thought Murdoch went off before, but now he's gone off for real.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's have a look at that replay. That was Adam, the other Adam, I should say, that spun out in front of him. And then this is where he himself kind of lost control. Oh, he's already lost control early on into that and tried to save it.
And
so
yep, there's the other Arif.
Yeah, that's the other
Adam. And they're both with the same initials too. So Adam Harif and Adam Hakim both going off simultaneously at different parts while they're both actually chasing after each other for position overall.
I think this really underscores how difficult it is to drive out here in these conditions. Handy Go Andy
has been overtaken.
He's now down in 16, and Farhan is already up into 14th place. Into 15, I think, already. Wei Shen Wong, currently in P25, is now having another car alongside up onto the Camel Straight. He has the inside line going on through here.
Yeah, it was Handy Go Andy because Handy just got overtaken. Now Handy's going to lose the lap too. He's going to get the Porsche by to unlap himself on Go Andy, but regardless of that, he's lost position and proceeds to go and be lapped again.
Yeah, it's a give or take, a quid pro quo, if you will. Although I'm not sure if they actually benefit out of this. I think it's just back to status quo for the two of them here.
Yeah. Oh, well. I think Duran is saying that it was orchestrated. I'm not sure how anything else was orchestrated. It's hard to say how this can be done. But again, it's just the luck and draw in terms of internet connectivity, and sometimes something happens in the middle of the ocean underneath the undersea cables that run through the entire planet. It's just those kind of days.
So maybe that's why Jaden Tan was saving all those turtles.
What, to sabotage the cables? Oh well, not to say it like that, but anyway. Oh, I didn't know that his middle name is Needham. Elliot Needham Stevenagel. That's basically yeah, because there was a NASCAR owner named Hal Needham at one point who was team owner for Harry Gant. So yeah, that's quite nice to see that it's Needham in the middle. Very unique name. Sad that he can't race. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But his races yesterday were somewhat tepid as well, because he could have actually had a good point scoring run had it not been for multiple accidents caused by drivers outside of his control. So if he had a good run there, he would have probably had points. But oh well, it is what it is. As someone says, Total House. Yes, I think someone quoted from Corone, the HoloLive YouTuber. As Yongjan's here as well. Hello to you.
I like to sleep. So do I, Yongjin. So do I.
Don't we all?
Don't we all? I mean, I think these drivers will definitely want to have a nap or two after, especially having to run so much mental.
Oh,
Dylan spin out! Dylan spin out! Dafa Nabil is going to catch him right on Eau Rouge itself. This is going to be side-by-side action here, ladies and gentlemen. What an unexpected turn of events. 1 hour still remaining in this race, and Dylan Tan, we thought he was going to be sitting comfortably in the lead, has now lost it here to Dafa Nabil.
Oh, we're gonna have to take a replay of what happened there more than a minute ago, I would say, because that was absolutely on a knife edge. We'll probably have to go back to replay now before we get back to the live action. What happened to Dylan Tan?
Yeah, he was like doing quite well up until that point, and it seemed like it was right at the edge of the source. Well, I mean, it didn't really look like it had much traffic to navigate in this instance here. Nearest car is just way far ahead of him, so could be an unforced error. Let's see, braking hard.
A rare driving mistake, that is something, and yes,
it is.
A rare driving mistake from Dylan Tan, would you believe it? He normally never puts a foot wrong, but because I think he's running zero traction control, that's the meta in ACC, that was probably the reason why. He just stepped it out a bit, just too much, and it was enough for the car to just go beyond the limit of adhesion and spins. So, that is a rarity. Dylan Tan has actually dropped it from the lead. Now he has to do the fighting all over again.
And 1 hour running still remaining in this race. This is going to be a very tough one here for Dylan Tan. Oh boy, he's going to have to fight it out on track here. And yes, Adam, the rain is not going to let up at all. Or rather, it's going to let off just a little bit, but it's still going to continue to pour here, ladies and gentlemen. Oof. A car right on the outside there looking a little bit testy. That was Abir Ahmed.
Yeah, once again. And might as well just be that Ahmed, the skeleton, the one that people... Okay, we're not going to go.
That's not going to that.
That's not going to that.
Yeah, but Dylan Tan in the meantime, still within half a second of Dafa. But his thing is like, even if they do pass, they still need to continue to fight and battle for the next hour. But we know that from the pace that Dylan has been able to...
Oh my God! There he goes!
There he goes on the inside there of Dafa, but still not able to regain a position, but maybe might be able to catch him on the exit here. Side by side now on the Grand Prix straight. Dylan Tan already able to pull way ahead here, going to La Source. Dafa, what will he try to do? He's going to try to dive. He's already setting up himself into position. He dives onto the apex first. Dylan takes a late apex turn. He wants to catch it on the exit though, and he is going to be able to stay ahead even alongside Dafa Nabil.
Wow, look at that. That is some serious driving from both of them. At that time round, Dylan had to put his elbows out. He wanted to just get a position so badly, and he takes it right now with Dafa having to lick his wounds for a bit. The race is well and truly still on. Can you believe it? We thought that it was a slam dunk.
Oh my goodness. And now already, I can literally hear Luis Moreno breathing a sigh of relief when he saw Dylan Tan being able to pass him already by the end of La Source. But man, oh man, crazy action there. Wow. This is... This is the best right now.
Oh, really? What a way to end the season, isn't it?
Yeah.
A long 9-month season, because remember, we had to take a long break in between due to events elsewhere where other drivers had to commit to it. Now, we just got back into the last 2 rounds consecutively, and we've been treated to absolute belters. It's still not over just yet. 7/10 of a second between the both of them. It could go anywhere here. And remember, we still have the back markers that can actually throw the race into a tailspin if Dylan catches it wrong, or Dapper also gets counts it wrongly. And look at that, Dylan! Dylan gets it all wrong coming from Puhan. He defends on the middle of the road. Can Dapper sniff out an advantage here?
Well, Dylan's trying to keep his car as close to the apex as possible, but Dafa has a lot of momentum coming behind him here, and that's working out well for him in that Aston Martin. He's still attempting to close up that gap, still hanging on to that bumper of Dylan Tan. Dylan riding on the curbs there, going a little bit wide, but still able to carry a lot of speed. He needs to hang on for dear life here again. We still have another hour of this here, Ammo, another hour of this kind of battling going on here, and this is literally for the win here after the end of a 6-hour stretch here on Spa. Can you imagine how tired these drivers must be at this point?
Man, we thought that the Silverstone 4 hours with the race going all the way to the end was crazy, and it's still going on.
Oh,
Here we go! Here comes Zep on the inside! He tried a late move there, managed to get it stopped, but Dylan was well aware of it, and he actually just hugged the inside. And Dafa still hasn't found a way by just yet. Wow. We thought we were going to go to commercial break. We're on the top of the hour, but we still have to wait.
Yeah, I am not going to be letting off of this battle here quite yet, ladies and gentlemen. This is exciting stuff here, and I don't want to miss any second of this, because Dafa Nabiel, even though he had been passed by Dylan Tan, I think on pace-wise, they are both even Stevens here, and that's allowing them to continue this battle. How long can they actually endure this, though? This is intense. I mean, you already had a massive amount of concentration here just to try to keep your car on track. Imagine trying to do that while racing another person who was on equal footing as you.
And of course, you have to add to the difficulty of the weather being involved in here. Just adds to the real concentration needed as they go past one of the MPRGP Fords. We can tell they're Fords, MPRGP cars, because they're the only ones running Fords in this race right now. One of the brand new cars that came out just this year alone, but Dafa will not be minding that too much. He has who's that right behind? That's actually the 711 car, but who's driving? It's Sonicus. So Jean-Pierre Sonicus is the one right behind him. So the Thai Frenchman who's watching brief right now, just really waiting for the opportunity as well. If both of them come a cropper, Enzo Ison will also have a sniff of a win here. But again, we're not watching about them. We don't want to jinx it again. But the possibilities of that happening may just be there, though. These are two really good drivers. We saw how they went side by side, door handle to door handle. They know how to give each other some space.
Exactly, but it seems like the battle is a little bit on ice right now. A bit chilly up in here because Dafa Nabiel's gap to Dylan Tan has widened up significantly here. So perhaps biding his time a little bit. I mean, again, it's still going to be a long session going on here. I think the AA car has just had a moment in Puhan early on. It now seems to have gotten back under control here. So Dafa Nabiel and Dylan Tan, of course, not too affected that. They're already in Sector 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. But 1 second already separates the two. I think Dylan Tan is finally going to be able to breathe a slight sigh of relief on his end. We're going to be taking a short break. We are, of course, at the top of the hour right now. But when we come back, we will be going to the checkered flag here in the final hour of round 5 of EE 2024. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, good morning, Boa Kurt says. Good evening, good afternoon, good night, maybe?
Oh, we're going for the Truman Show. If we don't see you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Well, it is still a very brisk evening here in Spa-Francorchamps. Very, very wet indeed. The rain might be letting off a little bit, but it still will continue to pour, and perhaps will continue to pour up until the end of the race. We are still yet to find out how this race will turn out, but it's been a brilliant set of racing here so far. Dylan Tan, despite having a mistake that put him very closely in the clutches of Dafanabiel, has been able to recover brilliantly to put up a 3-second gap between himself and Dafanabiel. This is a spin out here on the 98 car right on Blanchimont, and it's just unfortunate. You literally nothing you can do but just brace and hope that the tire barriers don't do too much damage to your car as it comes to a stop. Fahad Ghafour, our race admin for eRGP, is currently up on track here in car number 786.
And he was taking avoiding action from the spinning Ahmad Nuri Sun there for a second, so he got away with that one. Though the Nakano Itsuki car has had some camera time, albeit in the worst possible positions.
Yep, you still have 50 minutes of racing still remaining in this. Your overall leader here is Dylan Tan, leader as well for the pro class. We got Enzo Ison. He's also inside the pro class. My bad. Car number 333 is the leader currently for the pro am class, and Iranga from SRL continues to lead here for the amateur class, and that's how things have has stood for quite a while now. I mean, your championship leaders being in the leading positions of the final race of the year here in this endurance edition. So this is certainly a great way to cap things off for all of the championships involved, but it still is not over until that checker flag is out. And already, that was too close there for Francois Tapia, who tried to rejoin just as another car cuts in front of him.
Man, Franz is also another one of those guys that probably, well, need a black and white flag to come into the building and say, well, you need a bit of talking to just ensure that you get home safely.
Well, 48 minutes still remain. Dylan Tan still almost 4 seconds ahead of Dafanabiel, so that close call early on from that spin out at La Source itself, it certainly gave I expect most of the LOR team a bit of a heart attack, but thankfully he is back on track and he's back in the lead of this race. So right now it's all a matter of enduring this next 47 minutes of rain that's going to continue to pour on and on here in Spa-Francorchamps. the meantime, no other battles, I think, are forming up on track here. Everyone else is mostly hanging on to the track positions, more or less just trying to navigate through any cars they are lapping at the moment. I think Dylan Dunn is looking to try to lap this Porsche as soon as possible because the fast sector is going to be coming up right after this. Blue flags has already been raised here, so hopefully the Porsche that's currently been driven is going to be moving out of the way there. Oof, having get onto the curbs, that's going to slow it down a little bit and puts him right in the path of Dylan Dunn here, who is on full throttle, mind you, to try to get through this part of campus and towards Blanchimont. Taking around the outside there, so okay, Dylan Dunn is now finally through.
Yeah, that's some nervy moments as well because the back marker was not playing ball with him, but Brady, to his credit, at least was predictable because he was trying to just go into the far section and not lose himself some time, even though he is basically in no man's land right now. Just 40 seconds in front of his fellow countryman Aldo Balagulan in the Veloci Regatta car. So the two Philippines teams not having the best of it, but the other Filipino driver, which is Rosa Reyes in the JMX Phantom car, might be on still for a win here if something still happens again, as we saw to Dylan Dunn. A very rare mistake. Never has it happened before in front of our eyes, and usually metronomic Dylan would just stroke home with the win and just be not looking back. But that time around, it just showed he was actually human for at least a fraction of a second, but then the next lap he was back in the lead, showing that, well, he just needed to be reprogrammed.
Oh my goodness, it's still going on with the bot puns here on Dylan Dunn. But he still has to remain that metronomic all the way through this next 45 minutes. Wow, I mean, you could imagine it's taken us this long to get to this point. I mean, with Luis Moreno having a really eventful start here, it's actually made things rather difficult here for the LOR team. But Dylan Dunn has swooped in here to save the day, and even Andika Rama Maulana has joined us in the YouTube chat to cheer on his fellow LOR teammate here for the win in this Endurance Edition, the final round in 2024.
Yeah, but if he saw just the clip from a bit earlier, maybe a quarter of an hour earlier, he would have probably thought the race was lost, wasn't it? Because if he just spun out even more, then he would have probably lost ground to Dafa Nabil, and Dafa would have had an easy run to the line. But Dylan managed to take it out of the fire and into the safe haven.
Into the clouds, as it were. So, 3/4 of an hour remaining in this race. At the moment, Dylan Dunn's closest rival is Dafa Nabil, who has not been able to close out that gap. So barring any mistakes coming up from Dylan Dunn's side, he should be able to put himself in front of Dafa Nabil throughout the stint. But the rain is letting up a little bit, not enough, I fear, in order to get a completely dry running and perhaps another pit stop shuffle towards the end of the race. But I digress. The forecast is only up to 15 minutes, so we may still have more surprises yet in the next half hour or so. But for now, Dafa Nabil knows there's only one target in his mind, and that's going to be Dylan Dunn, who sits 4.5 seconds ahead of him. And surely, lap by lap, is widening that gap even more. So Dafa struggling right now to try to find a pace.
Yeah, and look at the last lap, so 27.4 and a 28.2. So 0.8 of a second to the good for Dylan. So it looks as though the hypothesis of the dry wet weather setup may just be a bit of, well, fib, shall we say, because we're really now seeing that the wet weather setup does favor Dylan's pace and the LOR car. So really then, it's just a matter of whether or not Dylan can keep it going in the right direction all the way to the end. So I have no doubts about it. He will be able to just control it. That little blip was just a momentary lapse in concentration. He will be able to just finish it home here today.
Yeah, but I think Dafa Nabil will be hoping that lightning strikes twice in this instance, because another spin out from Dylan could certainly bring him back into play. We're on board now with Pro-Am class number 2, or the 11th place overall here, of Imran Zuhaili, taking to the pits here after having been having been stuck behind Teran Iranga throughout that last sector. So now it's going to be coming in for what could be a final pit stop here for the GR Bentley car.
Yeah, it's for fuel for sure, because his stint was only about 42 minutes anyway, so it definitely wasn't for the tires, because tires can actually go all the way here in the wet. But regardless of that, I think we just saw another battle forming. No, in fact, it's for pit lane as well. So we'll wait and see how everything shakes out here because fuel may be the question towards the end of this race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't necessarily want to finish the race with like too much fuel in the tanks, because that means you're just leaving time on the table, but at the same time you don't want to run out of fuel before you see that checkered flag. It's always a very tricky balancing act to play, and normally in real life, even in sim racing as well, you will have engineers who will be able to advise you on the best times, you know, to come in for your pits, to help you plan your pit strategy. Aldo Balagulan spun out here, going into Brussels.
Oh, he was already
going backwards.
And he went all the way backwards, and you thought that he was going to make a full J-turn, but a half J-turn.
Half J-turn. No, if you want to pull off a good J-turn, you need to lock up your front wheels, though.
And he's not a front-wheel car. Oh! There's an accident for the behind. He's not a front-wheel drive car, of course, but it looks like it's Iqbal Kurniawan who's completely faced the wrong way, and that's a proper flick spin.
Yeah, proper flick there to do the 180. And yeah, I mean, locking up your fronts, you literally have to like stand on the brakes, and I don't know whether these GT3 cars can actually pull that off in a very graceful manner.
Well, if you're a front-wheel drive car, it would be much easier, isn't it?
Fair enough. I mean, with especially the weight being most concentrated. Oh, two cars have come together. Enzo Isan has unfortunately found himself outside the track here. Let's see in a replay what exactly happened between these two, because there's Enzo Isan coming in rather hot.
And with behind the Bigo car of Rafi Prahasia. So let's see what happened here, because Enzo comes in. Oh, he's not got to buy. That is a telltale sign that something happened between these two. And sure enough.
Yeah, under braking as well. So it could potentially just be a lockup or understeer, but although I don't see a lot of steering angle on the Beagle car, to be fair, so I think it's just probably misjudging the braking distance required to be able to make it onto the apex there, and just unfortunately took Enzo out of it. Although Enzo didn't quite lose positions thanks to that, because Cruz is still 22 seconds behind, at least from the last control line, so he still had plenty of buffer in order to get back in the track, but certainly we have lost quite a bit of time to Dafa Nabiel nevertheless.
Yeah, but look at that top three. Still a Mercedes, an Aston, and a Ferrari, with two different teams. But nationalities-wise, a Singaporean, an Indonesian, and a Filipino. So three different. So it's basically two teams, but we can call it three because it is a sub-team.
A lot of good showings here. I mean, got LOR having multiple teams in this field, Pepeka Racing team as well. And of course, not to forget the Sim Racing Lanka, the Sri Lankans in our competition. Also very, very supportive inside the YouTube chat. Thanks for all of you guys joining us here in this viewing of the final round here of EE 2024. It's been a long time coming. 14 minutes still remain here. 14 minutes for these drivers to brave it out in the wet. Forecast is still showing that the downpour will continue until morale improves. So as Alan Drake Cruz continues to move on to fourth, still 18 seconds off from Enzo Isan. Still going to be a long way to go before this Aston Martin will be able to catch up to that Ferrari, but sometimes you can never say never. You never know. Sometimes Dylan can be super consistent on track. Sometimes he might just make a mistake. We're all human, after all.
Well, for the most part, he's unflappable. So it is a quality trait that he has had his whole time during sim racing. As meanwhile, we have another car. In fact, it's the same as Rafif. Is Rafif going off?
Yeah, Rafif going off, and I think the 515 as well got involved in that somewhat. It's a little bit off track there, just ahead. So it could be an incident between the two, and yeah, you can see these two cars were quite close to each other. The 515 behind, in fact. So I think a coming together or sorts between the two of them coming out. Oh, there was a slide out already from the Bigo car, and that kind of kicked things off there. And just the 515 was an unfortunate victim of circumstance.
Well, in this case, this time it's Suto who was actually the one that was the victim. So most of the time you can see him being the unintentional instigator for most of the incidents that we've seen today. But however, this time around it wasn't his fault completely. So he can actually just be let off the hook there for a second. But yeah, the back markets today have been a little bit more unpredictable than usual. That will definitely drive the nerves up of some of the drivers. But again, just like in the NASCAR terms, the leader has to do a bit of passing too.
Exactly. I mean, it's called lapping after all. And Dilettante's going to have to do a little bit of that onto this car number, I think 71 that he's just passed there. Yep, that is. Nur Nabi is now taking the reins there for the Bengal Racing team as Dilettant passes him now to continue on. 126 laps for him so far. He needs to do several more because 37 minutes still remain in this race. No other battles are going to be going on here, on track at least. It's mostly going to be a battle of like will, of constitution right now, to see how long more can they endure after having put on their maximum amount of concentration over the last 5 or so hours. And certainly that mental fatigue may be starting to set in for some of these guys who had already pulled multiple stints earlier on. But for Dilettant, who has taken the reins from Luis Moreno, this is now the final stretch for him to find that checkered flag.
Yep, it has been a good run here for these two, despite the nervy start. They will now be just about half an hour away from becoming the first-time champions in eRGP Endurance Edition. Yes, Dylan and Moreno and all the other guys who are involved in LOR have been champions elsewhere, but this will be their first title in the eRGP for the Legion Racers team, so that will be another feather in their cap, as I said before, and will just mark the 5th different team to win the championship in Pro in the last 5 seasons. That is some statistic, isn't it? That shows how openly competitive this championship is.
As we know, the Southeast Asian region famously competitive when it comes to esports or otherwise, and yes, I do consider sim racing to be somewhat of an esport itself. So it's LOR, I mean, on the up and up for sure, and they've dominated most of anything there is to dominate here in Southeast Asia. One wonders what else lies over the horizon in 2025 for this team. But as for 2024 right now, it all hinges upon this one driver for LOR. Dilettant needs to be able to bring this home here in order to bring that glory back to his team.
Oh, meanwhile, Dapper spins! Dapper has spun it! Would you believe it? There goes the battle for the win! We were gauging up for a grandstand finish, and there it is, the culprit. It's the number 71 Ferrari, isn't it? Yep. Neeraj Nonabi will have to go back again to see what happened there.
Yeah, there's Dafa following closely behind. You can already see the 71 had a lot of damage to begin with here. He actually got out of the way, and it tries to cut back in on the inside. Oh! And unfortunately, Dafa didn't realize that the Ferrari was in the way and just turned straight in.
Yeah, I think he should have given more space. Yes, he wanted to minimize the time lost from going a bit wide there, but I think he could have been more cautious. So, both leaders involved in some incidents that have actually opened up the race completely, and that's why we saw just now that Neeraj Nonabi was the, well, instigated that one. You say that Dafa comes across in front, but I think Neeraj should have been a bit more careful when he was doing when being lapped. Anyway, before we get back, Afiq Farid said, shout out to be the fastest place in the GP Endurance 2021. Yes, he's not wrong, because he was actually, we had a drivers' championship back then. Can you imagine how to count every single driver that came through that year? And I think we had 250 drivers during the pandemic period. And he was the 4th ranked driver up there. So Afiq was definitely one of those guys that showed, yep, he was one of the fastest places that time, at least before the Aslan showed up in Endurance.
Well, I think Afiq is still the fastest one in 2024. He's so fast that we can't even see him on the timing tower.
Yeah.
Funny how that works, huh?
Indeed. I mean, he's ranked 0 overall, isn't it?
Hey, 0 is like ahead of 1.
Yeah.
So, how do things stand with half an hour or so still remaining in this race? Your championship leaders are currently leading their classes here, ladies and gentlemen. Dilettant of LOR currently leading for the pro class. Amir Naim with the 323 car currently leading for Pro-Am. Theron Iranga with the 999 car leading here in the amateur class. They all are looking for that checkered flag. It's only going to come up after 33 minutes of running here, and still going to be in the wet. No major battles to report out on the field here. It's mostly a battle of the minds here for the drivers. Dafa Nabiel had a little bit of a spill early on with car number 71. Has managed to fortunately recover and still remain in 2nd place, but I'm afraid that the gap between him and Dylan, even though it was still kind of wide early on, it's gone even wider now. And with half an hour going without with Dylan Tan continuing to stay stay mistake-free ever since his spin out in La Source, could be a real tall order for Dafa not be able to catch up at this stage.
Yeah, Dafa, well, he was within earshot, 6 seconds behind Dylan, but it was through no fault of his own. Granted, he did cut across a bit too soon, but you would think that you're as the leading car, a lap ahead of the guy behind. The guy behind should be more aware about where you are than how you're driving. So, again, through no fault of his own, he just got tapped out, and the leaders this race have definitely been given the boots from the back markers for no apparent reason.
And sometimes races don't always go the way you plan, and you know, the obstacle is not just, you know, your rivals, but potentially even cars that may not be running in the same phase as you. It's car number 71 off track again.
Well, Nira Nournabi will definitely be not looking back at this race fondly as he spins it off into gravel and gets into clear space. Let's see what happened again to him.
Yeah, I think he's already gone in to get the car repaired, isn't it?
Yes, and he's damaged it once again. So let's see that he went wide. Yep.
Yeah.
Crossed it over and bosh. No, just a slight.
Just a slight touch.
Just a kiss.
Yeah, just a little kiss inside there. Hopefully not too much damage done. I mean, at least the paint still looks good on the car.
It's carbon.
It's, carbon is a... Well, it's not even a paint, isn't it? I digress. Half an hour still remaining. We've been at this for 5.5 hours here, Hamo. I'm already running out of puns on my side. I'm not sure how you're doing in your pun bag so far. But
it's like Hermione's bag, isn't it? It's deep.
Or maybe like Doraemon's pocket.
Yeah.
It's infinite. But half an hour still remains. It's still going. I think it's likely going to be a wet finish here at Spa Francorchamps. It's I wonder what was that about. Nira Nournabi in car number 71. We saw him spin out early on. He's now got himself back into the paces here. And as we are looking across the board here, no major battles to really report on. Like as mentioned, it's mostly everyone just holding on to the track position, just trying to ensure they bring it home safe and sound, and to ensure they're going to be able to bring home the points, as it were, and to bring this championship to a close.
Well, there is Razan Putra. He is overtaking Yuda Prasant. No, in fact, it's Aldisha, and he's lost it. Rizko Aldisha loses it as we were catching it. Luckily, he stops it in time. Where is that back marker? Because Nira Nournabi's coming through. Oh! Nearly whacking into the side of him.
Nearly did. And still able to roll on. So.
Well, Afiq still requesting to be in commentary, but unfortunately, I think you'd have a nut. I don't think we will be able to do so. Oh no!
Again!
Oh!
Ah, they just only changed that front wing.
Well, yeah.
Front bumper.
Fix the front bumper.
Yeah, and now it's gone scratched up again. Oh boy.
They will run out of spare parts after this. Meanwhile, Murdoch has actually gotten another penalty this time.
Oh man, in the last half hour, really? I mean, again, drive-through penalty, so probably another cut track one for Adam Harif.
Yep. So back to Afi's question. Well, I think we can. We're good to go, Afi. We can take you for the last half an hour. You can continue back in grilling the drivers in the stewards room. He definitely has been on fire since last night with the Global Edition protest that came in.
Yeah, Afiq's one like the hard-working guys behind the scenes here to ensure our ERGPs can run as smoothly as they do, at least on the administrative side of things.
Yep. And in between that period, also manages to go back and forth across the border to Thailand to watch, do some work for races over there. And hopefully he didn't bring back any illegal substances.
Come on. In any case, Adam very much having to serve his drive-through penalty. Might as well get it done and over with quickly here so he can at least have less than half an hour of uninterrupted driving here as Adam dives into the pits. Alan Drake Cruz laps him now. Isan. Oh, Adam Cruz is only like 5 seconds away from where Isan is. So as it comes across the control line, this could potentially be another battle that might form in the final moments. You can already see Isan, perhaps by the time we get past La Source.
There he is.
There he is, right there on your screens here. So Alan Drake Cruz sees a target up ahead. 27 minutes of running. That might be enough if he can just find more pace. His last lap actually a lot faster compared to Isan, so that could actually work out well here for Alan Drake Cruz.
Oh, unless that corner cut at the top of Radion might bop him for it, but nope. Managed to save it. There is Cruz, Alan Drake Cruz driving all the way in Norway nowadays, seeing his target as Enzo Isan, the Filipino who's still in the Philippines racing for a Singaporean team. It's gonna go at it. You can see how it's very cosmopolitan. Drivers from left, right, and center from all over the Asia-Pacific region, and then some.
Still have to see how this will shape up though. I mean, the gap's already closing between Cruz and Isan, so maybe that might come even closer than we might think. But
4.8.
4.8 is collapsing that gap slowly but surely, so that's something to watch out for here, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to be a battle for a podium position here overall, and also for the pro class, of which both of these drivers are currently vying for.
Yep, we'll stay on with Alan Drake because it's the close battle. I'll try, but he just grabbed the curb there for a second. It might have dropped his speed for a bit. Luckily though, he did not spin, unlike some of the other drivers that we see today. Keeps it going. So Alan, one of the youngsters here, I think by my approximation, I forgot how old he is actually, because he does drive for the BS competition team in Europe, but he's only about 11 I think this year.
Certainly wants to try to put a nice little cap to the end of the year for himself, for sure. So let's see how everyone else is dealing with at the moment. Gaps are still mostly 20 seconds, 19 seconds. It's 19 seconds right now between Dylan Tan and Rafael Nabiel here, so massive gap between the two. 45 seconds between Elsa Young and Teran Iranga. That goes, that's just big buffer between the two here for the pro class and the amateur class. And Naim, I mean, continuing to just dominate his whole class here. I mean, 4 cars between himself and Rajabio Shaukat. That's the difference between first and second place in the amateur, in the pro-am class, mind you. And Teran Iranga conversely doing the same as well for his own class. 4 cars between himself and Muhammad Farhan in that 404 Food Panda car, which I think it's the one on screen there. Okay, Danagit Jangjit.
Yeah, he spun.
Yeah, spun right at the Jackie X corner.
Yeah, we'll go back to Farhan that you were talking about. Oh!
Flashing his lights there, and they've got a car coming out of pits. That put a bit of disruption here in Cruz's attempt to try to lap this car. Oh, that's going to be a bit of a tough one as well, because both of them likely had to brake as they saw the car come out of the pit exit.
Yeah.
But Cruz is going to take the inside. I think Muhammad Farhan is going to just stay on the outside and just lets him go. So that keeps it nice and clean here for the driver that's on the lead lap. So Cruz now, the gap is still collapsing anyway. 4.6 seconds the last time around they were at the control line. But Cruz may have lost a bit of time with that little jink they had to do just now to avoid any crashes.
I don't blame Farhan though, because he actually did move out of the way so that he gives space to both himself and Alan Drake Cruz to get by Ahmad Norisan, who was actually coming out of the pit. So that's actually fair driving, I'm not gonna lie. It's just that it's Alan Drake Cruz trying to get by so fast that it makes it look like as if that there was no space to go. So I don't blame anybody for that one. It's just typical racing etiquette.
Yeah, and again, just an unfortunate case of timing, you know, especially in this circumstance. 24 minutes still remaining in this race here. Still seeing Isan. Ooh, bit of a close call behind him in that Porsche and that BMW. Hopefully he stays clean out of that, although looking a little bit shaky on the exit there.
Yeah, and can you imagine that? There's Alan Drake Cruz again. You can see just the little blips of white flashing, and this time, it's not a predictable Porsche that he went behind to overtake. Just how Farhan was more predictable, and that was very close from Aiden Tan. The Singaporean then really could have actually been more predictable in his giving way to the Filipino, but the Filipino is now just within grasp of the third place.
It's looking at that rear mirror.
Yeah, I was looking at it as well. Aiden's close, and unfortunately it was hidden behind the Endurance Edition sign, but you can just about see Aiden Tan just coming in.
Yeah, a little too close for comfort there, that's for sure. But Alan Drake Cruz now having a bit of clear air in front of him. Enzo Isan also the same. Though now they're coming down the downhill portion. in Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, the big downhill, I should say. There's a lot of downhill parts for sure on this 7-kilometer long track, but this is one of them. It goes straight uphill now. Into the Camel Straight goes Isan. He's already seen the gap shrink down to 3.3 seconds between himself and Cruz, so he's definitely in the hot seat right now. It's still a couple more cars for Cruz to clear before he can take the fight straight to Isan's place. And hopefully this one will stay out of the way nicely. Yep, stays out of the racing line there. That allows Alendrick Cruz to pass on by. So only one more car separates these two drivers now, vying for a place on the podium. Enzo is the one holding it at the moment, but Alan might just be able to chase him and fight him for it in the next 20 minutes.
Yep, as someone actually is giving support to Mike Donaldi, well, we'll give him some airtime. There he is, the streamer from Indonesia who's part of the Creators League, if I was taken for the F1 games. He competed alongside guys like TM and Marduk.
Oh.
So, yeah, he has some street cred in Indonesia, and of course it was the localized commentator for the Indonesian language in TGR GT Cup Asia for the last couple of years. So, a man who's into sim racing all his life, and he will definitely be continuing on that for years to come. He'll be happy to just finish in the points for this one in the final outing of the season.
No sun to be found here in Spa-Francorchamps. Rain will still continue to pour, and it will likely pour up until the checkered flag shows itself. So Alendrick Cruz now is going to have to fight it the hard way here. Can almost see Enzo Isan on the horizon here. Only one car separates the two of them, and once Alendrick Cruz laps that, it might just be game on for this battle for third place.
Yeah, I was thinking of that, you know, damn son. Photo of an Asian kid in an American yearbook. But this is Isan that he's chasing by, and he's going to the pits!
It's gone to the pit!
Oh, okay, so that might just be because his stint's coming to an end, so it might just be for Splash and Dash. So, but the thing is, he's coming in, as well as Isan very, very soon, so he's going for the undercut.
He's going for the undercut here, so is that going to work out? I mean, he's already got a lot of pace at the end of his stint there, so that just actually might work to his favor. So Enzo Isan continues to stay out on track though. He's going to go for the overcut this time around, but 3.3 seconds was the gap between the two. Before that, oh, that looks like a massive cut there up on the top of Radion, but nevertheless, he still continues to roll on. Hopefully no penalties that time around. Cannot afford to have one, especially this close to the end of the race. Car number 69 spun out on Brussels.
Not nice.
Yeah, not nice at all. And has to continue to navigate his way through, although he stays way off of the track there, just in case anyone decides to pile their way through. Arvid Prashta from the Bigo Racing Division, of course, being behind the wheel. So right now, still going to be up to Isan to try to make the most of this in-lap here. He's already reached the prerequisite time for him to end his stint. So we've already cruised inside the pits. He's already gone in way earlier. Sonicus as well, going into the pits here in 5th place. But he is about 2 laps behind the race leader right now. I'm not sure where Alif is in that comparison here. I think Alif might still be quite far off, so I don't think he'll be able to pass him while he's inside the pit lane, that's for sure. But yeah, for Isan, I want to see whether or not he'll be able to maintain a good, consistent time right now. His last lap, a 2:28, so not quite up there. I mean, Dylan Tan has been able to set a 2:26 in his last one. So even though the rain is pouring, the track conditions is getting a little bit better, but not by too much. But Dylan Tan still has to continue to fight on. Has to do so for the sake of a podium here in the pro class.
Yeah, it's very close, isn't it? In terms of before they came in, it was about 3 seconds between the both of them. Now, with Cruz out on track, and he actually had a very short pit time that time. By the looks of it, was about, 11 seconds. So it was a splash and go. So let's see whether or not that will be the case for Isan, because he's in the pits too.
Yep, he now has to take his pit stop as well. He's already been running for well over an hour prior to this point. And you can still see little splashes of damage on the front of his car, although I don't think he wants to take any of that, knowing the gap between himself and Cruz is this close. Cruz is now out on track. He's now pouring it in, trying to get this outlap as quickly as possible. Got a little bit of traffic ahead of him though. A couple of cars to pass around here as soon as he catches up to them, and the whole time Isan is still inside his pits. Might be already taking onto the pit box by this point. So we'll see how this will shape up. Alan Drake Cruz now entered into the third sector. He's going to have to rush as quickly as possible to get to the line, hopefully to be able to catch up to where Isan comes out of the pit lane, and he's going to be able to bring it to a fight now for third place. Isan finally getting into the classic pits. He's now going to be getting into his pit box right now as Cruz continues to cruise on through here.
Yeah, see then. He's in his pit box now. We got the timer on for about 4 seconds now. 5, 6, 7. Remember, Cruz was about 11 seconds. It's just 8 seconds then.
Wow.
So he's gained 3. He's gained about 3 seconds on Cruz. So will that be enough?
I don't know. Cruz is already up until La Source. So Enzo Isan should be coming out into the pit exit. He needs to get wait until he gets to the line before he can turn off his pit limiter. He's going to try to beat Cruz to the top of Radion here. And Cruz is only just about to enter Eau Rouge here. So now it is pretty much going to be game on here, I think, because it's still going to be a close gap between the two. But perhaps that the 8-second pit stop he's done there might just have kept the gap more or less at the same place that it was before they both went in.
Maybe about 3 seconds, because the in-lap for Cruz was much faster compared to Isan, but that shorter pit stop by more than 3 seconds saved his bacon. And if he had the same pit stop as Alan Drake Cruz, they might have been much, much closer when they came out. So that splash and dash, because he went out a bit longer, stayed out a bit longer, came into the pits afterwards. The overcut helped him out in the fuel stakes.
Enzo Isan now still hanging on to that third place. 15 minutes remain in this race. He cannot afford to put a foot wrong at all throughout this racing. Alan Drake Cruz has a bit of traffic to deal with here. Flashes the BMW in front and telling him to stay out of the way, but no, he still takes the inside line of Puhan. So Alan still has to continue to tailgate behind this BMW. Tries to carry a lot of momentum on the outside.
And normally BMWs tailgate you, but in this case you had to tailgate a BMW. So that is a first, and the Aston wins out this one with Alan Drake Cruz now only just 3.9 seconds last time by. Let's see if that has cost him a bit of time.
Let's see how that will turn out. So at the moment, this is the only close battle, I should say, for the top 10 of our Endurance Edition racers so far. Dylan Tan continues to lead with a healthy 26-second gap. So even if he does make another mistake like he did at La Source, perhaps he had more than enough time to recover and to stay ahead of Dafa Nabiel at this point. But another 15 minutes, you can never say with any kind of certainty what will happen by the end of this. But one thing's for sure, these drivers have been out here for almost 6 hours now. Some of them, of course, had shifts with their teammates, but it has still been a very long and arduous affair for everyone here at Spa-Francorchamps. But now it is the final stretch. It's the final 15 minutes of racing that we will be having here. Dafa Nabiel, what could have been if things had gone another way here, but the pace has not quite come here for the GMX Phantom car towards the end of this race. We were speculating a lot about who had the advantage when it came to the wet, when it came to the dry, but it seems that both cars were quite evenly fit. But by the very end of it, Dylan Tan seemed to have the upper hand in terms of that pace. Shatman Sabik Rapman spun in a really bad position here. Had to wait quite a while. Now he's going to be able to get back.
Oh no!
So it spins around again. That's another 360 here, and crunches into the tire barrier.
Oh man, Shatman just shagged the barriers. That's unfortunate for that one, but anyway, he will be carrying on without much histrionics. Just that he had prior drama anyway, but yeah. Anyway, back now to that battle for third. Alan Drake Cruz looks though he is not able to close the gap just yet.
Not quite yet.
Whoa! Look at that, he went onto the AstroTurf, completely opposite locked. That is a save and a half. We'll just have to go into a view of how that looked like from his cockpit.
Yeah, it's like turning in here on Jackie X. Look at that.
Oh, Oppo.
Gliding on the curb and on the AstroTurf. On the slippery part, you know, mind you, AstroTurf is a lot more slippery compared to natural grass. Oof.
Yeah, let's see if we lost him that time because 4.3 was the difference. We're coming up now to the next sector timing beam. And if that slide cost him time, it was almost a given. He's doing it again! Just only about a 10th loss, but he's done it again. He's doing what, you know, Mikey Schumacher did in 96 at Barcelona. He just kept sliding it up because he was just finding it more fun that way.
I mean, might as well have fun at the end of a 6-hour-long race, isn't it? 12 minutes remain here. We're just counting down the minutes by the minutes here. As Dylan Tan continues to lead on, Alan Cruz was very much on a tear early on, trying to push up against Enzo Isan, but after the pits, seems like that battle has gone on ice here, gone permanently chilled here. Unfortunately, on this chilly track, it's gone back to the same temperature that we started this race on, 70 degrees Celsius in the air, 18 degrees Celsius on the track. Dylan Tan has been able to endure both of those conditions, but there certainly are a lot more in store here.
Yep. And, oh, Alan Drake Cruz has actually chipped it back to under 4 seconds. So that time around, lap times, 6/10 to the good for Alan Drake Cruz against Enzo Isan. So if Isan wants to keep this podium now, he will probably need to just do a bit of a push towards the end.
Well, it's gonna be a very last-minute push, pun intended here, because like the last 10 minutes of a 6-hour race, and finally finding this pace here. I mean, better late than never.
Someone's asking for the Food Panda car, and your wish is on command.
There he is. It's on his way. It's still a little bit delayed, and still another 11 minutes before he arrives at his destination, but yeah, by golly, he's gonna try his very best to get to that destination.
And he has whoever's requesting that has every reason to, because they're actually in P2 in the AM class. So after being robbed of the possibility of a podium last time out when they were in a collision with the Ceylon Motorsports car number 88 on the Wellington Straight in Silverstone, this is a good way to just bounce back and end the season on a high.
There are more Ferraris than Porsche. Actually, that's actually objectively true. There's like, I think, twice the amount of Ferraris compared to Porsches.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And there's only 5 Porsches I can see.
5. So, I mean, who's counting? It's just like Christmas. It's just like Christmas dinners. Who's counting the calories? No.
I'm pretty sure Food Panda doesn't count calories.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to add some extra tips for that. I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's like counting the amount of. Oh no, I'm actually going for a body count joke, but let's not go there.
Oh god.
Let's not go for that.
Let's not go there. Mobafar Hondo, I mean 14th overall, but second in the amateur class. It's going to be a fantastic result here for the Food Panda Racing team if this comes to stand. And he just needs to hang on another 10 minutes or so. And it's still pouring, absolutely pouring out here in Spa, just like it did during the start.
And someone actually is asking, why is there no Huracan on Audi? Well, not the most popular cars in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Plus, the Huracan in the RA are basically the same cars anyway. If you look at it objectively, they're both owned by the Volkswagen Automotive Group, and they're underneath the same architecture, so yeah. And speaking of which, Benke Boboko said Panda with built-in ballast tummy. I think I know these guys, Benke Boboko, they do their own leagues, but if you're higher up in the championship, maybe you will get ballast, but if you are a naturally balanced person behind the wheel, then that's nothing.
Hey, you know, like
we can't do anything about that.
You know, we talk about success ballasts in motorsports a lot. What better success ballast is there than having a full tummy, isn't it?
That's natural success ballast. If you're married, then that's successful. But if you're already big on your own, then you gotta question your life.
No, at that point you're even more successful.
Well, we're talking about like very big tauques, as they call it here. But anyway, Luis Moreno said he's counting his calories, and he has every right to, because his girlfriend is the motivation for him. Because when I last spoke to him, he's feeling quite happy that he is very healthy nowadays. That he's counting the calories, he's getting more and more fit to drive, not only in the sim rig, but in the real world as well.
Antika's favorite food is bakso, says Afik.
Couldn't that get any more stereotypical?
So, yeah.
Yeah. And someone said, Vodemi Vorshit says, Would there be any more endurances in the future? Of course.
Of course.
Yeah, definitely be. Because,
yeah, 2025, guys. Like, make sure you stay subscribed to our channels. Follow us on all our social medias. We will announce the opening of the registrations for the next round. Oh boy, who is this?
That's Harris Dexter, Anna Robert, and it looks like the number 7 car of Darwin Chia. So that's where's Darwin? Because he's further behind.
Very far, very far behind. I think might be a spin out from the 720 car first.
And there's a Porsche going off. That's the IRT car coming back. Spun on his own. Yep,
spun on his own.
And did Darwin follow him suit? Yes, he did! Oh my word! It was, and you know, of all the places to spin, he had to spin directly into the guy who's already in the barriers. It's almost like they pre-planned that, but in actuality, he just lost it on his own, and both cars are in the same place. But unfortunately, the worst off had to be Harris's car. Look at that.
It's like a ballet, you know. You're dancing in the rain. You do some synchronized spinning.
Yes. Oh! Well, you said synchronized spinning. How about synchronized crashing? In this case, he tried to orchestrate one, but unfortunately, he couldn't even crash properly.
Task failed successfully?
Yes.
Question mark?
Yep. Although he would love to finish the race and the season rather than being on the sidelines.
Well, hopefully he stays on the main line from now. I mean, it's only 6 minutes left, guys. Like, please stay on the black stuff. So blue flags being waved here. The 720 car decides to take it a little bit slow, although he is on the racing line. Had the 71 car forced to dodge out of the way there, but thankfully no major incidents, although we can still see the massive damage to the front of the 720 car. Don't drink and drive, says BPP, and yes, I agree. Don't drink unless it's water.
Yeah.
Water I approve.
Yeah, but then it says two big black cars spun out. No, we can't go into that other one. And also,
they're black, they're big, they're cars. That's objectively true.
And of course, no jokes to this guy's name. Please.
No.
Anyone who knows, they know.
No.
IYKYK.
Yeah.
That guy's first name, it means something else. Anyway.
Oh god, I think I saw someone with a drive-through penalty. Oh my god, imagine getting a drive-through penalty the final 5 minutes of the race there.
It's Paul Ryan Lopez.
Paul Ryan Lopez, so unfortunate here in car number 512. But yeah, final 5 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. If you've been waiting for 6 hours, this is the finale now of round number 5, the finale of the final coming in here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Ethan Lau lost it. And the championship leader in copper is not having the best of runs in endurance. Let's see what happened here. And
clattered into the front and into the back some more, back to back.
Yeah, Pepe hands.
Ay. It was like somebody put some sad Pepes in the chat right now.
If they have the custom emotes.
If they have custom emotes, indeed. So 5 minutes still remain. Dylan Tan still in the lead by 30 whole seconds. Alan Drake Cruz not able to close that gap. It still sits at 4.6 across the last control line. So no chance of a final podium battle here on the cards. And Luis Moreno saying shout out to my special one Nicole too. She was hoping for a win, and so far it's looking good.
And we are going back to the exact same car. He had a nervy start. We have to reiterate that. But once he got into his stride, into the stint, he definitely was on it afterwards and managing to keep up with the pace. So that's why this car is still within contention to win. And look he might just have happy hour right after this.
Hey, I know exactly who's going to be like the best man for Luis in the future. If he managed to find a checkered flag, that is in the next 4 minutes. This is Teranga.
Yeah, Teranga. Let's see what. Oh! Right into the path there was Ahmad Norisan. Would you believe it? He spun into his path. No wonder that he had to cut across the grass. And man, mercifully though, he got it stopped in time. Where is Norisan though? He actually went up. Yep, he got back on. And for good measure, Darryl Brady was in the mix as well, nearly getting involved. But that was a weird accident.
That's a weird one. Like right, they exited Blanchimont as well. Normally it would be just like full throttle to there. You think that you will have like enough grip, especially with that speed. But oh boy, but I mean, luckily for Iranga, not too much damage done, and it's in the final 3 minutes anyway, and he's already had such an unassailable lead in the amateur class that this shouldn't affect his final result. But that's just crazy to see, especially close to the end there. I mean, I would hate to be in Iranga's shoes, especially while sliding in the middle of that.
Yeah, mercifully though, he got to stop the tire. The car went on into the barriers, he would have actually gotten more damage. And of course, Afiq Farid, shout out to him. He's been doing the stewarding behind the scenes for both last night's races in Global Edition and today in Endurance. So he is also one of the heaviest workers out there. Bro, Dylan, no.
Oh, please,
no, Dylan. That is way too dangerous. If he actually hit the back of that IRT car, that would have opened up a huge can of worms.
He might have gone from best man to maybe bridesmaid if he ends up crashing that one there. But nope, stays it on the track there. Oh boy, 2 more minutes still remain here, Dylan. Please don't give your teammates a heart attack at this point.
Well, you already gave them one just now with that spin and the sauce. That was the source of all their woes. But luckily, it has been treated out like you're in a spa.
Hey.
So it's now tranquil, just like how he is up in front, but with a couple of scares here and there.
Every day is spa day in Francorchamps, that's for sure.
And part of our Super Spa weekend as well, because yesterday we had the Global Edition races here at Spa. Now we're also here for Endurance, so a great way to end it, and coincidentally the calendar's lined up. But again, it's tiring for all of us, but it's been worth it as well, seeing that the racing's been great. And for one final lap this season, we're gonna be serenading home the LOR racing car that will be taking away the championship and the race win here at Spa.
Coming into his final laps now, the LOR car didn't have the best of starts, but man, what a finish this is going to be. Dylan Tan with an absolute tear during the only dry portion of this track. At the 4-hour mark is now coming towards the start-finish line soon to start his final lap. This has been a crazy day of racing here. It's been a crazy weekend for all of us here in the ERGP. And what a way to end things here for the Endurance Edition. Oh, a spin out there and a crash just in front of Dylan Tan. Hopefully, you'll be able to stay out of each other's ways, but that looks like a massive amount of damage there onto Ahmad Anwar Ihsan.
Yeah, let's just see that what happened there. Oh, he was already crashing as we saw it.
Yeah, a crash and a double hit actually. It's the BRM car just ran so aggressively into that BMW.
Yeah, it's the BMW. Oh, I can't find which BMW was that, but whatever it is a lucky one that nobody else got involved in there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
final laps now for Dylan Tan. It's been an amazing race here for LOR, because in spite of the fact that Luis Moreno got cut off at the start of the race and ended up in 4th place, even down to a low of 5th place here for the LOR, they have clawed it back, and it is all thanks to this man, Dylan Tan, carrying the flag here for LOR, for Singapore.
yeah, but he's not even a man yet. He's a kid. Oh no!
Oh, yeah.
Ali has spun in as well.
No!
Wow. This is a last lap calamity, and look at that. The front of the car is scuffed. Look at that. He's lost turn his own, and mercifully though, no one followed him. No one followed him out of sympathy.
That's still a really hard hit into the tire barrier though, and that was straight hit onto. Oh my god, I mean, for Alif to come back in after his what I assume was a nice little nap, handing it over to his brother, and then now coming back only to crash into the tires. But mercifully, this race is going to end here, ladies and gentlemen. For everyone here, this has been a very long time coming. LOR dominating this whole season, and they didn't quite go off to the start they expected, but man, they sure do know how to finish it.
Indeed. They're coming up to the final sector now. Dylan then will be coming through Blanchimont for the final time this race and this season. You can say that the first race of the season was probably a case of deja vu for them. They thought that they were going to lose the championship again or Pro 9 contention, but from round 2 onwards, they were on a tear, as you said, Vic. They went all the way through with 3 consecutive wins back to back to back, and they will make it win number 4, and this will be the championship for Legion of Racers. Comes across the final corner now. Dylan Tan will come across the line and take victory and the championship for Legion of Racers number 889. Take a bow, guys. 5th different champion in the 5 seasons that we had so far. What a way to do it. And that is a satisfying way to end the season. And he's actually now parodied the spin that he had prior to it. So at least now he can safely do the spins without much repercussions. Yeah. Meanwhile, further behind here, Dafa Nabil will come across the line in 2nd place. We will definitely be a bit gutted the fact that the early pace that they showed wasn't coming through when the 2nd phase of the rain came. But nonetheless, another podium, and to cap off the season of definitely what the most tense that DAFA will ever feel. And last but not least, Enzo Ison, he manages to just hold off Alan Drake Cruz by just a bit to win here for third place, to win third place here on the day. But we're waiting for the other guys to come by, as behind them, yes, there it is. There's Amir Naim. He's on his way to a championship for Apex Racing Brunei. Would you believe it? These guys, they had trials and tribulations in all the championships they had, either from Global Edition, from Endurance Edition, and right up to the E1 Championship at one point. Now, they're on the way here to just take the highest possible accolade for themselves thus far, and a championship in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, this is amazing stuff we're seeing here. Apex Racing Brunei now on there. What is practically a parade lap now in this final few quarters on the final part of this race. Just needs to find a checkered flag at the very end in order to claim the championship here for the Pro-Am class. And they certainly had more or less a flawless race, I should say, because we definitely didn't see the 333 car do anything too wrong in this race. And indeed, celebrating already as he comes across the line. Amir Naim takes 6th place and takes the win here for the Pro-Am class.
And the championship for the Pro-Am category as well. They are having an unassailable lead at the front. Now we go back to the Sim Racing Lanka boys. Coincidentally, all the championship leaders are finishing in consecutive order, because here they come now. Tehane Ranga will win for Sim Racing Lanka alongside Andrew Sean and Fazal Alim. They will take the championship in the AM category as well. Take a bow, guys. The Sim Racing Lanka boys have done it. They will be absolutely over the moon with this one. And second place in the AM category is the Food Panda Cup for WET Motorsport. Muhammad Farhan and the rest of his teammates here, Muhammad Adib and Saiful Bakhtia, will be happy with this result. But that will be it for this edition. We have had an absolute fun here today with the amount of racing that we had. Now, we'll just look at the championship standings after this, where we can see, the race table after this. Yeah, here we go. This is pretty much the closest we can get right now. So, Dylan Tan and Luis Moreno, your winners overall by 34 seconds ahead of Daf and Nabil and Rasta Reyes for JMX Phantom, with Enzo Ison and Moreno Pratama, the sister team car, in the LORSN team in third place, driving a Ferrari for this round. Fourth is Alan Drake Cruz. Fifth is Alan Drake Cruz and Alexis Calpano. They didn't get enough to get the podium that time, 4.8 seconds behind in the Alan Racing car. Sixth will be Jean-Pierre Sonicus and Taufik Moyen for the GSR eSemprod Limited team. Then, the first of the Pro-Am guys, it will be Amir Naim and Muhammad Azza winning it in the championship in the 333 Sim Racing, Apex Racing Brunei Cup, with Raja Amri Shakat, Imran Zahaili. Imran again and Raja finishing second for the second consecutive race. And for Imran, that'll be his third consecutive race. He's finished in second in 2 different classes.
Oof. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, after 6 long hours.
Oh, yep. We're just waiting the results. Third place, Ray Riskio and Aulia Wafik Prenata for MPRGP. Then Razan Putra and Gary Corina won in 4th for the other MPRGP car, and Iqbal Corina won and Fariza Ali Shadani in 5th in the Pro-Am category. Then finally, the other top 5, which is the AM category, Tehane Ranga, Muhammad Fazal Alim, and Andrew Sean win it for Sim Racing Lanka for the 999 Aston Martin and the championship in the AM category. Behind them is Muhammad Farhan, Muhammad Adib, and Saiful Bakhtia for the 404 WT Motorsport car. Third place is Rizqul Adisha. Andre said it, I think it's Gunawan. Yeah, I forgot his full name this time because it's getting so excited for it. It's Rizky, Adiasha Rizky Gunawan, and then behind him is beside him is Hadi Gwandi and Andre Setiawan. Fourth place is Ravian Gumala, Madadika Yuda Prasanta for the number 99 Psychopath car, and last but not least, fifth place in the top 5 for AM is Arlen Radcliffe and Aiden Tyne to round off your top 5 for the season here in each of the 3 classes that we had. Shout out as well for Alif and Tasbi. They raced for hard, but unfortunately they couldn't crack in the end. But that is it for the season.
That is it indeed. After 6 long hours, we have finally reached the very end of round number 5. What a crazy set of series of events, actually, I should say. I mean, from the start line there where Luis Moreno got cut off and had to drop down to 4th place, it kind of looked like LOR was going to be out of the podium for a bit. But as time went on, lots of tussling up in the front. We saw GMX Phantom being in the lead. We saw LOR Ascent being in the lead sometimes. But finally, Dylan Tan, during the dry spell of this race, was able to claw back a massive, massive lead. In fact, I want to check actually to see, does he still have that fastest lap time actually overall compared to everyone? I think we may not be able to see it by this point.
We lost it now.
Yeah, but man, I mean, again, he set the fastest time doing the dry, so I assume that he is the one who still has that fastest lap overall. That's crazy, like the level of pace he's shown, the way he was able to close up onto the GMX Phantom car. The time was driven by Dafa Nabiel, and the exciting battle that actually happened for the lead of the race, even though by the end of it, Dylan Tan obviously came up supreme out of that competition there. I'm trying to see if I can try to get him on an interview right now on Zoom, but I think he may have already closed out his camera. So a bit of a shame we won't be able to have our overall winner on round number 5 to join us here today. But yeah, I mean, again, it's been a crazy 6-hour long affair here in Spa-Francorchamps here, Ammo.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I think we're out of gas, and certainly the drivers are out of gas right now. They just want to take a breather after what was an exciting fight rest of the season. And I think, in terms of closure, we may not be able to get any of the interviewees, even Duran Abisakera, which has been requested a lot by the Sri Lankans. He's not there. He's not there right now.
He's not even in the Zoom call, so I'm so sorry, guys. But again, a shout out to like the SRL guys who have been in chat. I mean, you guys have been absolutely brilliant in your support here for your fellow countrymen. Not just in this Endurance edition, even the Global edition as well. You guys were constantly in the chat here, showing your support for everyone involved.
Indeed, and also to close out the season for Endurance, Begabal Boko, Vorshid, Afiq Farid, of course, our steward was here, Zray, Fred Teo was in there, Yongjan, he's hopefully going to sleep now, Zarif Adam, and Iman Ryan, he was here for a sec, Andrew Sean, he was in the winning car, of course, for 999 in AM. Yeah, it's nice to see that he's here, and rest of the other guys in the comment section, Skydrive, S2JXX, I'm Zenik, I think he's a supporter of the SRL guys. And of course, Adias and Rizky Gunawan, who got the top 5 out of that as well. But we can't possibly thank every one of you. But for those who are in there, you know who you guys are. Thank you for joining the chat. And thank you for joining this season in Endurance. But for now, it will be goodbye. And we will see you for the final round of Global Edition next week to close out the entire season. Vic, any last words?
Oh, this has been brilliant. I'm so glad to be able to join you and everyone in the chat here for this journey. It's been a good way to cap off 2024, and we're going to be certainly looking forward to what will 2025 bring around here for us in the ERGP, for us in Axel Sport, and of course for us the commentators here in the booth. Thank you all so much for joining us in this competition here. This has been round number 5, the final round of the Endurance edition this year, the year of our Lord 2024. It's been a very, very long one. All of us are very tired here. The drivers are tired. I mean, we here in production have certainly been absolutely loving the action we've been seeing out on track here. So thank you all for joining us here. Make sure you guys are subscribed if you haven't already subscribed to our YouTube channel. Make sure you guys follow us on our social media, which is on Facebook as well as Instagram. And of course, thank you all for joining us here on this journey. My name is Victor Cax. His name is Ammo. We have been your commentators for today, and we bid you adieu, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, good night and good luck.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.